Hello, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and welcome back to my channel and welcome to the official kickoff of Christmas. I'm so excited, so very, very excited because today is the 1st of November, which means it's our first day to celebrate the holidays, Thanksgiving, Christmas, and all the wonderful things that in them are. I just wanted to give an update. My adult coloring books are now live. I will provide a link in the description so you can go pick those up. I know some of you have DM'd me and wanted to know if those are available yet. They are actually available today. So get those for your Christmas gifts, share them with your friends and family and enjoy. I hope you guys have a really fun time with those. I personally like to do adult coloring books. It calms me. When it came time to creating them, I had a few particulars. I am not one who likes to have teeny tiny details. That just gets tedious, but I'd love to color and have enough detail and shading. Shading was one of the things that was important to me because I like to have shading even in just regular coloring things. I'll have to show you. This is the one I was working on the other day. I wanted it to be a popping Christmas, like the kind of Christmas decoration that you look at on somebody's door and you think, man, that is gorgeous. It's not totally traditional. It has bright and cheery and all things that are Christmas. And so that's what I'm going for with that one. We are jumping back into the Reindeer Wrangler Ranch romance series with book 3, One Spicy Christmas Elf. And in this romance, it's Jack and Natasha. And Jack is twins with Caleb. So if you remember Caleb and Faith's story in book 1, One Tough Christmas Cookie, then you will remember Jack because he and Caleb have that twin mind meld thing going on. So that pops up again here. The absolute star and dazzling darling of this whole entire book is Sparkle the reindeer. Sparkle is going to become a national treasure as she stars in her own movie. And I absolutely adore Sparkle because Sparkle is confident, she's beautiful, and she's loving and giving and all the most amazing, wonderful things that a reindeer should be. And so anyway, I hope as you listen to this that you fall in love with her as much as I did. And without further ado, I'm going to send you over to the Reindeer Wrangler Ranch and I'll see you on the other side.
One Spicy Christmas Elf. A Reindeer Wrangler Ranch Christmas Romance Book. Written by Lucy McConnell. Chapter 1. Have you ever had a moment you knew would change your life? The moment Natasha Newberry's desk phone beeped and the croaky voice of her boss's personal assistant invited her to the big corner office, she knew this was that moment. She agreed to come right away and grabbed her leather portfolio, tucking it into the crook of her arm as one would a dear friend. Her father had lovingly cut and sewed the leather together. She brushed her fingers over her initials, hand-tooled with unmatched skill. He'd given it to her for high school graduation as a place to keep track of her hopes and dreams. Checking one off today would be fantastic. She walked along the window-lined hallway, her black heels clipping against the cheap tile flooring made to look like Italian granite. That was the movie business for you, inexpensive materials that looked good on camera. No one had to know that the mansion in the background was a painted piece of fabric or that the wedding cake was made of styrofoam. The magic was in the illusion. The illusion was necessary to create the world. And the world was where love happened. She was a sucker for a good romance. Heck, she'd take a bad one wrapped up with a Christmas ribbon and dusted with fake snow as long as it was on screen. Romance in real life was harder to come by than a pine tree on the beach. Glancing out the window, she frowned. Snow wasn't in the forecast for her this holiday season. Even though it was November, the temperature was well into the 70s with a possible 80 degrees around 1 p.m. Going home to Virginia for all the holiday trappings, including decadent hot chocolate, sleigh rides through the fields, and eating until her stretchy pants protested wasn't an option. It hadn't been since her no-good, heart-stealing, text-to-break-up high school/college boyfriend had moved home and staked his claim. Why was she wasting headspace on a cowboy with premature balding and a beer belly? Okay, maybe he didn't have those problems, but a girl could hope. She certainly would not check his social media feed to find out if he'd succumbed to the curses she'd wished on him the night he wrote her out of his life. Nope. She'd moved on. Way on. As in across the country. Nat approached the corner office, her eyes sweeping over the bamboo fabric plants and reprints of famous abstract paintings on the wall. Nothing inspired filmmakers like living on set, right? Jennifer's PA, talking animatedly on the phone, motioned for her to go right in. She smiled in return and mouthed, "Thank you." Jennifer Odom stood at the window, sipping a cup of coffee. She had her phone in her other hand and was texting rapidly with one thumb. The woman had some serious skills. She also had an incredible wardrobe. The black and white houndstooth print, split back, bishop sleeve dress hugged her curves, giving her that hourglass figure so many women craved even though she was impossibly thin. Was she wearing hip enhancers? Nat glanced down at her lantern sleeve, mock neck, knee-length dress in solid black and zebra-striped heels. She'd pulled her caramel brown hair into a loose, low ponytail, yesterday's barrel curls cascading over her shoulder. The pressure to dress for success was real. "Why did you want to get into this business?" Jennifer asked, not looking up from her phone. Natasha's toe began bouncing like a third grader waiting for the bell to ring and start the Christmas holiday. She shifted her weight and looked up into the demanding eyes of the head producer at the Forever Love production house. Jennifer Odom demanded that her employees maintain as high of standards and as much energy as she did, an impossibility without vast amounts of caffeine sugar in your system, which explained the constant percolating sounds in the break room and the smile on the face of the vending machine owner when he came to empty the bills out of the machine. It also explained why Nat's leg wouldn't stop bouncing. Why did she want to make movies? Why did she sign up for exhausting days, with no respect, and a constantly nagging feeling she was behind? "I want to be a storyteller." For as long as she could remember, Natasha devoured stories. It didn't matter if she heard the story over a campfire or through an audiobook, or if she read them in a book, newspaper, or magazine, or if she saw it on a television special, a sitcom, or a movie. Story fed her soul. She'd loved reading so much that her parents had to ground her from fiction until she finished her homework. She'd written several books and 2 movie scripts that languished on her hard drive until she could build a name for herself in the company. Judging by the way Jennifer's sharp green eyes bore into her at the moment, she was closer to being fired than asked to submit a manuscript. "Storytellers are all fine and good," Jennifer responded. "But what the world needs, what Forever Love production house needs, is writers, actors, and a crew who can destroy a person's belief in love." Natasha's mouth fell open, and she stared. "I'm sorry. Did you say destroy?" "Yes. Destroy with a capital D." Jennifer leaned against her desk and picked up her coffee mug. She took a long pull while waiting for Nat to digest the information she'd shoved down her throat. "Have a seat." She motioned to the chair. Thankfully, Nat moved without having to think about it. "Destroy love. But our mission statement is, we believe anyone can fall in love." Sweet romances, the candy-coated kind, were thick foundational blocks for the company. They brought in billions selling feel-good movies and books to an audience, 94% female and 6% male, who wanted the pathway to love paved with long walks in a snow globe of happiness. But they made rom-coms, holiday romances, sweet mysteries, and light-hearted entertainment movies. Exactly. Jennifer's face gleamed with evil joy. It is only by first destroying their faith in love that we can elicit a physical response in them when the happily ever after arrives. We need to be more than what we are now. And I intend to start us on this fresh path in the new year. What's wrong with reinforcing the faith they already have? Nat held her breath. Her books and scripts did not play with people's emotions like that. If forever love changed their formula, she might never get them off the computer and on screen. Jennifer tipped her head back, and laughter pealed through the air. What's wrong with? She held her side as she continued to cackle. Nat's cheeks burned. Let me guess, Jennifer swiped under her eyes as if she'd cried, you're from a small town. Probably under 100 kids in your graduating class. A place called Green Valley or Long Winters. Nat jerked up in her seat, sitting taller. Harvest Ranch, Virginia. And there were 104 kids in my graduating class. She was fiercely proud of her hometown and would not sit here and let someone who had never walked through the fields of lavender or lifted a bale of hay mock it. Jennifer's laughter cut off sharply, and she returned to that hard-nosed producer persona as easily as slipping on her Louboutin heels. Same difference. Same result. She flicked her hand at Nat as if the result was a bug she didn't want near her. What you fail to understand is that we're here to give our viewers the reality we want them to have, which may include the idea that there's no such thing as true love. Because it's only when they accept the reality that true love may not be real that they can truly feel the triumph of having found it, on screen, of course. True love is a fairy tale. She bolted off the edge of her desk and walked around to the other side. Natasha disagreed wholeheartedly but realized there was no sense in trying to convince Jennifer otherwise. She'd made up her mind. Or perhaps she'd made up her heart. On her third divorce, rumor had it she'd reserved a hotel room in Singapore for the holidays. The crazy thing was that Nat believed that Jennifer still had hope. Still, a chance that the one person who would complete her soul was out there. Waiting. Hoping. Pining for her. He was probably in his early 50s with distinguished graying at the temples and handsome laugh lines. He wore suits most days and polo shirts on the weekends. Still fit because he was classy like that, and he enjoyed travel and historical fiction. His hobbies included golf. Ralph quit, Jennifer said, bringing Nat out of the character development session. She blinked quickly, adjusting to the change in direction. Ralph was the official on-site liaison. He was the go-to for anyone not in the movie or part of the production house. If a city official was concerned about traffic flow, they called Ralph. If they were shooting on location, the property owners knew Ralph. Ralph was the man. He had access to Jennifer, the directors, and pretty much everyone at the top. They loved him because he ran interference with the public so they could do their jobs. Nat only knew who he was because she'd found the location for their Christmas movie and had to give him the contact info. He'd picked up where her search left off, and she was back to making coffee and lunch reservations while he sent out contracts and negotiated payments. I want you to replace him. Me. Natasha pointed to her chest before she realized that she probably looked like a 13-year-old asked to dance by the hot football player. Never happened in real life. Although, in her imaginary world, he'd begged her to go to prom. Ah, the blessing of a good imagination. We leave in 1 week. 1 week. She glanced down at her red toenail, peeking out at her too expensive shoes. I don't have the wardrobe to film in North Dakota. Jennifer rolled her eyes. Overnight shipping. Ever heard of it? Nat grimaced as the sound of her bank account emptying rattled like a single penny in a piggy bank. She could already smell the ramen she'd be eating for the next 3 months. Jennifer moved on. Things like budgets and bank accounts only mattered in filming. To say that these people are less than thrilled with the idea of us coming is an understatement. Ralph's wheeling and dealing personality was part of why they were hesitant to let us film there. I'm hoping that your small-town naivety will meld with them better. First, Jennifer wanted to mock her provincial start in life, and now she wanted to use it for her own gain. Typical Hollywood. It didn't matter, though, because this was the break Nat had been waiting for, working for, and praying for. "I'll take it." Jennifer drummed her perfectly manicured fingernails on the desk. "This isn't a job offer. You don't have the experience to step into his shoes. However, we're in a bind, with it being so close to the holidays. Consider it an internship. You can apply for the job after the new year if you do well. In other words, I don't want to pay you Ralph's salary until I absolutely have to, and we're not sure we want to commit to you in this position because somebody better might come along." Even knowing all of that, Natasha was encouraged. This was the break she'd been waiting for, and she would not let her pride stand in the way. She was raised with a strong work ethic and would easily show Jennifer that she could take over Ralph's position, do it better than he did. "I'm in." Jennifer's face spread like the Grinch who had a wonderful, awful idea. Nat shuddered. "Here is the name and number of the contact." She held out a post-it note, flapping it around in her impatience. Nat snatched it from her. "You'll have to call and tell him you're replacing Ralph. That would be a fun conversation." She glanced down at the name, Abner and Anna Nicholas. She remembered the webpage for their ranch easily enough. Abner was an older man with a Santa beard and a Christmas twinkle in his eye. Feel free to make up something about him feeling terrible about not being able to work with these guys. Jennifer smirked. Natasha smiled to hide our true intentions. She'd be honest with Abner. If he were anything like the farmers and ranchers she'd grown up with, he'd respect her for telling the truth. After receiving a few more details, she left Jennifer's office with a lightness in her step she hadn't felt since taking this job. She'd been a fan of Forever Love Productions long before she worked here and continually fought the disappointment that came from getting a behind-the-curtain look at her hero. Once she was back in her dull gray cubicle, she found the website for the Reindeer Wrangler Ranch and perused the About Us page. Once she read through their humble beginnings, she picked the phone up and dialed the primary contact, Abner Nicholas. It rang twice before someone picked up. "Nicholas residence, Amelia speaking." Natasha's eyes jerked to the page where a picture of a slight woman with white hair and a kind smile stared back at her. Amelia was Abner's wife. "Hello, Amelia," she said with way too much enthusiasm. Seriously though, reading their webpage was like sipping cocoa and listening to Michael Bublé in front of a Christmas tree. "This is Natasha from Forever Love Productions. Is Abner around?" "He's not available at the moment, but you can talk to me." Nat pressed on. "I'm calling because there's been a slight change in our team, and I wanted to inform you immediately." "Oh. You don't need to worry." Nat hurried on to reassure her. "Everything will continue as planned. I just wanted to introduce myself as the new liaison between the production company and y'all." Her southern roots were showing. "If there's anything you need, anything at all, just let me know." There was a long pause, the kind that left Nat wondering if she'd spoken too fast or unloaded too much too soon. Maybe she should have waited to talk to Abner. "Well, that's just it, sweetheart. I'm afraid we're going to have to cancel the movie."
Chapter 2. Sleigh Bell County was a small ranching community in North Dakota. There were miles and miles of barbed wire fencing between houses and open fields of untouched snow which had knocked on doors before trick-or-treaters this year. October storms were normal. By the time they rolled in, the hay was covered, and the trough heaters were in place. December was almost upon them, bringing a magical tingle into the air. Today was special for Jack Nicholas. He was going to take Chloe for a sleigh ride and have that all-important DTR, determine the relationship, talk. Chloe was great, always up for a date and pretty. She had a friendly attitude and was ambitious. The obvious next step was taking things to the official girlfriend/boyfriend level. Besides, he'd love to have a girlfriend at Christmas. He couldn't imagine anything as romantic as curling up by a roaring fire or watching moonlit clouds float across the sky by the lake. He snapped the reins to encourage Sparrow, the reindeer, to move faster. She high-stepped for a moment and then slowed back down to her leisurely walk. "Come on," Jack urged. "I have a date." And Chloe didn't like it when he was late. She'd pout and refuse to hold his hand. "I think she'd rather go to the vet than visit Chloe," teased Drake from the back seat. Sparrow let out a short trumpet that sounded an awful lot like she agreed with Drake. He and Paxton, two of Jack's younger brothers, had tagged along for the ride. Their added weight stabilized the back of the sleigh, and they promised to spend the afternoon whittling away time at the feed store or diner while Jack wooed his woman but wanted to get off the ranch for a while. The ride into town was long, especially at Sparrow's current speed, so he welcomed the company. Even though they brought a healthy dose of teasing with them. His twin, Caleb, and his wife, Faith, would have been better company. They wanted him married almost as much as he wanted to be lawfully wedded. Alas, being born together didn't mean he'd fallen in love at the same time as his twin. Though they'd hit every milestone together, first steps, first words, first whiskers, he'd fallen 2 years behind his brother, who had a 1-year-old. 2 long years. It didn't help that his younger brother, Forrest, came back from his year-long search to find a missing reindeer with a new family of his own. Mitzi and her son Billy were amazing, and their new home was stunning. Time slipped by, and Jack was starting to wonder if he'd ever find someone to share his life and the family secret with, or if he was destined to be a bachelor. Where he and Caleb had once shared everything from socks to thoughts, Caleb's eyes always went to Faith first, as it should be. Indeed, what kind of man would he be if his brother took precedence over his spouse? Being proud of the husband and father Caleb had become didn't stop the pangs of loneliness that still caught Jack off guard. He knew enough about marriage to know that he needed to give them space to develop their relationship without him, no matter how understanding Faith was about the twin mind meld. The only cure for his loneliness was to find his other half. His better half, as his father would say. He missed having a partner in crime, a best friend who understood him better than anybody else. Ignoring the 2 knuckleheads in the back, Jack drove Sparrow straight to Chloe's house. He'd swing by the diner, pick up some fresh hot cocoa, and leave them behind. Sparrow stopped at the bottom of the freshly shoveled and salted walkway that led up to Chloe's front door. She'd painted it robin's egg blue and hung a wreath for the holidays. He cocked his head. If you could call a bunch of bare branches twisted and tangled in a circularish way a wreath. She liked to craft things. While they didn't always turn out, she was enthusiastic about her projects. He bounded up the steps and knocked on her door, eager to move on with the day and with them. Girlfriend was one step closer to wife. Chloe opened the door, and Jack took a moment to take her in. She had short blonde hair that was curly and often flew out in all directions. That was one of the first things he noticed about her when they met. He thought she was fun and a little wild. Maybe quirky in a good way. At any length, she'd caught his attention. The next thing that set her apart was her pointy little nose. He'd known no one with a nose quite so sharp. It worked for her, a beautiful accent to her large blue eyes. Eyes so blue they could be cobalt, the color of the shirt he'd picked out this morning. He smiled, remembering how he'd ordered it online because it reminded him of Chloe. "Hello, beautiful." He leaned in and kissed her cheek. Chloe's button mouth dipped into a frown as her eyes looked beyond him to the sleigh. What are they doing here? She didn't reach up to hug or kiss him back, her voice tetchy. Jack looked over his shoulder. Pax and Drake waved from the sleigh, big cheesy grins on their faces. He'd hear about the kiss hello, about how hooked he was over this woman. I needed the extra weight in the back of the sleigh. He hooked a thumb toward them. He felt like an idiot, though he wasn't sure why. Chloe's lower lip poked out. Does every date we go on have to be chaperoned? She reached her tiny hands out and laid them on his chest. You asked me to go on a romantic sleigh ride. I thought we'd be alone. We will. I'll drop them off at the feed store. He smiled down at her. I brought a holiday basket for Mrs. Broadhead too. Mom asked us to swing by her place and drop it off. Mrs. Broadhead lost her husband that summer and lived alone, her kids scattered all over the country. She'd taught Drake piano until he graduated high school. Chloe's face screwed up tight. Do we have to? He leaned back, surprised by her cantankerous attitude today. It was Christmas. The season of giving and all that. Mom would have done it, but Dad's still sick, he tried to explain. Sick was an understatement. Pneumonia had wrapped its icy fingers around Dad and hung on. He'd been to the hospital twice, and if he wasn't coughing, he was sleeping. On the one hand, Mom was beside herself with worry, on the other, she was determined that he'd be better before Christmas Eve and able to play Santa. Jack took Chloe's hand in his. I wanted to share this moment with you, Chloe. He let his hopes for their future shine through, praying she understood he was in this for the long run. He frowned as her heater kicked on in the house, and a blast of warm air hit his face. Do you want to grab your coat? I don't want to let all the warm air out of your place. Chloe shifted her weight, moving away from him. Jack, she said softly. I don't know what you think is going on here, but I have to tell you something. Anything. You can always talk to me. She nodded once, as if she'd made up her mind about something. I'm not ready to become a rancher's girlfriend. Jack blinked. We've been going out for 3 months. We don't see other people. I kind of thought we were already. He trailed off as her eyes hardened. Not that I was taking you for granted. Backpedaling was not attractive, but he wasn't sure what else to do. It's not you, Jack. I promise. It's the ranch. Jack's mouth fell open. The ranch? She took her hand out of his and slammed it on her hip. You don't even raise normal animals, you raise reindeer. What's wrong with reindeer? Especially his reindeer. The Nicholas family was Santa's trusted caretaker for the herd that provided reindeer to the North Pole. They were amazing creatures with personalities, humor, pride, and hopes of joining Santa's crew one day. Only a few could fly, but the others were amazing in their own right. Like Sparrow, who pulled them into town today, she enjoyed getting off the ranch and preening for pictures. If she had a social media page, it would be full of selfies. Reindeer are fine if that's what you want in life and don't mind the smell. But I want more, Jack. And you can't give it to me. I thought with the movie people coming, you could see that there's a great big world out there, and we could explore it together. But I'm afraid you never will. She bit her bottom lip. I'm sorry I dumped this all on you. I think it's better if we don't see each other anymore. Wait. Jack pressed his hand against the door to keep her from shutting it. Her comment about the movie reminded him he didn't have all day to ride around town, the crew was due this afternoon. Chloe, don't I get to say something? She narrowed her eyes. I'm trying to let you down easy, Jack. Don't make this harder than it has to be. Jack's hand slipped off the door, and he stared at her. So we're done then? She smirked. It's not like you'll be dateless for long. You have a reputation for running through women. Put a notch on your fence post for me. She slammed the door in his face. Jack jerked back. A reputation? I have a reputation. Sure, he dated a lot in the last 2 years, but that was him trying to find someone. How else was he going to get married? He had to put himself out there, right? He stormed back to the sleigh. Sparrow lifted an eyebrow, and he could hear her say, "You should have listened to me." "Don't be so smug," he mumbled as he ran his hand down her warm neck before climbing in and taking up the leather reins. His brothers looked everywhere but at him. Good. He wasn't sure how much they heard, and he didn't feel like filling in the details. He called to Sparrow, and the sleigh slid forward and then picked up speed. Sure, now she wanted to run. That was fine, he did too. Chloe's words raced through his mind. So, I guess Chloe's not coming? Asked Pax. Never again, Jack ground out. She can't insult reindeer and expect me to go crawling back to her door. Sparrow lifted her head higher and pranced her step. Jack smiled. The reindeer were a deal killer. If a woman didn't love Christmas, believe in Santa, or like reindeer, she wasn't the woman for him. How had he dated Chloe for 3 months and not known that? What a waste of time. Pax leaned forward, folding his arms over the back of Jack's seat. Did you really like her? Drake doffed Pax's shoulder. He wouldn't be so mad if he didn't. Jack thought about that for a minute. I liked her. She was fun and bubbly, and I thought we had the start of something. He hated to admit even that, considering how she'd slammed the door on his heart and future. I'm a fool for love, boys. He hunched his shoulders. His brothers laughed easily. While their banter and teasing would usually pull him out of the dumps, he struggled to get on top of the gloom. I don't know why you guys want to go through all this. Pax dragged his gloved hand down his face. It's horrible. One corner of Jack's lips ticked up. Have you seen how stupidly happy Caleb and Forrest are? He turned slightly to ensure Pax acknowledged his brother's good fortune. That's why we put ourselves through this. Pax leaned back, sullen. Dating's miserable. Pax was the shy one of the family. He preferred hours in the barn, working in solitude, to talking to a stranger. They turned a corner, and Jack slowed the sleigh. Did you want to stop at the diner? He asked. Pax shook his head quickly. Jack grinned to himself. Jovi might be working. Jovi had had a crush on Pax since they started kindergarten together. She was the bane of his existence as a kid, tagging along behind him every chance she got and offering to share zingers from her lunch if he'd sit with her. Something happened in junior high, and Jovi stopped coming around the ranch and stopped sharing sweets. Pax never told anyone what happened, even when Mom threatened to ground him from flying. Whatever it was, it mortified Pax. Living in a small town meant they had to figure out how to coexist. But there were times when Jack caught Jovi watching Pax when she thought no one was looking. Pax rolled his eyes. All the more reason to cruise on by. Drake glared. Be nice, or I'll call Ginger and have her put you on the naughty list. Ginger was Santa's daughter, who had taken over wearing the red suit and delivering gifts a couple of years ago. She was also a good friend and spent summers on the ranch with the boys. They'd slay Scrooges for any of the Kringle girls. Forget Ginger, Jack laughed. I'll call Stella to straighten you out. Pax turned Christmas red at the mention of the crazy, fun, loud, and knows no personal boundaries Kringle. Jack loved her upbeat personality, but she was a bit much for Pax. Jack slowed in front of Mrs. Broadhead's house, and they all clammed up as they went inside to deliver her gift basket. She pinched Drake's cheek, hugged them all, and then sent them on their way because she had book club coming over that afternoon and needed to clean the bathrooms. Jack couldn't help but notice the picture of her large family as they exited the house. She and her husband were in the middle, surrounded by their children and grandchildren. It was a dream he may never have. His heart wasn't broken but weary and worn out, and his dreams of a Merry Christmas slipped away like smoke. They headed back to the ranch, the sleigh traveling faster than most of the trucks on the road that had to engage their four-wheel drive. They went around a bend, and the Reindeer Wrangler Ranch's land came into view. They had moved the herd to the field next to the road to give them a change of space. Apples, a reindeer with a sweet tooth, trotted along the fence line, chatting with Sparrow in their reindeer language. Sparrow shook her head, and Apples grunted. "Great," thought Jack, "even the reindeer are speculating on my love life." He turned down their lane, his married brothers' houses on the opposite side of the road from the open fields. "I'll take the sleigh to the barn and unhitch Sparrow," volunteered Pax as he motioned to the house. Caleb and Forrest side-by-sides were parked out front. Something was up. "Thanks." Jack stopped at the house and got out. Drake followed, and they made their way up the front steps, pausing to stomp the snow off their boots before going inside. The sound of sleigh bells faded as Pax headed to the barn. Cinnamon and sugar danced in the air, and the scent of pine smoke came from the massive fireplace, where a fire crackled at all hours. Mom loved having a fire through the holidays, and the boys ensured her wood box was never empty. Especially this year, as she carried the added weight of Dad's illness. Jack exchanged a grin with Drake. Cinnamon in the air meant Mom was baking. They headed for the kitchen, his stomach growling in anticipation of one of her lighter-than-air cinnamon rolls covered in thick cream cheese frosting. He pushed the swinging kitchen door open and landed in what looked like the middle of a family meeting. Caleb stood by the stove, feeding Ryder small pieces of a cinnamon roll. Faith was at the table, her tablet in front of her. Mitzi was beside her, her paper planner open in Forrest's arm across the back of her chair. Their son, Billy, was in school until 3. Mom paced, getting milk out of the fridge and taking the kettle off the stove to pour water into mugs of cocoa powder. Her face was pinched with worry. Typically, she was the calm one of the family, her thin shoulders carrying more weight than most reindeer could. If she was worried, "Is it Dad?" Jack asked right off. Better to know what was going on so he could help. Faith shook her head quickly. "He's sleeping right now." The lines around her eyes said that he wasn't any better. Both Jack and Drake released the breath they'd been holding. At least he wasn't worse. "I just couldn't tell her no," Mom wrung her hands. "She's such a sweet thing, and it sounded like this mattered to her." Jack snagged a cinnamon roll, pausing to blow a raspberry on Ryder's red cheek and getting a giggle from his nephew before moving away. Caleb poked Jack's ribs and grinned. Jack handed Ryder a large piece of roll with extra frosting. He smeared it across Caleb's shirt before he could stop the little elf. Jack smirked. Caleb laughed easily. His chubby baby could do no wrong. Forrest ran a hand through his sandy brown hair. "I just don't see how we're going to do this. Dad was the one who arranged everything, and there's no way he can take this on now." Mitzi patted his jean-clad leg. Jack narrowed his eyes. Chloe's comment came back to him, and he grunted. "Tell them to go home." Easiest decision ever. They could hunker down and have a family Christmas while he worked up the nerve to get back out there and date again. Not that there was anyone around to date. He frowned. Perhaps Chloe's comment about him having a reputation was more warranted than he'd given her credit for. Mom adjusted the clip in her snowy white hair. She and Dad had both gone gray and then white early on, and they claimed it was raising 5 boys that did it to them, and not one of those boys dared to argue. They were a handful, he and Caleb leading the bunch. I wouldn't have cared if we turned that Ralph character out on his backside. Would have served his sleazy used car salesman attitude right. Forrest smothered a snicker with his hand. Jack and Caleb exchanged a look. That was the meanest thing they'd ever heard Anna Nicholas say about another living soul. In her defense, Ralph was a sleazeball. He'd even tried to sneak some things into the contract that Dad caught and had their lawyer take out. Like access to all the buildings and the right to film inside the house. Besides the fact that the flying reindeer stayed inside the barns, and therefore, no one would be allowed inside, the house was their home. No way they were letting cameras in here. Ralph used the commotion over the contract to open negotiations for having one of their reindeer star in the movie. No one liked that idea, but Dad thought it would work out. Mom's hand fluttered to the snowflake necklace she wore. I let your dad handle this whole thing. He was so excited about it. Mitzi stood and put her arm around Mom. Her dark hair was in 2 braids that hung over her shoulders. We'll help. She glanced from face to face, and when she got to Jack, her eyes lit up. Jack can do it. Jack paused, the cinnamon roll halfway into his mouth. Wah! He chewed, the roll suddenly feeling like a wad of gum. Forrest stood too. You can oversee the movie. He swiped a napkin over his face, crumpled it, and tossed it into the garbage can as if that sealed the deal. Jack held up a hand, working furiously to swallow before his fate was decided. Drake smirked at him. I think it's a great idea. You have nights and weekends free now. Jack glared at his brother. He swallowed the lump of sticky bread and grimaced. Hold on. What do you mean, he's free? Asked Mitzi, her head whipping back and forth between them. Chloe dumped him. Drake nonchalantly sipped his cocoa. He's a free agent now. Mom frowned. Caleb exchanged a look with Faith. Jack may not read Faith all that well, but he could read his twin, and the look he tossed his wife said they were both relieved Chloe wouldn't be joining the family. Jack pushed off the counter, ready to pummel Drake for broadcasting his relationship failure. You'd be perfect for this, Jack. Faith jumped in, drawing his attention before a wrestling match broke out. She was their resident vet, one of the best large animal vets in North and South Dakota. You're a strong personality, so you won't let them run all over you, and you're smart, so you can figure out how to keep them from finding our Santa's secret. For the second time that day, Jack stared at a woman as if she were speaking alien. First, Chloe, and now his sister-in-law. I think that's a wonderful idea, Mom threw in. She stopped fiddling with her necklace and slowly stirred her hot cocoa. Caleb and Faith are working on the bloodlines. Forrest and Mitzi are taking over the books. Drake is mending fences, and Pax has a barn full of projects that need to get done before the snow melts. Jack drew in a breath. Basically, what she was saying is that he was useless this season. Oh, he knew that wasn't true. Because of everyone else's responsibilities, a lot of the day-to-day work fell to him, like feeding the animals, cleaning stalls, running errands, etc. Not to mention, the flying reindeer needed their daily workouts. Except for Dunder, who retired to the ranch from the North Pole, each one had hopes of joining Santa, and each had their own battles to fight. Training was one of the Wranglers' top priorities. Even though he was the expendable one, he didn't want to spend his days babysitting the film crew. Is it a good idea to have this much chaos on the ranch while Dad's laid up? Wouldn't he heal faster with a cozy family Christmas? He played his ultimate card. Mom pressed her lips into a thin line. He's quarantined in our room and sleeps so much, I'm not sure he even knows it's December. Her shoulders hunched, and she wrapped herself in a blanket of worry once again. Great. He'd stressed her out. I'll do it. He scrubbed his cheek, noting the 2-day scruff. He would have shaved if he'd known he was going to meet people today. I'm not even sure what I'm agreeing to. Me neither, Mom smiled up at him. But you'll figure it out. Ryder grunted and grabbed at the pan of cinnamon rolls with his baby hands. Caleb winked at Faith as he gave their son another piece to paint himself with. Faith shook her head, her eyes full of love for her men. You're both going in the bath as soon as we get home. She pointed to Caleb's shirt, which was as messy as Ryder's cheeks. Caleb leaned over and kissed her head. Anything for you, babe. Jack moved away from them. Part of the twin mind meld, as his family had always called it, was that he could feel what his brother was feeling. The love that surged between Caleb and Faith was too much to take, and Jack needed to get away. Was it so wrong that he wanted to experience that for himself? Maybe he was broken. There was another worry that had crept in during the meeting. Chloe had said she didn't want to be a rancher's girlfriend. What if he couldn't find someone who wanted to live this life? What if he had to give up the ranch to find love? He'd never considered that the ranch would be a black mark against him. He loved this place. Loved his family. Loved the reindeer. But most of all, he believed in what they did, in the contribution they made to Christmas. It was bigger than him. And yet, it was a part of his identity. Did that mean he was destined to be alone and, worse yet, lonely?
Chapter 3. Natalie paced her small cubicle. She'd hung up with Mrs. Nicholas over an hour ago with the promise that she would think about it before she pulled the plug on the movie. How long did it take to decide her fate? Not that Nat had told the kind woman who'd explained about her husband's illness that her entire career hinged on whether or not she would allow them on the ranch. No, she'd been much more hysterical than that. Okay, not hysterical. At least not outwardly berserk. Inwardly, she'd been as crazy as a Black Friday bargain shopper with something to prove. Jennifer came through the cubicle farm on her way to the break room, her boss lady coffee mug dangling from her manicured fingertips. Nat froze in place, not wanting to draw attention to herself. A movement drew attention, right? If she held very still, Jennifer wouldn't look at her, wouldn't see the worry lines on her face, nor smell the fear that wafted off her skin like perfume. Her heart pounded against her ribs with such force she would indeed have bruises. Jennifer stopped and lifted her chin like a cheetah in the wild who'd sniffed an old, weak antelope lagging behind the herd. Nat ducked her head, clicked open her email, and pretended to be busy even though her eyes wouldn't focus on the screen, and she couldn't read a word in front of her. Go for coffee, she silently screamed at Jennifer. There's hazelnut. She knew because she'd made the coffee. She'd sworn she would do one of the many menial office duties with full purpose. She'd applied herself to knowing the preferences in the office. First thing in the morning was a pot of classic roast with an assortment of creams. Around 10, she made French vanilla to brighten the mood. Noon was a dark roast, and at 3 came the hazelnut to stave off afternoon snacking. Not one complaint. Ever. After an eternity, where breathing was impossible, the click-click of Jennifer's shoes on the fake tile receded to the break room. Natasha gasped for air. She stared at her phone, willing it to ring, while she clasped her hands together to keep from giving in to the temptation to call and beg Mrs. Nicholas to give them the green light. Canceling a film at this stage meant work and lots of it. Vendors needed notice, their deposits paid, and the money lost. Extras were next on the list. They'd receive a generic email explaining they were no longer needed for this project, with no explanation as to why, which meant answering 20+ calls and explaining the situation. Then there were the makeup artists and wardrobe. The list continued to grow. The most significant risk in canceling the movie was putting Miss Camilla Wallace, the child star cast as the lead, would be out of a job. Her agent, also her father, was notorious for holding a grudge. If they cancelled her contract, he'd never let her work with Forever Love Productions again. Forever Love Productions had groomed 2 child actors, writing scripts to accommodate their ages each year. Both had graduated and moved on to playing the love interests, total viewer favorites. People would tune in to watch them clip their toenails if they could. Forever Love needed that again, and viewers wanted a new face to adore for the holidays. Raylan was that face with her Shirley Temple dimples and innocent brown eyes. But if her father pulled her forever, they'd be back to auditions, a grueling process at best. Her phone rang, and she jumped in her seat. Her heartbeat took off like Santa's sleigh on Christmas Eve. She barely kept her hold on the phone as she hit the answer button. Hello? She rolled her eyes at herself as she pulled the phone away and checked the caller ID. If this wasn't a Nicholas, she was overreacting. The number didn't register on her phone. Look, I don't need an extended warranty for my vehicle, and I don't want to answer your survey. The line was silent. I'm looking for Natasha Newberry. Natasha chewed the inside of her cheek, weary but ready to block the number if needed. You found her. Hello, ma'am, my name is Jack Nicholas. The silky smooth voice that flowed through the line was like warm maple syrup on a stack of hot pancakes slathered in hazelnut spread. I believe you talked to my mom about filming on our ranch. Well, you talked to my dad first, but he's sick, so. Natasha squeezed her eyes tightly shut, all wound up. Sorry about that. I didn't recognize your number. Her upbringing kicked in, and she quickly added, and I'm sorry to hear about your dad. If there's anything I can do, please let me know. She smacked her hand to her forehead. What was she going to do, send him a casserole from California? Thank you, he sounded surprised. He should be, she was all over the place. If you really wanted to help, you could call off the movie or postpone it until he's better. She began massaging her forehead. Anything but that. Our production schedule is pretty tight for the next year, and moving dates could cause major conflicts with other projects. Not just for filming, but for post-op as well. We're a fine-tuned machine. She clamped her mouth shut before she babbled on. I hadn't thought of all of that. No. He wouldn't. He was a rancher, not a movie maker. I hate to bring this up, but your mom said. She couldn't bring herself to say that the show might not go on and let the rest of the sentence hang in the air. Yeah. So that's what I called to talk about. Nat sucked in air. With my dad under the weather, I'm taking over as the ranch representative. Nat ran that idea around and over in her mind. Nowhere in there did she hear the word, cancel. You mean, you'll let us come? Yes. She bolted out of her seat and jumped up and down with glee. You should know that my top priority is the reindeer. Under no circumstances will they be in dangerous situations, and if I say no, then it means no. Nat balked and grabbed her chair, pulling it under her as she sat down. Of course. We would never want to hurt the animals. She sat tall. We come with specialists who watch out for the animals too. I noticed in the contract that you will provide a reindeer for the movie. Is that right? He chuckled. We have a few camera hounds around here who will enjoy the process, I'm sure. The idea of a camera-happy reindeer made her smile, and she joked. How about one of the flying kind? That would be a whole lot easier than CGI. He sputtered. We don't have reindeer, or flying reindeer. She pulled her phone away and looked at it. Weird. I was joking. I'm sorry if it seemed inappropriate. Of course, reindeer can't fly. She couldn't get off this phone call fast enough. I will save your number and contact you if I have any questions, comments, or concerns. You feel free to do the same. Oh. Okay, if that's all you need, I'll let you go. I'm sure you're busy. She wasn't. The copier was full of paper, the coffee was fresh, and the plastic plants didn't have a speck of dust on them. Talking to him was the most important part of her day. But she wasn't about to tell him that. Thank you very much. They said their goodbyes and hung up the phone. She sagged into her chair, a giant weight lifting off her shoulders and evaporating into the stale office air. She'd get to keep her job. Not only that, she'd handled her first crisis in favor of the production house. She flipped her hair over her shoulder. Yes, sir, she was well on her way to making Ralph look like an amateur. Not only had she saved the day, but she'd also established a working relationship with the client. Clicking on the Reindeer Wrangler Ranch website, she looked through the photos. Yikes! These wranglers were trouble in cowboy hats. They wore jeans that hugged their backsides and flannel shirts rolled up over their muscular forearms in the fall. The winter pictures were even better as they sported groomed bears and leather gloves. Man, she missed the smell of leather in her life. Her whole body reacted to these men, humming to the tune of I'll Be Home for Christmas. Dang! She forgot how weak she went for cowboys. Intrigued, she looked for a caption and found Jack. Well, if he wasn't a hot potato. Golden blonde hair and matching stubble. His deep blue eyes were happy and open. In the picture, he had on jeans and a white t-shirt. He stood next to a black reindeer, power radiating from them. Hot. 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 Yep. He was gorgeous. Trouble. Catnip. She clicked off his pic and turned away from the screen. She wasn't going to North Dakota for a fling. And she certainly wouldn't let another cowboy take her heart and toss it away. Nope. Jack was off limits even if he had wonderfully broad shoulders and a chest she'd like to fall asleep on. Stop it. She scolded herself. He was off limits, and she was too smart to fall for him. Making a name for herself was all that mattered. Once she did, she could go home with her head held high.
Chapter 4. Jack and Drake stood on the wraparound porch watching a parade of vans, trailers, moving trucks, SUVs, and more make their way down the lane and turn into the south field next to the house. Miss Newberry had emailed with a list of requests. One of them was a parking lot where they could set up the live-in trailers. He'd given that one some thought before deciding to clear the field. It had taken him 8 hours to move enough snow off the field so they could pull in and not get stuck until spring. He'd piled up the extra, creating a wind block to help during filming. It would probably be there until July, but that was a small price to pay. A man with a megaphone and a map taped to a clipboard was directing drivers where to park. A small city was forming before their very eyes. How do they expect to power all this? Drake folded his arms as if he was ready to frighten off anyone who tried to plug an extension cord into their Christmas light outlets in the eaves. Miss Newberry said that they have generators. Apparently, it's normal when shooting on site. Jack pushed his cowboy hat up with one finger as he continued to watch the procession. One of the larger trucks opened and workers began unloading props and sets. It's like a whole tinsel town out there. What about feeding them? They don't expect Mom to cook for all these people, do they? Jack shook his head quickly. Miss Newberry said they have 2 food trucks. They're responsible for feeding everyone, including us, if we want to partake. You guys have spent a lot of time talking, eh? Drake looked at him out of the corner of his eye. What else does this Miss Newberry have to say? Jack punched him in the shoulder. Bro. She's probably Mom's age. It's all been very professional. And a complete drain. He ran his hand down his cheek as the stress from the last week hovered like a storm cloud. On top of that, Dad wasn't getting better. The darn pneumonia lingered in his lungs like an unwelcome guest at Christmas dinner. Nobody wanted to discuss what would happen if he took a turn for the worse, but they didn't dare talk about a full recovery either. Mom always had a smile, but when she didn't think anyone was looking, she'd fold over under the weight of it all. It was possible that she didn't want to cancel the movie because she didn't want to disappoint Dad. Which meant that Jack needed to make this happen for the both of them. Talk about holiday stress. At the end of the procession was a small blue car that fishtailed its way down their lane. Drake bumped Jack's arm and pointed it out. You've got to give him props for daring to take that little thing on our snow-covered roads. Jack huffed. Out here, a person could get killed in a car like that. 4-wheel drive was necessary for survival. However, the driver seemed to have practice on snow-covered roads because he didn't end up stranded. Shouldn't you be down there? You know, taking charge or something? Drake asked as he tucked his hands into his coat pockets. Jack leaned against the porch rail. He wasn't going anywhere near the chaos until he had to. Besides, the guy with the clipboard was doing an excellent job. A blonde woman dressed in all black joined him. She had an air about her like she was in charge of the universe, and don't you dare try to tell her differently. The blue car parked along the fence where the reindeer milled about. Their curiosity had them crowding the fence to see what was happening. Of course, the flying reindeer were shut up tight in the main barn, much to their dismay. Being curious was a problem for several of them, leading to trouble. Dunder was the most mature. He could probably be out here, except he practically oozed Christmas magic and was impossible to boss around. If he flew away from all this, he'd do it and not care who saw him. Maybe. Dunder was a tough old guy, and his mood could go either way lately. A woman popped out of the blue car wearing a Carhartt jacket, skinny jeans, and boots he'd seen on sale at the feed store yesterday. She'd tucked her long brown hair under a tan beanie, and her smile was genuine. She took a deep breath in and didn't even cringe at the smell of reindeer droppings. Jack was noseblind to it, but several movie people held their noses as they ran from task to task. He was about to refocus somewhere else when she made for the fence and the reindeer. Sugar separated herself from the rest of the herd with a watch-this glance over her shoulder. Jack swore under his breath and took off at a light jog. Drake laughed behind him. "Don't you have something to do?" Jack yelled back. "Nothing this entertaining." Drake hollered. Jack's long legs covered the yard and had him close enough to see the 4-year-old reindeer with a naughty side approaching the woman at the fence. "You're pretty, but your right antler is crooked," said the woman. She turned at the sound of Jack's approaching footsteps and his breath caught in his chest. Her caramel-colored hair had highlights running through it that he hadn't been able to see from the porch. Her blue eyes were round with wonder and delight and shock as she took him in. Her round face had all these interesting angles he wanted to stare at for hours. His feet stopped so suddenly that the rest of him kept going, and he stumbled like a fool. A fool for her. Her appearance here, at this moment, was a shock to his system, as if he'd been waiting for her his whole life and only just found out she existed on the same planet. "It's you," she said. Her mittened hand went to her hair, and she glanced down at her clothing as if they mortified her. "It's me?" Jack questioned. What did she mean? "Have we met?" Sugar leaned over the fence and snatched the woman's hat right off her head. She let out a yelp and threw her arms up. Jack jumped between them, his hands up to ward off Sugar's next reindeer prank. "Sorry," he said to the mystery lady. "She's jealous of beautiful women." Sugar stomped her hoof. "I am not." If he weren't careful, she would take his hat too. He was rather fond of his black felt hat. For no good reason, he crooned to her. "She's a stunning creature." Sugar lifted her tail, and her chin flicked both like a girl throwing her hair over her shoulder and, prancing away, dropped the beanie in the snow just out of his reach. "Rascal!" Jack called after her. The woman stared at her hat, covered in reindeer slobber and frayed from the chewing Sugar decided to inflict upon it. She groaned. "How am I going to stay warm now?" She wrapped her arms around herself, and he suddenly had a picture of his arms around her. "I have a few ideas," Jack said the line without running it through a filter. If he'd taken even one extra second, he would have reminded himself not to flirt, not to follow the arrows that pointed his heart toward her. The organ was worn out from trying and failing to find love for 2 years. It deserved some time on the bench to regroup. Besides, this must be an actress from California. A fling was not in his future. She looked at him out of the corner of her eye and smirked. "No, thank you." His ears burned, and he felt like an idiot. He'd just met this woman and already embarrassed himself in front of her. However, he couldn't let her freeze. He took his cowboy hat off and dropped it on her head. "I'll be back to get that from you later." He walked backward a couple of steps, taking in the view. By darn it, if that cowboy hat didn't look better on her than it ever had on him. Shoot, this woman was a stunner. He'd just have to avoid her for the rest of the month. It shouldn't be too hard. "Jack," called Drake, waving him over to the porch where the blonde-haired boss woman waited. Great, it was time to meet Natasha. He should have guessed that the loudest woman there was her. She seemed like the kind to take charge and run with it. Well, he had an assignment, and he'd better get to it. Even as he moved in that direction, he glanced over his shoulder to see his reluctant cowgirl stomping after him. He didn't want his hat back, not yet anyway, though he was reluctant to figure out why he wanted her to wear it.
Chapter 5. Natasha hurried after Jack Nicholas. Yes, she'd recognized him. Not that she'd stared at his picture several times over the last week. She was too busy to have time to daydream about what kind of man was behind that infectious grin. The problem was that she'd had to communicate with him several times, and every time he was charming. Every time. Her, "Do you have an open space, the size of a parking lot, where we can park trailers?" Him, "I'll make one for you." He'd make one for her. He'd make one for her. No man had made her toast before, let alone a parking lot. Of course, she knew he cleared a space for the movie production company and not for her specifically, but the wording took her off guard. And his offer to keep her warm. Hot peppers and wowza. Just the words had her melting through the snow. She'd turned him down only to find his hat perched on her head. A hat that smelled like Christmas and sunsets and man. Darn it all, if Jack wasn't hotter in person than he was on her computer screen. Too bad she wasn't into cowboys anymore, because this one would be a keeper. She'd seen Jennifer walk up the steps to the main house. A light gray, two-story country home with a roof stacked with snow and Christmas trees in every window. Seriously, every single one. Their set designer would say that was going overboard, but it looked just right to her. Jennifer drummed her fingers on the porch. How she managed not to turn blue in this cold was a mystery. Perhaps she was an ice queen under her Tom Ford highlighter. Traveling made her grumpy. "It's about time," Jennifer snapped at Natasha. However, the cowboy in front of her jerked as if she'd snapped at him. "My apologies." He held out his hand for her to shake. "I wasn't aware that you were waiting for me." "Jennifer, this is Jack," said the other cowboy standing there. Nat ran through the images burned into her mind and decided this must be Drake. He's the one who will represent the family and watching over the ranch. "If you have any questions, you can ask him." Drake skedaddled into the house as if his britches were on fire. Jennifer looked Jack over, and Natasha took a second to do the same. His shoulders were broad, and his voice deeper in person. And that sparkle in his eye. Something in their communication over the last 2 weeks should have warned her that Jack was a flirt, but he'd been nothing but professional. She hadn't taken into account his good looks, though. A guy like this probably had his pick of women on a Friday night. Jennifer smiled easily at Jack, dropping the irritability in the face of his 2-day scruff and deep blue eyes. She shook his hand eagerly and flashed the Miss LA County smile that landed her husband number 4. "It's very nice to meet you, Jack. I'm Jennifer Odom, the producer of this project. I believe you've been working with Natasha." She pointed at Natasha and did a double take. "What are you wearing?" Natasha's cheeks burned. "The winter clothing I ordered didn't arrive before we had to leave. I had to stop at the local store and buy something to wear." She felt like a hick even if the boots were the most comfortable shoes she'd owned in years, and the coat was warm and cozy. "You're Natasha?" Jack asked. She nodded, grateful the focus was off her wardrobe. "The one and only." The words sounded stupid and flirty, and she wanted to snatch them back and toss them into her trunk. Jack's eyes grew large, and he quickly recovered. Jennifer grinned back and forth between them like a host on a dating show who believed they'd made a match. Was Nat's interest in Jack that obvious? She thought she'd well at keeping it tamped down. "You two will be joined at the hip for the duration of our film schedule. If I need anything from you," Jennifer pointed at Jack, "I will call her." She pointed at Nat, "If you need anything from me, you call her. Do you see how this works?" She waited for Jack to answer. "Don't worry, Jennifer, you will never see my number on your caller ID." He gave her a charming smile. Jennifer's shoulders lowered a fraction in disappointment. Nat had to hand it to him for making his intentions, or lack thereof, clear. Jennifer cocked her head and gave him an open once-over. "You know, you'd make a great lead in one of our romance stories. Have you done any acting?" She practically salivated ratings this guy would bring in. Natasha waited to hear his answer. Most people jumped when Jennifer offered them a movie deal. "Thank you for the offer, ma'am. But I'm afraid I'm married to this land and would like to keep it that way." He rocked on his boots. Nat smiled softly. There was something attractive about a guy who dropped the M-word casually. It was sexy that he was confident enough to tie himself to the land. That wasn't a concept the men she'd dated in California understood. They had no sense of home, no roots. She liked the way roots looked on a man. "I'm not the type to be the other woman," Jennifer said in a sultry voice. "I expect a man's full attention." "Gag me." Jennifer was barking up the wrong tree. These men, Jack and Drake, from what she'd seen, weren't out for conquest. They had substance. She coughed into her glove, a warning kind that told Jennifer to back off. Jennifer snapped her gaze to Natasha. She typed into her phone. "I'm texting you a list of things I need by the end of the day tomorrow." "Okay," Nat smiled as if she hadn't just embarrassed Jennifer. "And we're down an elf. You'll have to fill in." With that, she marched down the steps and toward poor Miguel, who was trying to back a food truck into a corner spot. Natasha stared after her. "How come I feel like she towers over me when she's at the bottom of the stairs?" she asked absently, realizing that Jack was still standing there looking at her. She immediately composed herself and stuck out her hand. "We haven't officially met. My name is Natasha Newberry. And you must be Jack Nicholas." She chuckled nervously, hoping the 17 times she'd looked up, his picture specifically didn't show on her face. "Sounds like a Christmas name if there ever was one." Jack's face stretched into a glorious smile that could melt an ice sculpture. This man was a specimen if ever she'd seen one. Even in his large coat, she could make out his muscular frame. "I don't believe I'd ever had a bigger compliment." He took her hand in his, and an awareness of him sprang to life in every cell of her body. The experience was so startling she dropped his hand as if it were a hot pan of Christmas cookies just out of the oven. "I guess you guys really like Christmas around here. You know, with the reindeer and all." His forehead wrinkled. "What do you mean?" "Oh, you know. Santa and reindeer and Christmas." She swirled her hands around. "I just thought they always go together, and since you do reindeer." The more she talked, the more confused he looked, so she decided to stop talking. Besides, when you had to explain a joke, it wasn't funny anymore. She dropped her gaze to her new boots. "I was just messing with you. We're all about Christmas." Jack's deep laughter rumbled from somewhere inside his chest like an avalanche coming her way. So this Jack had a little nip to him. One she hadn't seen in any of their phone conversations. She could handle that. It was time to get down to business and stop letting his sincere blue eyes distract her. "According to my newly acquired task list, I need to meet your veterinarian and make sure that he or she connects with the animal rights representative from the production house. That shouldn't be a problem. She lives just down the street." He pointed to one of the darling country houses along the driveway that caught her attention. This one was white, and the one next to it was a robin's egg blue. They both had large porches, like the one under her feet, with porch swings and holiday decorations. "Anything else?" he asked, bringing her out of her daydream of owning just such a house, the fireplace burning all winter long. She looked at the other items and then scanned the area. Not far off was an indoor barn, and a few steps from that was an indoor arena. The barn would be perfect for the shoot. Only to scout that building as a possible location for our barn shot. Jack's friendly demeanor changed to completely serious in a twitch of the nose. "That barn is off limits. Today. Tomorrow. And forever. No one is allowed in there, ever." "So we can't go in there?" she asked sarcastically. "Because I get the feeling you don't want people inside that barn. But I'm just checking." He shook his head and seemed to grow 3 sizes as he stuck out his chest and rolled his shoulders back. Dang! He was hot when he was fired up. his blue eyes frosted with seriousness. No. She held up a hand in surrender. I was joking. Sheesh. He deflated, a little. Are there any other barns in the area? He looked up as he pondered her question. The intelligence that came through as he was thinking was downright bewitching. As much as she enjoyed a man with a magnificent physique, she had always been more attracted to guys with brains. Okay, to be honest, it was probably a 55-45 mix of brain and beauty, so what if she wanted it all? Jack seemed to have 100% of the intelligence and 100% of the good looks, which meant he was 1,000 times more dangerous than any other man. There are at least 3 that might work, he replied. I can take you tomorrow to look at them. Before noon, she pressed. She didn't want Jennifer asking her for that location in their afternoon meeting, and she did not have it. This was her first day on the job, and she intended to make it count. He nodded. Let's take the side-by-side down to meet Faith. He trotted down the steps and climbed in the machine. Come on. Nat smiled to herself. She hadn't been able to ride in one since leaving home, and she missed the fun. She climbed in and did up her seatbelt while Jack started the engine. He took it slow, the heavy tread on the tires easily finding grip in the snow that had caused her car to fishtail up the lane. She was already dreading the ride back into town as her knuckles were still white. Even though she wanted to tell him to go faster, to rev it up, she held her comments to herself. She was supposed to be a professional, not a teenager on a joyride. They pulled into the house. Jack probably parked on the front lawn, but with this much snow, it didn't matter. So you're pretty close to your vet. Something in the way he had said Faith's name made her think he was familiar with her. Which made her also wonder if there was a relationship there. Not that she cared who he dated for any reason other than the fact that she told love stories for a living. According to Jennifer, she destroyed love and then rebuilt it but potato/potato. You could say we're close. His eyes sparkled as he bounded up the steps and knocked on the door. He didn't walk in, which meant he wasn't too familiar with his place. The door sprang open, and a beautiful brunette stood in the doorway wearing cargo pants and a black turtleneck. On her hip was an adorable baby boy. The baby blinked against the cold air. When he saw Jack, he threw himself at him, squealing for joy. Jack took him and danced in a circle, bouncing softly. Hello, little Wrangler. He blew a raspberry on the baby's cheek, and Nat's heart melted at the giggles that erupted. A great big dash of disappointment followed closely at the end of that feeling. The baby was obviously in love with Jack, which meant his mother probably was too. There was no need to feel jealous even though tendrils of green shot out of her in all directions. She decided to introduce herself to the woman while Jack played with the baby. Was there anything more attractive than a guy who knew how to make a baby happy? We're looking for the veterinarian. That's me. Faith talked over the baby's squeals and laughter. Been working with the reindeer for 2.5 years now. I'd be happy to talk to your animal rights representative. Let me get my coat. As she turned to grab her winter gear, a strikingly handsome man appeared behind her in the hallway. Natasha stared at him for a full 3 seconds and then turned and stared at Jack. Twins, she exclaimed like an idiot. Faith chuckled. Double the trouble, that's for sure. She pecked a kiss on the new guy's cheek. Caleb, can you take Ryder for a bit? Love to. He stepped onto the porch. The minute Ryder spied him, he put up his hands and babbled, da-da-da-da. Jack let him go, and Ryder placed a slobbering kiss on his dad's scruffy cheek. Nat put her hand over her chest, surprised at the lightness that rushed through her body as she realized Jack was the uncle and not the father. It shouldn't matter at all. And yet she was having a physical reaction. Would the butterflies please stop fluttering? She demanded, aiming her thoughts at her stomach where the foolish little things danced. So you could tell the difference between them? Faith asked her. Of course, she could tell the difference, Jack quipped. I'm the better-looking one. I let him think that. Caleb winked. I'm starting to understand the double trouble issue, Nat teased as she eased into the sense of family and home that seemed to circle the porch. Faith finished buttoning up her coat. I'm off to Hollywood. We're dubbing it Tinseltown, Jack said, elbowing Nat. She smiled. I like it. And she did. She also warmed slightly at the intensity of his gaze. Had a man looked at her that intently before? She didn't think so. Faith grinned up at Caleb. He paused in his bouncing to kiss her on the lips. The moment was tender, and Nat filed it away to include in one of her movies. Take your time, I'll get a little elf down for his nap. Caleb tickled the baby and spun in a circle, making him laugh harder. He had the kind of laugh that was contagious. Natasha would love to get it on a laugh track, she'd make billions with that sound. The three of them headed back to the side-by-side. Natasha deferred to Faith, letting her take the front seat. It seemed safer that way, like she would have been staking a claim on sitting next to Jack if she'd sat up front. They rode slowly into the trailer park, though they'd need a better name for it than that. The far section was where the living trailers lined up. She'd find her assigned trailer later tonight. She might be in with the makeup artist, which would be totally awesome. She wasn't the only one hard at work. The art department was hard at work building the Christmas tree lot. Two men carried a stack of 2x4s on their shoulders, unloading the moving truck that held the lumber. The foreman had a temporary desk nailed together, and the blueprints rolled out in front of him. A sense of excitement filled her. She was finally on set in a movie where she would get credit for being the production house representative and a featured extra. Elf number 1, 2, or 3, depending. This was it, she was on her way. Take that ex-boyfriend and everyone that told her she'd never do better than him. Okay, so that was his younger sister who mistakenly thought Nat was the one who broke off the 3-year relationship, but still, she could hold her head a little higher today. She drew in a deep breath of crisp country air, and a wave of homesickness washed over her. Perhaps she shouldn't have let old what's-his-name chase her out of town. Perhaps she should have handled the gossip, gasps, and stares better. But she'd been younger then and broken-hearted. They went over a bump, and she had to grab the side as they rocked. Thankfully, the movement shook her thoughts away from home and back to Sleigh Bell County. Next year, she was going home for Christmas, and she'd do so with a movie credit to her name. A gust of wind came up and tugged at Jack's hat, still perched on her head. She needed to give it back to him, but the small-town girl inside of her didn't want to. Maybe she hadn't left home behind after all. Perhaps she'd been carrying it with her.
Chapter 6. After the one day of Tinseltown, Jack was ready to kick them all off the ranch and have his peaceful life back. The meeting with the animal rights specialist went fine. Gavin was a good man who had 1,000 questions for Faith. They spoke the same vet language and were soon off in the side-by-side for a ride out to the herd. Natasha disappeared right after they drove off, saying she needed to unpack. And then Miguel somehow found out he was the rancher, and he spent the next 3 hours on a tractor moving trailers, pushing snow, and doing just about anything else the guy needed done to get them set up. He'd taken a plate of street tacos from the food truck and continued until he could hardly keep his eyes open. He fell into bed, images of Nat in his cowboy hat teasing his dreams. He had to get her out of his head. To do that, he needed to spend some time with the reindeer. He snuck out of the house before dawn, his breath puffing out behind him like the steam from a locomotive. Tinseltown was asleep, the windows dark, and no movement. He traced the moonlight on the tops of the trailers with his eyes, wondering which one was Natasha's and if she was warm. Though the place was dark, the giant generators they'd brought in to run the site rumbled, disrupting the quiet before dawn. He opened the barn door and slipped inside. The sound of snoring came from Snowflake's stall. She'd be mortified if she knew she sounded like a cricket with a sinus infection when she slept. To his right was the tack room and a fireplace. A few logs burned low, the remnants of last night's fire. The reindeer didn't need it to keep warm, but Pax preferred to heat the place when he worked out here. Walking as quietly as possible to avoid disturbing the residents, he took a moment to check on each reindeer. Rudy, as usual, liked to sleep on his back in midair. His nose glowed red, casting an eerie shadow across the far wall and ceiling. He had been born with an eye condition that had blinded him. Faith was able to surgically restore his sight. Now they were just working on his flying. He was one of the top contenders to join Santa's crew at the North Pole. Unfortunately, he would never be one of their studs. They couldn't risk his condition passing on in the herd. Snowflake was next. She was curled up on a pile of straw in the corner. A year off the ranch brought wisdom. She and Billy had a special bond, and no one doubted Snowflake would help turn him into one heck of a wrangler one day. There were several empty stalls, and he turned away from them, trying not to think about the days when they'd barely had enough room for flyers in here. Crossing the breezeway brought him to Flash. He was a tiny black reindeer, faster than any reindeer in Santa's stalls. The trouble with him? He couldn't control himself at that speed and didn't know how to slow down. For now, he was happy to race around their indoor track. One day, he'd have to decide if he was serious about joining the Elite Eight. Next to him was Sparkle. She lounged on a pallet like a queen. Her large Elizabeth Taylor eyes, with their long, thick lashes, were closed, and she breathed easily. They knew something was going on outside, which was part of the reason Pax had stayed in here until everyone bedded down for the night. It was the only way to keep them safe. Finally, he stopped at Dunder's stall. The oldest reindeer on the ranch, Dunder, was also one of the most stunning and opinionated creatures to fly over the earth. Jack leaned over the stall door, close to give the reindeer privacy, even though he could hop over the top of it at any moment. Dunder was only a few inches from his face, and Jack jerked back, chuckling as his heart rate spiked and then settled. "You startled me," he whispered. Dunder huffed, "You're the one sneaking around my barn." "Your barn?" Jack asked as he unlatched the door and let himself in. Dunder backed up, making room. Unlike the other males in the herd, Dunder never shed his antlers. They were stately and a source of pride for him. Dunder cocked his head. "What in the world is going on out there?" He turned in a circle before settling down and folding one leg over the other. "Go on, I'm listening." Jack began telling him all about the movie, about Natasha, and how much he was worried that this was a mistake, but he wanted to do it for his dad. Dunder listened. "I wish he was up and going." He sat next to the reindeer and ran his hand over his fur. "It won't be Christmas without him." "I know." Content that he'd said all that was on his mind, he listened as Dunder's breathing grew more profound, even. Jack's breathing matched his, and soon he slumped against the wall, sleep taking his mind deeper into counting sugar plums. In what seemed like 1 second later, the barn door banged open. Dunder was on his feet, snorting at the door before Jack was fully aware of where he was. He looked at the patriarch reindeer with his ears pinned back and his muscles tight, and jumped to his feet. "What's in here?" asked Jennifer. Jack fumbled once with the lock. "Keep it together," Dunder growled. "We're counting on you." "Stay out of sight," he fired back as the latch loosed. With his arms stretched ahead of him like a safety patrol officer, Jack blocked Jennifer and Miguel from stepping inside. "No one is allowed in here." Miguel snorted like a bull getting ready to charge. Jennifer bristled at his tone, but he didn't care. Some things were more important than keeping a producer happy. "You two will leave immediately." Jack lifted to his full 6'2" height. Jennifer lifted her chin. "We have done nothing wrong." "You're trespassing." He scrambled to come up with a reason they would need to stay out. "These animals are dangerous." Miguel took several steps from the open door, where the warm air rushed to escape. "Dangerous?" Dunder chortled. "Misfit toy." Jack ignored him and took another step toward Jennifer. "If you don't leave now, I will have to forcibly remove you from the premises." He wondered why he sounded like a cop from a TV sitcom all of a sudden. Jennifer lifted an eyebrow. "I think I might enjoy that." She spun slowly, her eyes taking in as much of the barn as possible. Jack prayed the reindeer were behaving, but he didn't want to look over his shoulder to check. One moment of distraction and she might slip by him. With a flirtatious sway of her hips, she sauntered out of the barn, leaving the door open behind her. Dunder made a grunting noise. "Good riddance. You should have let me push them out." He shook his antlers menacingly. "Right. Because we need rumors of a rabid reindeer in the barn." He walked over and scratched the reindeer behind his ear. A rabid reindeer rumor wasn't such a bad idea. These are Hollywood people. They think they can do anything. "Don't worry, we'll protect you guys." Dunder chortled. "You? I can handle them." "I know you can take care of yourself." Jack laughed, shoving the reindeer's antlers much like he would shove his brother for giving him a hard time. With a quick look behind him to make sure that the barn was clear and then a look above him to ensure there were no reindeer in the rafters, he shut the door firmly as he left. Picking up his phone, he dialed Pax. "Are you going into town today?" "Yeah." "So?" Pax replied, clearing the sleep out of his throat. "Will you pick up some stay out, dangerous animals and whatever other kinds of disturbing signage you can to plaster on the barn and indoor arena? These people don't understand boundaries." "I'm on it." He hung up the phone. Across the field, the lights were on and smoke puffed out from the food truck's wood-fired grill. He couldn't imagine what they had in store for breakfast. His eyes raked over the residential trailers, wondering if Natasha was up and if she was thinking about him. Because, even with all the worries on his shoulders, she was on his mind.
Chapter 7. Nat wandered through the Christmas trees, breathing in the deep scent of pine. The trees themselves were made of PVC plastic and wires, and the pine scent was piped in. The smell won't appear on camera, but the extras hired for filming tonight keep taking deep breaths and grinning as if they're buying a tree to adorn their living room, and that does come across on camera. Magic. Beyond the tape that marked what was visible to the camera and what was considered offset, the art department stood at the ready with their drills. They hadn't filmed one scene here yet, and already they were chomping at the bit to get the next set ready. Filming a television movie in 3.5 weeks was a tight schedule. Every moment counted, mainly because they had limited daylight here. Good thing half the movie happened at night. Natasha glanced down at her red and white striped tights and short green velvet skirt, wondering if her life choices had been good ones. She was freezing and wanted nothing more than to stand beside the barrel with an applewood fire glowing bright or under one of the portable heaters hovering above every camera. Rick, who operated camera 1, had stripped off his coat and wore only his hoodie. Behind the crew, the Nicholas family home rose into the sky. In the daylight, the green swags and poinsettias were festive. However, at night, the place was downright charming. Fairy lights lined the roof and windows. The trees inside the house lit up, their joy brimming over the threshold. And somehow, the scent of cinnamon hovered in the air. No one was allowed to so much as knock on the door as the family was doing their best to allow Abner to rest. She rubbed her hands together in an effort to create warmth. There would be no relief from the cold for her. As Santa's head elf, that would be elf number 1 in the credits, thank you very much, she was supposed to be in the background of these shots. Which meant wandering around and pretending to check on Christmas trees like it was her sacred duty or something. Like Christmas trees needed to be checked on. Like Christmas elves cared about trees in a tree lot. But she was an Easter egg that hinted there was more to this tree lot than meets the eye. They wouldn't reveal the truth until the last scene when Santa himself made an appearance, saving Christmas and bringing together a young family. Magic. One of the locals they'd hired as an extra approached. She had short bleached blonde hair that looked lovely underneath a maroon stocking cap with an enormous ball on top. Her dark jeans and heavy winter coat looked much warmer than Natasha's elf costume. "Isn't this just so exciting?" she whispered, her giant smile never moving. "I'm Chloe, by the way." "Natasha. It's nice to meet you." Nat inwardly cringed at the strain that frozen smile would cause. "We're allowed to talk quietly. The microphones can't pick up what we're saying." Her smile didn't go away. "But they can see everything." Oh great. She was one of those extras. Every once in a while, they picked up someone who thought this was their big break into acting. As if some movie producer was scanning the background of every made-for-TV Christmas special to find his next female lead. That just wasn't how it worked. But that didn't stop these ambitious newbies from doing all they could to grab the spotlight. Jack appeared at the edge of the tape, carrying a plastic snowman under one arm. He was everywhere today. On the tractor, handing out plates from the taco truck, carrying PVC trees onto the lot. She couldn't cross Tinseltown without bumping into him. Also, the cast and crew picked up on his nickname for their temporary home. They even had a hashtag #TinseltownLiving. Marissa Jones, the lead, had posted pics all day long. There wasn't much for her to do but study her lines, and she'd taken it upon herself to share everything about their adventures in North Dakota. Free publicity for the film a year before they released it. Jennifer loved it. There were some constraints because an air of mystery was expected for upcoming films, but Marissa had a handle on things. She was an intelligent lady and a good person. Jack lifted his hand as if he were going to touch the brim of his hat, only to realize he wasn't wearing it tonight. Chuckling at himself, he tapped his black beanie instead and continued. Natasha blushed. His hat was in her trailer. She'd sniffed it several times, loving the pine and sunrise scent. She needed to get that back to him. Just as she was about to lift a hand in greeting, Chloe grabbed her arm and hissed. "Can you believe him?" she demanded, releasing her just as fast as she'd grabbed on. Natasha pretended to adjust the branches of a tree. Did he do something wrong? The extras were supposed to interact with each other, pause, and chat in passing like old friends. Perhaps Jack had said something that offended Chloe. "We broke up not 2 weeks ago, and he's flirting with me again." She threw the end of her scarf over her shoulder. 2 weeks ago. Natasha's head whipped around to look for Jack, but he had disappeared into the maze of trees. Her throat went dry as the Nevada desert, and she croaked, "You dated?" She glanced up and down at Chloe, adorable in her fitted snow pants and matching coat with cream-colored gloves, hat, and scarf. Why wouldn't Jack or any man, for that matter, want to date her? Chloe nodded solemnly, even though that crazy smile was still in place. We just weren't a good fit. And you know how it is in these small towns, you date pretty much everyone. Jack, though, he's especially on the prowl lately. Ever since Caleb got married, but you can see how much he misses me. She rolled her large eyes. He's being so obvious. Natasha wasn't sure that's what she'd seen, but then again, she didn't know Jack all that well. One day spent wearing a man's hat did not make her an expert in his life. Why did Chloe's pronouncement make her feel all jittery inside? "Cut," yelled Will, the assistant director. "That was wonderful, people. Let's set for the next scene." Chloe squealed and grabbed Natasha's arm again. "Oh my gosh. I'm so excited to be in this movie." She hurried off with the other extras to find their new marks for the next scene. Nat hung back, her mind full of new information. So Jack dated a lot. Well, she wasn't surprised. He was charming and more than handsome. Who was she kidding? He was a 12 on a 10-point scale of hotness. Was he on the prowl? What did that mean, exactly? Was he trying to show Caleb what he was missing out on as a single man, or was it something else? She wasn't sure she could take a risk on him. The ex-boyfriend had dumped her not for another woman, but because he wanted to be free to date all the women. "You're holding me back," he'd said. "I want to explore all my options before settling down," he'd explained while he crushed her soul. Jack was suddenly standing next to her, as if her thoughts had drawn him in. He smiled as he leaned closer, bringing his mouth near her ear. "Ready to take me up on that offer to keep you warm?" he asked. She rubbed her arms. "You wish," she fired back in an effort to keep him away from her heart. He got close all too easily, and she wasn't sure she could trust him. More importantly, she wasn't sure she should trust herself because he was all the things she'd grown up wanting in a man: rugged, robust, so stinking handsome, and a rancher. He laughed easily. "'Tis the season for wishes." With an easy wink, he sauntered away. She enjoyed the view way too much. "Places," called Will. Nat went to the opposite side of the tree lot and positioned herself. If only life were scripted, and she knew the right moment to open her heart to someone new.
Chapter 8. Jack ducked behind a camera guy as Chloe walked by. He'd avoided her as much as possible today except for that one time when all he'd seen was Natasha and had inadvertently waved at the two of them. Natasha was adorable in her elf costume. The striped tights and the green velvet skirt that showed off her legs. He needed to stop thinking about her legs. But they were perfect. The matching green elf hat was so cute. He couldn't help himself, he'd had to talk to her. And then he'd made that stupid comment about keeping her warm. Ugh! Why did he have to flirt with her? She was a big city woman with a career in movies. And he was a reindeer wrangler. He pulled off his beanie and ran his hand through his hair. He was just a country boy who loved the land and the animals. Roots so deep he couldn't imagine running off to another part of the state, let alone California. And yet he couldn't get Natasha out of his mind. He hurried to the barn to retrieve the sleigh and a reindeer. He'd picked McJingles to pull him and Natasha as they scouted barns. The females were sensitive and much too interested in his love life. McJingles was more of a bro. He brushed down McJingles' dark brown coat before putting on the harness. Chloe's opinion of him shouldn't matter, but he couldn't help but wonder if she'd said what every woman he'd ever dated had felt. "What do you think?" he asked the reindeer. "Am I boring? Is ranch life too much to ask a woman to share with me? Should I be willing to leave for her? Whomever her turned out to be." McJingles snorted. "Leave? This is paradise." Jack rubbed McJingles' neck. "Yeah, for you guys. We're the ones doing all the work." He tipped his head and then stomped a foot. "Who's pulling the sleigh?" "You got me there." Jack chuckled as he took hold of the harness and walked the reindeer and sleigh out of the barn and into the cold. "Do you think she'll enjoy a sleigh ride?" His feet crunched the snow, and the sleigh whooshed along behind them. McJingles huffed. Who wouldn't? The image of him and Natasha curled up in a sleigh under the full moon came to mind. He shook it off quickly. Chloe didn't. "Maybe my life is too ordinary. Women like excitement. Like flying reindeer aren't exciting. It's not like I can tell her about that. Not on the first date, anyway." McJingles stopped. "Oh, so this is a date?" Jack tugged on the lead to get him walking again. They were almost to the house, and he'd texted Natasha, telling her to meet him at the front stairs. "No. It's not a date." "Who are you talking to?" asked a sweet little voice. Jack spun to see a small girl with her blonde hair in perfect ringlets standing in the middle of the road. She wore a red coat that hung to her knees and a pair of matching plaid pants. A pair of gloves and a beret matched the white turtleneck peeking out the top of the coat. She was the best-dressed child he'd ever seen. She blinked. Were those fake eyelashes? McJingles nudged him, and he hurried to cover his silence. "I'm talking to the reindeer." He smiled, and she smiled back. "This is McJingles." One of his favorite things was introducing a child to a reindeer. The animals were wonderful, careful, and fun, with the kids doing silly things to get them to laugh. And the children fell in love so quickly it was endearing. "What's your name?" "Camila." She folded her arms. "Reindeer can't talk," she said with all the authority of a schoolmarm. Jack laughed easily. "Don't tell them that." He winked at her. McJingles pawed at the snow and lowered his head in greeting. Camilla placed a hand on her hip. "I already know there isn't a Santa Claus, so you don't have to pretend." Jack balked. Where had this perfectly dressed being come from? "Where are your parents?" He wanted to get a look at the people who had ruined their daughter's childhood. Not to mention, she was standing in the middle of the road without supervision. "My mom is back in LA, and my dad is at a conference in Seattle. He'll be here just before Christmas." Oh. She had to be part of the movie. An actress. That explained the clothes. Was it impossible for a child actress to have some wonder in her life? Camilla, a 20-something woman, ran over and placed a hand on the girl's shoulder. "You shouldn't wander off like that." "I didn't wander off." "You didn't follow me." Camilla daintily sniffed. A nanny should know the difference. The woman pressed her lips together as if trying to hold back a scolding. She glanced quickly at Jack. Jack turned his back to them, pretending to check the harness, so they didn't see the laughter that threatened to bubble up. Camilla had a point. The child was far too grown up for her Mary Janes, and if he had his way, he'd take her sledding, finger painting, ice skating, and all the other activities that filled a kid with wonder and joy. Something inside him deflated at the thought of this little girl growing up so fast. The magic of Christmas was real, and his parents had done all they could to ensure that Jack and his brothers not only grew up knowing about Christmas magic but also sharing it with others. McJingles nudged him with his shoulder. "Do something. She's drowning in maturity. It's not my job to make her believe," he told the nosy reindeer. McJingles huffed loudly to show his disapproval of Jack's decision to stay out of Camilla's life. Jack scowled. "What?" McJingles shook, making the bells on his harness sing. Camilla laughed. Jack flipped around at the sound. She covered her mouth quickly. "Sorry." He looked so funny shaking like that. "You mean like this?" McJingles did it again. Camilla and her nanny giggled. Jack felt the reindeer's pointed look. Okay, maybe Camilla wasn't a lost cause. He patted McJingles' shoulder. "You win." "I'll try." "Wow." Natasha approached. She'd changed out of her elf costume and into the ranch coat and beanie she'd worn yesterday. His cowboy hat dangled from one hand. What a setup! Her eyes danced over the sleigh and reindeer. McJingles preened. "Did you put this together for Camilla?" she asked in wonder as she approached McJingles with her hand held out. She allowed him to sniff her glove before rubbing his neck. Jack's mouth fell open at how comfortable she was with the reindeer. "I saw this man talking to himself and wondered if he was mentally ill," Camilla said matter-of-factly. Natasha bent at the waist to look Camilla in the eye. "I didn't see him talking to himself, and I've wondered the same thing," she deadpanned. The nanny snickered, her eyes raking over Jack. He wished he was wearing his hat so he could pull it over his face. Women had checked him out before, but the way her eyes flicked at his clothing made him feel naked in the snow. Jack rolled his eyes. "If you two are done making fun of me, we have barns to scout." The laughter in Natasha's eyes faded as she stared at the sleigh. "You did this for me?" He lifted a shoulder. "This way, we can cut across the fields and save time." "If you don't want to go, I will." The nanny smiled easily. A sleigh ride with a cowboy would be a nice change of pace. Natasha regarded her through slit eyes. "I'm going." "I was just surprised." Nanny shrugged and took Camilla's hand. "Come on. You're on set in 5 minutes. Bye." Camilla waved at Jack and smiled at Natasha. Natasha waved back at her. They made their way to Tinseltown. They filmed the little girl and single mom scenes in a trailer turned into a living room set. Natasha glanced skeptically at the sleigh. "Not that time isn't of the essence, but this looks cold." Jack gulped. How in the world could she be cold when he was burning up at the sight of her? The idea of having this woman all to himself for the next 2 hours was a giant Yule log burning bright inside his chest. He patted the velvet seat. "Try it out. You might be surprised." She climbed up and sat down. He waited, and 10 seconds later, she melted into the seat. "Heated?" She ran her mitten over the velvet. He reached down and pulled out the tin-lined drawer where several hot bricks lay. "It's an old trick, but it works." She smiled, and their gazes held. She had the most beautiful brown eyes he'd ever seen. "Oh." She blinked like she couldn't believe she'd forgotten. "Your hat." "Here." He swiped the stocking hat off his head and replaced it with the felt cowboy hat, already feeling more confident and more like himself. "Thanks. Instead of a Hollywood extra, I look like a wrangler in this thing." Yes, because the Justin boots, Wrangler jeans, and Carhartt work coat don't scream country boy. She swirled her finger at him while smiling. McJingles looked over his shoulder. She has a point. Jack ignored him. Yeah, but the hat. A man's hat means something. Yeah, no? She smiled softly. I do. Really? She drifted into a memory somewhere, and it seemed to be a good one. Tearing her eyes off him, she faced forward. How do we get this thing going? She asked, changing the subject. She held the side of the sleigh and looked at McJingles' backside dubiously. That's easy enough. Jack lifted the reins and called on McJingles. The reindeer dug in with his mighty hooves and soon slid along at a good clip. Fence posts flew past them. Jack let McJingles run. He was anxious to exercise and show off for the lovely lady. There was more to Natasha than she was willing to share with him. He shouldn't want to know more, but he couldn't help himself. Something about her drew him in a way that no other woman had ever done. She was unique with her own bit of magic. The reindeer in the pasture lifted their heads at the sound of McJingles running by. They moved as one, sprinting to catch them at the fence. The race was on. Natasha's eyes lit up. Look! She pointed. Her cheeks and nose were bright red from the wind, and her hair flew behind her. She was the most beautiful woman he'd ever seen. I'm looking, he said quietly. Was he ever looking? Apples, a bull who liked to play, came up next to them and lowered his chin in challenge. McJingles squinted. Jack held up a hand. Not today, boys, he called. Apples, I have precious cargo in this sleigh. Apples glanced at Natasha and then pulled up, slowing to a quick jog. McJingles kept pace, his breath coming harder. He maintained speed until they were past the herd as a matter of pride, and then he slowed down on his own. PFT, reindeer. Natasha tipped her head back and laughed. If you told me 3 days ago that I'd be riding in a reindeer-drawn sleigh, I would have called you a liar. Really? Jack asked in surprise. I kind of took you for a sleigh-riding gal. The way she approached McJingles said a lot about her background. She was about to answer, but then closed her lips quickly. Folding her hands in her lap, she seemed to pull away from him. Hey, I didn't mean to insult you. He nudged her with his elbow. Believe it or not, where I come from, that's a compliment. I'm sure. She smiled down at her hands. I've worked hard to create a different image for myself. I didn't realize She cut off and took a deep breath, turning so she was watching the trees on the right. I like what I've seen. You don't have to hide around me, he ventured. His heart held still like it was waiting to see if it had to run away from Natasha and the feelings growing inside, or if it could trust her with more. A stray piece of her hair whipped across her face, and she quickly pushed it behind her. Thanks, Jack. I like what I've seen of you too. His chest expanded. Yeah? She glanced down and then back up through her thick lashes. You seem like a great guy, and I appreciate your practicality when it comes to travel. She patted the side of the sleigh. He chuckled. There's hot cocoa in that compartment next to you, in a thermos. Normally, I'd refuse, like I need the calories. But my lips are cold. She pulled the compartment open. Cocoa is the second best way to warm up your lips, he said. What's the first? She asked distractedly, as she worked to twist open the thermos. Hold them against mine, he teased. Her head whipped up, and their eyes met. He'd been teasing, but the vulnerability in her gaze caught him off guard. When was the last time you were kissed properly? She snorted and broke eye contact. Properly? Never. Her entire face went red. I mean, she stumbled. Jack transferred the leather reins to his left hand and put his right arm across the back of the sleigh. Well, we can't have that. We can't, she asked in a panic. Her eyes went big and her voice cracked. Jack softly touched her cheek with his leather glove, just a quick caress. But since I'm driving, maybe you'd better stick to the cocoa for now. She swallowed thickly. For now? Had he heard a hint of hope? Because the idea of being kissed properly, she lifted an eyebrow in challenge, has appeal. His mouth went dry. She lifted the mug and took a sip, never breaking eye contact. The sleigh went over a bump, and Jack scrambled to hold the reins. Natasha squealed as the cocoa sloshed onto her glove and pant leg. Laughing, she brushed at the liquid. Maybe one of us should watch where we're going. He glared at McJingles. Yeah, like the reindeer. McJingles lifted his nose in the air and chortled. Natasha's mouth fell open, and then she snuggled deeper into her coat. If I didn't know better, I'd think your reindeer did that on purpose. They like to play games, he quipped. When they returned to the corral, he'd give the reindeer a lesson on being a wingman because a bro wouldn't have messed with Jack's opportunity to slide closer to Natasha. Reindeer games. That's funny. Natasha smirked. Jack took a deep breath. What's it like working for a movie company? He asked. Natasha tipped her head, considering her answer. They spent the rest of the sleigh ride chatting about the differences between Hollywood and Sleigh Bell County. Natasha talked about how excited she was to have this opportunity and what a break it was for her career. She steered clear of talking about anything before she moved to California, and Jack didn't press. He enjoyed watching her as she scouted locations, ticking off elements at each one and debating if the space was large enough to get all their equipment inside. She was kind and open with the ranchers, easy to talk to, and not at all presumptuous. Not once did she tell them what a great opportunity it would be for them to have their barn in a movie, but she always thanked them profusely for their time, as if they were the most important person in the world. She had a way with people that was honest and real, and the more time Jack spent with her, the more he liked her. He'd have to watch himself because she was just the kind of woman he'd been searching for. If he weren't careful, he'd fall in love. Which would be a disaster on so many levels.
Chapter 9. Natasha could add another item to her never thought this would happen to me in a million years list: reindeer auditions. Seriously, this was so cool. No pun intended, considering her breath froze around her head like her own personal fog machine. Jack, or one of his brothers, would bring an animal out, walking them along the small stage they'd set up so the team could look them over and decide which one they wanted to play opposite their star. The animals were characters. She had no idea there was so much personality in a reindeer. One thing that had become clear was that they would need to cast a female reindeer for the role. Apparently, this was new reindeer trivia for her: the males shed their antlers before Christmas. All the guys came through bald as an eagle. Not that she'd mention it to them. Another thing she'd learned over the last 30 minutes was that reindeer were prideful creatures, as proud as the day was long. And they didn't take kindly to any type of critique. You couldn't tell them that their hips were too large, their winter coat too thick, their eyes too small, or their nose the wrong color. Glory, so named because she had a white halo around her antlers, pranced across the stage and flicked her tail. She was pretty, but not quite what they were looking for. Jennifer had not realized how easily offended the reindeer could be until McJingles nipped at her coat. Oh, he hadn't done any harm, but he'd scared the otherwise intimidating producer into cowering behind Miguel. From then on, they kept their mouths shut as to why they rejected a reindeer and simply shook their heads at one another. So funny how they'd been reduced to miming by a herd of reindeer. Even with her heart warmed by the reindeer's antics, it was freezing out here. The wind had picked up this afternoon, and her bones ached with it. Thankfully she and Jack had returned with the sleigh before the frigidness set in. Otherwise, they'd be hunkered down in a snow cave for warmth. Not an entirely horrible image. Who was she kidding? She'd love to snuggle up to this wrangler and let him warm her lips with a proper kiss. What she wanted and what she should do were two completely different things. She should stay focused on this production, on being the best studio representative Forever Love had ever seen so she could earn a full-time job and salary. They were several days into filming now, and so far, she'd killed it, not even a hiccup in their schedule. Jack was a big part of that. His willingness to jump on the tractor and move a trailer or a snowbank was super helpful. Miguel made several comments about Forever Love investing in a John Deere. Hey, if this studio representative job didn't work out, she could always take a position as the tractor specialist. Her dad would get a kick out of that. There was this other part of her, probably the small-town girl Jennifer looked down on, who felt at home on the Reindeer Wrangler Ranch in a way she'd never felt in Hollywood. This place was familiar to her, the barbed wire fences, the animals, the smells, and the smoke constantly whispering up from the chimneys. All of it gave her the sense that she'd stepped into the life she was born to live. And marrying into it was just as good as being born into it. Better in her mind because she got to pick the cowboy. What was she thinking? Her brain must have iced over because she just met Jack. Just met him. Marriage was light years away from a cozy sleigh ride. Sheesh. If she didn't stop that crazy train of thought, she'd picture their twin boys and the little girl to follow. Holy reindeer droppings, she was nuts. Next, yelled Miguel, right next to her. She jumped as if he'd read her thoughts. He glanced at her out of the corner of his eye. Yeah, she was a partridge in a pear tree cuckoo bird. Besides, Jack may flirt and everything, but that didn't mean he was honestly interested in her or willing to go the distance. That distance was all the way to rocking chairs on the front porch. The big barn worked as a wind block for auditions and would later do the same for filming. Shooting inside the barn would be a lot better, but there were no less than 3 "Keep Out" signs on the door, 1 "Employees Only," and 1 that simply read, "Danger." What do you think of apples? Jack walked the animal around in a circle like a horse at auction. He'd be amazing on film. His bloodlines are impeccable, and he's strong enough to pull a sleigh. The best part about this well-mannered guy is that he'll do almost anything for an apple. He stopped walking and pulled an apple out of his jacket pocket. Apples sniffed the air and then turned toward Jack's hand. His eye landed on the shiny treat, and he licked his lips. He licked his lips. Natasha grinned at the sight. That movement would be a lot of fun to play up on screen. The Christmas audience would love it. "Sit, Apples," Jack commanded. Apples took a step forward. Jack pulled his hand back, letting the intense reindeer know he meant to see the trick before the treat. Apples spread his legs and plopped onto his backside, his eyes never leaving the red snack. Natasha laughed. He looked so funny with his spindly legs poking out in front of him. Goofy was excellent for children. They adored seeing animals act in odd ways. Jennifer and Eva clapped. Miguel made a note on his cast list. Jack tossed the apple to the reindeer, and he caught it with a chomp. He did a couple more tricks, including jumping over a log and laying down looking incredibly pathetic. All of which were requirements for their star reindeer. As cute as Apple's act was, he didn't have the antlers to pull off this role. Faith approached their crew wearing one of those heavy work coats, thick leather gloves, and a stocking hat. She carried Ryder on her hip. The baby looked like a starfish with all the outdoor gear on, his arms straight out to the sides. "How's it going?" she asked Nat as her intelligent eyes swept over the scene. Natasha respected Faith. She'd streamed enough country veterinary shows over the years to know they faced some of the toughest, meanest, strangest animal medical situations. Besides, she'd grown up in a small town where they traded stories about their horse's left ear falling off or their steer getting stuck between two trees at the local coffee shop. Thinking about chocolate left a gaping hole in her stomach for a gourmet hot chocolate and a warm cookie. If only they had a place like that around here. The best she'd found was the diner. While they made a great cup of cocoa, it wasn't as good as Presley Westbrook's. Natasha took a second to brush a snowflake off Ryder's coat. His cheeks were flushed from the cold, and his eyes bright. A burst of mommy envy run through her. One day she'd have a baby of her own to overdress. "It's going as well as any reindeer audition," she replied. "Oh, so it's a dismal failure?" Faith teased. Natasha chuckled, well aware that Jennifer and Miguel were within hearing distance, and they didn't appreciate teasing like Natasha did. She'd learned that one the hard way on her first day on the job. "It's a new process for all of us," she said diplomatically. "I think we're leaning toward one of the females, though." Faith nodded. "Makes sense." She leaned closer and whispered, "Antlers." Natasha felt lighter. Faith treated her like a friend, not some stranger who showed up on the ranch. "Not that I'd tell Apples that." Faith's eyes widened in mock fear. "Never." Natasha laughed, her hand covering her mouth. She stopped herself. She hadn't laughed like that since What's His Horribleness dumped her and claimed her hometown. It felt Christmassy. Jennifer motioned for Jack to come to her. Jack handed the lead rope off to his younger brother, Drake. She was still learning their names. Unlike other property owners they'd worked with, these guys weren't trying to get on camera at every turn. Most of the time, they high-stepped away when they saw her coming. She didn't know why. It wasn't like she would ask them to shovel out the barn or haul wood, two of her brother's least favorite chores. "What's up?" Jack asked as he used one finger to push his hat up on his forehead. Natasha's heart skipped a beat. She liked it when he touched his hat. "We're looking for something special," Jennifer informed him. Jack balked as if she'd kicked a bar stool out from under him and insulted his grandmother. "What, exactly, do you find special in a reindeer?" Faith snorted and buried her face in Ryder's knit hat to hide her amusement. Natasha would have laughed with her if she didn't think it could cost her her job. "What we need," Jennifer paused for dramatic effect and swirled her hand through the air, "is a sweetheart. A reindeer that the audience will look at and see as vulnerable, beautiful, and inspiring, yet tough enough to pull Santa's sleigh. Like that." She pointed towards the indoor arena entrance that had just opened. Every head swiveled toward the indoor arena. One of the other brothers, Forrest, maybe, was leading a reindeer through the door. She was dry but seemed slightly out of breath. Before the door shut, Natasha caught a glimpse of a track and a couple of platforms. What in the world did they do in there? No one from the film crew was allowed inside that building either. It was a shame. They looked warm and inviting. With a couple of portable heaters, they might be able to unzip their coats. Sigh. Having been singled out and stared at, Forrest froze in place. Like a deer in the headlights, Natasha thought. I prefer my puns intended. The reindeer behind the stage-frightened Wrangler perked up, her fawn-colored ears twitched in their direction and her huge black eyes, outlined in black no less, blinked. Faith sucked in a breath. This was the one. Jack's jaw hardened. No. Absolutely not. Sparkle is not available for filming. Jennifer advanced on Forrest and the reindeer as if Jack hadn't spoken. Nonsense. She looks healthy enough. And those Liz Taylor eyes. My gosh, I think I'm falling in love. Sparkle fluttered her lashes, playing them up like a pro. Forrest held up a leather-clad hand. Trust me, lady, you do not want this reindeer. He stepped between Sparkle and Jennifer. Sparkle leaned around him, curious and gorgeous. Shoot. Natasha loved her too. Viewers. They'd be lost over her at the opening credits. Jennifer smiled easily. I know a star when I see one, and that reindeer was meant to be a star. Sparkle ducked her chin slightly, and then batted her lashes. Her fawn-colored pelt seemed to grow shinier as she stepped around Forrest and preened with a "Hoomy" look on her face. Holy Christmas fudge, she was perfect. Jennifer clutched her chest. Miguel, find Camilla immediately. I need to see them together. Miguel took off for Tinseltown at a fast trot. He was well aware of the tension rising from the Wranglers. They had a small window before Jennifer's hopes and dreams were shut down. If she could prove that Sparkle was the one, she might get them to back down. Obviously, the reindeer wanted to be in the movie, though how Natasha knew that, she wasn't sure. It was like Sparkle knew what they were talking about and understood their every word. That wasn't possible, and yet. That's unnecessary, Jack insisted. Sparkle will not be in the film. Well, there went their window. Natasha's heart fell. Sparkle is everything we wanted in a reindeer, she said to Fati. Faith narrowed her eyes at the animal. Don't you even start, Missy. Sparkle lifted her nose as if saying, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm an angel. Is there a health concern for her? Jennifer spun on Faith. Is Sparkle sick or infirm? Taken off guard, Faith opened and closed her mouth. She'd read the script. Everyone on the ranch was supposed to read through it before filming started. Well? Jennifer asked. Is she physically incapable of being in the movie? No, but Faith didn't have time to finish her sentence. I got her. Miguel called as he approached. Sweat dripped from his hat to his scarf. Camilla ran next to him, her coat open. Her nanny was several feet behind her with her gloves and a hat, which she wrestled onto Camilla as soon as she reached her. Camilla put up with the rushed dressing as she stared at Sparkle. It was adoration at first sight on the part of the little girl. The sense that something magical was about to happen overtook them all. Like when you're about to walk into a Christmas village or the first big snowflake drifts down in front of you. Not even the Wranglers could fight against the magic swirling between reindeer and child. Sparkle ambled forward, her black hooves barely making a sound on the compacted snow. Natasha held her breath as she approached Camilla. Camilla held still, her hands clasped in front of her as if trying to contain herself. She let Sparkle approach and sniff her scarf, her face a mask of wonder and joy. So much joy. Sparkle lowered her head, so they were at eye level. She slowly leaned in and booped her dark nose against Camilla's. Camilla touched her nose. I love you, she whispered forcefully. Forrest dropped his face into his hand. Sparkle, he admonished the reindeer. She lifted her head, all innocence, and Nat could swear she was asking Forrest, "What did I do?" Jack strode forward and ushered Forrest and Sparkle toward the barn. The reindeer went with a tail flick, her antlers held high. Liz Taylor, indeed. That was adorable, Jack admitted. However, Sparkle is not available for filming. Just forget you even saw that. Jennifer spun on her heel. Her eyes found Natasha, and she crooked her finger. Natasha hurried over, feeling like the Ice Queen was summoning her to do her evil bidding. "I don't care what you have to do. I want that reindeer. Make it happen." Jennifer clapped her hands above her head. "Okay, we're done here, people. Meet back for filming at 4:45. The crowd dispersed. Faith and Ryder headed for the families side by side. No doubt they would warm up with cocoa and snuggles at home. What a beautiful life. Natasha slowly approached Jack, standing like a nutcracker in front of the barn door. "Hey. So." Jack looked down at her. He was so hot when he was firm. She'd always had a thing for confident guys, in charge and protective, and Jack had all that and devastatingly handsome good looks too. If ever a man was made to undo her, it was him. "Focus on the job." She yelled at herself. "How much?" No, he cut her off before she could finish asking how much money he would want to make this happen. There wasn't much Natasha had to offer in exchange for the reindeer's work. "What if we listed you as a producer on the film?" No, he folded his arms, making his shoulders look broader. She racked her brain. "What if we feature your charity information on our website for an entire year?" The ranch was self-sufficient, but they took donations as part of being set up as a wildlife reserve. No. Feeling frustrated, Natasha looked behind her to Jennifer, who was talking quickly with Camilla and her nanny. This was when she needed to show what kind of studio representative she could be. If she couldn't even do this, what incentive would Jennifer have to hire her in this position full-time? There has to be something. She looked up into Jack's cobalt-colored eyes and batted her lashes, doing a poor impersonation of Sparkle. Bells on bobtails. She felt like a novice compared to the reindeer. Jack leaned down, and she could see the silver flecks in his eyes. Like tinsel. She fell into them, like looking up during a snowstorm and watching the snowflakes float down. He spoke low, his voice deep and inviting. "Sparkle being in the movie is as improbable as you waiting for me under the mistletoe." Natasha blinked once to get the image of wrapping herself around this hot and handsome wrangler with all the charm of a Hallmark Christmas card and the warmth of a chunky yarn afghan and grinned. She knew an opportunity when she saw one. She stuck out her hand. "Done." "Wait. What?" Jack tipped his head to the side. She grabbed his hand and shook it once. "We'll see Sparkle on set." She tried to turn away, but he held her hand tight. She whipped back around to face him. "And I'll see you under the mistletoe?" he asked dubiously. Her mouth went dry. Words ran away from her, and she barely nodded before he released her hand. She hurried to Jennifer before she could process what had just happened and focused on the job. "It looks like we have our reindeer star." Jennifer, Camilla, and her nanny cheered. "Thank you." Camilla danced as if she couldn't contain her excitement. "I love my reindeer." Natasha smiled broadly. "Just doing my job as a studio representative." She made eye contact with Jennifer, who kept her face passive. Expecting a job offer on the spot was probably expecting too much, even if Christmas was a time for miracles. The click of the barn door shutting grabbed her attention, and her heart sank. Jack had ducked inside instead of staying for the celebration. She bit her lip, feeling guilty for bustling him into putting his reindeer on camera. Was he mad at her? Her stomach twisted. She liked Jack more than she'd wanted any other guy since leaving her ex behind. He had all the best qualities, the kind that would impress her father and win over her mother's. She could take him home and parade him up and down Main Street. Heck, she'd stack him up against any of the cowboys she'd gone to high school with any day. Jennifer tugged her arm. What's it going to cost us? Natasha's brain clicked over to the budget, and she named an amount wanting to ensure that the studio adequately compensated the family. Jennifer nodded. Totally worth it. She motioned for Miguel, and the two of them hurried off together. Natasha watched her walk away and let out a huff. You're welcome, she called after them. Her words blew to the north. Santa would hear them before Jennifer. Camilla ran over and threw her arms around Natasha's middle. I'm so happy. Natasha stared down at the actress, who usually behaved like a miniature grown-up. She rarely showed her feelings so freely. Her chubby little cheeks were positively pinchable right now. She was so adorable. Natasha hugged her back, touched by her spontaneous affection and the light of Christmas joy shining on her face. Me too. She was so happy that Sparkle would be in the movie and not at all worried about her mistletoe promise. Liar. She was extremely worried, like didn't have a gift on Christmas Eve kind of worried. The kissing wasn't a problem, she had the moves. It was the way her stomach slipped and sloshed like a cup of warm cider. With one more tight squeeze, Camilla and her nanny left, and Natasha was alone. She glanced around, wondering if Jack would come out and kiss her right now. Not that there was a sprig of mistletoe to be found. That wouldn't stop him, would it? It probably would. He seemed like a guy who enjoyed a Christmas tradition. She blew out her cheeks. So no kiss this afternoon. She twisted her hands together. Should she knock on the barn door and make some plans? One look at the "keep out" signs, and she took the hint. As she walked away, she thought about the time she'd spent in the sleigh that morning and the special care Jack took to make sure she was comfortable. He wasn't the type of guy to rush through and steal a kiss. He'd plan out the right moment. Her ears burned at the thought. Even the idea of being kissed by Jack Nicholas made her blush and felt all glittery inside. If he lived up to half the reputation she'd built for him in her head, he'd unravel her the moment their lips came together.
Chapter 10. Jack meant to head straight into the house and figure out a way to substitute another reindeer for Sparkle. Faith had gone inside a while ago. No doubt she'd filled his mom in on the situation. If Dad was awake, which was unlikely considering his health, he knew too. Sometimes, being part of a close-knit family was a trial. Most of the time, it was the biggest blessing in his life. He adored being close to his nephews and looked forward to many more kidlets to come. Before facing the crew that expected him to have the answers, he needed time to think. They had at least 30 buckskins in the herd. Jennifer and Miguel wouldn't know the difference. Jennifer couldn't tell the reindeer apart, aside from knowing which ones had antlers and which ones didn't. Had it been any other non-flying reindeer, he would have been able to interchange them. However, none of the other reindeer had Sparkle's Liz Taylor eyes. Nor her sleigh loads of personality. Nor her natural talent for making little girls fall in love with her. Nor her stubbornness. Sparkle was a one-of-a-kind, and there was no way to hide her, trade her, or any other option. She'd committed to being a movie star. And she was thrilled. If there was one thing Sparkle didn't need more of, it was attention. She'd pranced around the rafters, glancing down at him as if asking if he wanted her autograph. She'd always been a diva, and he feared that this would only enhance her natural tendency towards selfishness and high-antlerness. She'd been cooped up in the barn for too long. That's all there was to it. Cabin fever was bad for reindeer, especially the flying kind. They needed blue skies and night flights, but because of all the people on the ranch, they'd restricted the flyers to the indoor barn. He scrubbed his face. As much agitation as he felt over the whole sparkle in a movie thing, he felt even more because he'd allowed Natasha to trick him into letting her do it. Trick him? There was no tricking involved. If it were Halloween, he'd say there were plenty of treats. Natasha was something else. Her long caramel-colored hair and big brown eyes drew him in. There was something different about her, like she didn't fit in with the Hollywood types. What made her stand out also made her attractive. She was real. Even more real than the other women he'd dated. They were wisps in the wind, and she was solid. Yeah, that's what a woman wanted to hear, "You're solid." He'd have to work on his sweet-nothings before they found the mistletoe. He had one shot at a kiss and romancing Natasha. One. If he screwed it up, he could fly to the outer regions and never return. Instead of going inside, he paced around the property, hoping inspiration would strike. He needed to keep sparkle in the movie, make sure she didn't fly in front of the camera, and convince Natasha that dating him was the best idea she'd ever had. Holiday music floated across the open fields. It sounded like his mom was baking. She cranked the tunes when she was elbow-deep in bread dough, and she only got elbow-deep in bread dough when she was worried. Was it Sparkle? Or Dad? Both, probably. What if Grandma did get run over by a reindeer? Not a real grandma, the woman who played Grandma in the movie. He could pull Sparkle from the film and still meet Natasha under the mistletoe. His shoulders sagged. Running over any grandma was not a viable option. He needed to stop looking to Christmas songs for inspiration and turned away from the house to almost run into the child star's nanny. "Excuse me." She grabbed Camilla and held her back from being under boot. "Jack." Her face lit up. "Just the Reindeer Wrangler we were looking for." She smiled softly and then snapped her gum. Jack did his best to remember her name. Ashley. That was it. Ashley put a hand on Camilla's back and pushed her forward. "Go ahead. Ask him." Jack's attention went to Camilla. She wore a navy overcoat with large buttons and a matching stocking hat. Her white tights blended in with the snow, while the simple shoes looked like something out of a children's book. She was ready for filming. Was it that time already? Camilla was staring at the ground. She drew up and then looked him right in the eye. "How much for your reindeer?" Jack considered the little girl. "You want to buy my reindeer?" He knew precisely which naughty list, attention-grabbing reindeer she was after. She nodded. Jack bent towards her and whispered, "I thought you didn't believe in Santa, reindeer, and all that." He tipped his head, listening for her answer. Her little forehead wrinkled with confusion. "I don't," she said it more like a question than a pronouncement. "But can't I keep her as a pet?" Jack shook his head sadly. "Sorry, little elf." He booped her nose with his gloved finger. "These are protected reindeer because they're an endangered species. You can't have one as a pet." "But," she pointed toward the fence where several of the reindeer who had auditioned today preened. He'd have to break it to them that they didn't get the part. "You taught Apples all those tricks like a dog. He's your pet." Jack screwed up his face at the thought of what the reindeer would do to him if he called Apples his pet. He is most certainly not my pet. He has a sweet tooth, though. Don't even think about eating a candy cane when he's around. She stared at the animals for a minute. The sound of her thoughts turning over practically bulldozing through the crisp winter air. I can protect them. I'll build a special barn and everything. Jack grinned. I know you'd take excellent care of a reindeer. But it's just not possible. My mom, he pointed to the house, has to work non-stop to manage our permits, grants, and certifications that allow us to do what we do. It's a lot of work. Camilla stomped her foot. I want a reindeer. Jack was taken aback by her mini tantrum. He'd seen a lot worse in the grocery store, though he hadn't been expecting it from Camilla. He half grinned. It was about time she acted like a child. Maybe there was hope for her yet. You should write a letter to Santa and ask him. He has a whole bunch of reindeer. Camilla considered his suggestion, which he saw as progress. Before she could come up with another argument, he tipped his hat to Ashley and said, "If you'll excuse me, ladies, I need to get inside." The smell of cinnamon and sugar wafted toward him and curled its finger in invitation. He half jogged up the steps, no closer to having an answer than he'd been 10 minutes before. His phone beeped, and he checked the text from Drake. Drake, I'll stay in the barn and keep people out. Jack, thanks. Just because he'd agreed to let Sparkle be in the movie didn't mean Tinseltown had free access to her. She was still their reindeer, meaning they had to keep her flying secret safe. Besides, if they thought Sparkle was remarkable, they'd go nuts over Dunder. Dunder was the real deal. Having flown with Santa's sleigh for almost a decade, he was now retired. The time spent living at the North Pole with the Kringle family had infused him with so much Christmas magic it infected everyone around him. Maybe meeting Dunder would be a good thing for Camilla, though. A way to reinstate the magic of Christmas in her heart. That girl needed a snowball fight and a Christmas party to loosen her up. He stopped on the porch to kick the snow off his boots and stepped into the warm vanilla and orange-scented home. He didn't know how his mom made the house smell like Christmas. It was a talent she possessed. He followed the sound of voices to his parents' bedroom at the back of the house. The fact that they were all meeting there was a good sign for Dad's health, a bad sign for him. He hadn't asked to be the go-to for the movie people, but darn it. The last thing he wanted to do was disappoint Dad. He was the foundation of the whole ranch and an extraordinary man, the kind who built snow forts with his sons and invited Santa's daughters to spend the summer. Pax, Caleb and Faith, Forrest and Mitzi, and Mom stood in a semicircle around Dad's bed. Billy, Mitzi's son, would be home from school soon. That kid had enough energy to run the North Pole, and Jack adored him for it. Dad sat up in bed, 3 pillows propped behind him. He wore red plaid pajamas and a matching robe. So much plaid. Charles Dickens's A Christmas Carol lay open on his lap. The green fabric cover was dull with age. Dad read the book every December, come blizzard or pneumonia. The conversation stopped the second Jack's feet hit the thickly piled carpet, and every head swiveled his way. Skulls adored their faces like ornaments on Christmas trees. Tough crowd, he mumbled. Instead of facing the firing squad, he turned to his dad, ready to tell him how great it was to see him sitting up. Just as he opened his mouth, a coughing fit seized Dad, and he doubled over. Mom rubbed his back and reached for the jar of homemade menthol rub. She'd used it for many things over the years, including mosquito repellent and acne. A few seconds into her rubbing it on Dad's neck, he calmed down. Caleb blinked heavily. Are your eyes burning? He whispered to Jack behind his hand. Jack coughed. She must have doubled the menthol, he said hoarsely. Where's the baby? Ryder's napping in the playpen. She fanned in front of her face and wrinkled her nose. The doctor said it was unlikely any of them would catch pneumonia from Dad, but the less exposure Ryder had to him during croup season, the better. Of course, if Mom knew of their teasing, she didn't show it. Once Dad had settled again, she twisted the cap on the jar and went to wash her hands in the master bathroom. Dad drew a feeble breath and seemed to gather himself, sitting taller. What in tarnation is going on out there? He jerked a finger toward the window. They all exchanged looks. Being under Dad's discerning eye while he waited for one of them to step forward with the truth of the situation was all too familiar. Like the time they'd crashed the sleigh into a tree. Try explaining that one to the fire department. Or the time they drove the tractor into the lake, and it froze over. Jack could have sworn they had 2 more days before the cold front moved in. Then there was the time Stella convinced them to set up a trampoline for the reindeer. Caleb nudged him. Jack looked down at where he'd bumped his side and realized it was up to him to answer. He was the family representative, after all. So, he started. Pax made a get-on-with-it motion. Better to just get it out there. Once they knew the worst of it, they could get to work on a solution. They cast Sparkle for the lead reindeer part in the movie. Pax scoffed. No other reindeer stood a chance. She was all over tryouts, the little diva. More like Queen Diva, joked Forrest. Pax scoffed his agreement. Jack squirmed under his father's unwavering gaze. How did he manage to do that when he could barely sit up in bed? The man was a legend. How did they even see her? Asked Mom as she changed the box of tissues. You should have locked her in the barn. Jack kicked the carpet. I let them use the barn as a windbreak, so they were right there when a Sparkle came out of her workout. He raked his hand through his hair. I should have been more aware of the time. Mitzi tapped her foot. Do you think she can do it? She has enough drama for a television series. I think she can act in one movie. Forrest slipped his arm around her and pulled her to his side. He was protective of his bride. Considering her ex-husband and that whole situation, Jack didn't blame him. That's not what I mean. Mitzi playfully shoved his chest. Will she keep her hooves on the ground? Jack exchanged a dubious look with Caleb. Reindeer are unpredictable. They could use Snowflake. She doesn't fly unless it's with Billy, Mitzi offered. Jack considered her offer. The reindeer belonged to the ranch, but Billy had a special bond with Snowflake. He'd found her, injured and scared, and taken care of her, loved her right back to health. The two were tighter than Dunder and Lux Kringle, which was saying something. Jack shook his head. I'm afraid Sparkle has the it factor. And the eyes. Oh, those eyes, Faith crooned with a smile that had Mitzi laughing. Faith sobered. Sparkle can do anything she puts her mind to if she has the right motivation. I don't know. Pax rubbed the back of his neck. All it would take is one step in midair on film, and they'd have proof that reindeer can fly. Would that be such a bad thing? Jack wondered. It would be much easier to spread Christmas cheer if they could take people on rides in a flying sleigh. Yes, 4 people answered his musings. He blinked, not realizing he'd spoken out loud. I think Jack has a reason for asking that question, offered Mom. Her soft blue-gray eyes always held so much wisdom, as if she could see right into her children's souls. Everyone turned to look at him expectantly. Dang! He'd have to connect his thoughts in front of everyone. He gathered them up like scooping snow for a snowman. Camilla, the 7-year-old actress, doesn't believe in Santa Claus or flying reindeer. Several heads shook sadly. Mom placed her hand over her heart. That's one of the saddest things I've ever heard. Jack continued, there was this moment between her and Sparkle. I think it might have stirred something inside of her. Jack didn't know how to explain what he'd seen. It was more of an intuition than anything. I'd like to see if Sparkle can help her believe again. Faith drew in a breath, and eyes turned towards her. I hate to be the one to ask, but are you sure this has nothing to do with your feelings for a certain production house liaison? She cocked an eyebrow at him. Did she hear Natasha's offer to meet him under the mistletoe? Or had it been his offer? The moment was hazy, though he was pretty clear on the outcome. Everyone quickly looked back at Jack for an answer. It was like they were trying to follow a game of pass the gift. Natasha pushed for Sparkle. Anyone in her position would have done the same. And, yeah, there's an attraction there. But, he hurried to add before Faith could add her 2 cents, there's no use chasing it. She lives in California, and I live here. She wants to make movies, and I want to raise reindeer. Dad coughed into his hand. Have you asked her what she wants? Silence fell over the room. Faith folded her arms and smiled knowingly at him. Caleb's face was full of sympathy. Forrest gloated, pleased that someone else was under the microscope. Ever since he got married, he was such a goody gumdrop. Pax's ears burned as if the mere thought of talking to a woman embarrassed him. I have not, Jack admitted. Mom ticked her tongue. I think Sparkle should be in the movie, said Dad. Jack balked. You do? He nodded. Tell her she's on a short leash. Any flying, and we pull her from the movie. No second chances. Jack nodded. Sparkle would understand the reasons. She'd also be ecstatic to get out of the barn and show off her skills. And make sure your Natasha knows the rules, Dad added. If Faith says Sparkle is out for any reason, she's out. No questions asked. Jack threw both hands in the air in surrender. It didn't matter how hard he protested or argued, she would forever be known as his Natasha. Merry Christmas to him. Dad flicked his hand. Go on. I need a nap. He leaned heavily on the pillows, sinking low. Mom stood up and ushered them out. Faith touched his arm. I can devise a half-dozen reasons to get her offset. Just say the word. Mitzi side-hugged her. I'm glad you're on our team. They made their way to the nursery to check on Ryder. Caleb pounded Jack on the back. Way to go. Stop, Jack protested. You know, there's no hope for anything more than a Christmas fling. Pax came up short. If there's one thing I know about you, Caleb Nicholas, it's that you're not a fling kind of guy. Caleb hit him again. What he said. He followed Pax to the kitchen, where all the wonderful smells came from. Jack didn't feel like stuffing his face to the tune of his brother's teasing, so he headed out to the barn to tell Drake the excellent news. Drake would hate it. Which added a pep to Jack's step. Jack! Forrest caught up to him at the front door as he put on his boots. We need to work up a rotation schedule for sleeping in the barn. After what happened last year with Snowflake, I don't want to risk anyone getting inside. Agreed. I'll talk to Drake and Pax and figure it out. I don't mind taking my fair shift, Forrest inflated his chest. Jack shook his head at his younger brother. You have a family to watch over. We single guys will take care of this. Forrest grinned like the early riser who got the first present. You don't have to twist my arm. Mitzi's way prettier to wake up to than Dunder. I'll tell her you said that. Jack pointed at him and laughed. Don't you dare, Forrest threatened. He faded backward, giving Jack a glare down. Jack dressed for the weather and made his way out. His boots chomped through the snow. They had another storm coming in around 2 a.m. that would clear out before the first light. So far, the film crew had just about perfect conditions. Maybe Hollywood had a little magic of its own. If so, he wouldn't mind borrowing some. When he watched Forrest and Caleb with their wives, he had to work at holding off the green-eyed monster. If things could work out with Natasha, and she magically wanted to move to North Dakota, sleeping in the barn would be a small price to pay.
Chapter 11. Natasha couldn't help the butterflies that filled her stomach as she slipped into the red and white striped elf leggings. They were filming a scene with Sparkle the reindeer today, which meant that Jack would also be there. This was their first encounter since she'd offered, to kiss him under the mistletoe. She didn't have a reason to be nervous. Jack was just another cowboy, wrangler, passing through her life. So what if she kissed him? She'd kissed other men and walked away, been dumped. Why would he be any different? The crazy thing was that she wanted him to be different, wanted it all the way down to the stripes on her toes. She also wanted that kiss. He wouldn't collect in front of everyone on set. Would he? No one knew about their deal. It was as far under the table as you could go in Hollywood. She'd replayed the moment over and over again, and, in her head, they were alone. The problem was that she could only see Jack when she reflected on their interaction. The entire world faded away, and it was just the two of them. Him with those cobalt blue eyes and her with a thumping heart that made it hard to hear. They could have been standing in the middle of a herd of trumpeting reindeer, and she wouldn't have known. What if someone heard them? Heard her offer up her lips in exchange for Sparkle's time? She'd be mortified. And fired. She'd be so fired. Which was why she'd hidden away for 2 days. Appearing busy was exceptionally easy when you were busy. Not only did she play an elf in the upcoming movie, but she also had to do half of her old job as the temp they'd brought on to cover for her had no idea what she was doing. On top of that, she wasn't interested in learning because she wanted her holiday paycheck and then wanted out of there. Sigh. The fact that she did not know what to expect from Jack when she saw him again and when to expect his kiss made her feel as prickly as a pine cone. How is a woman supposed to function normally, and make the stripes on her leggings line up, when she was continually looking over her shoulder for a handsome wrangler to stride in and lay claim to her lips? This is ridiculous. She glared at herself in the dressing room/trailer's mirror, where her reflection glared right back. It's just a kiss. She stuck her tongue out at herself because that's what she would have done if she had to come up with a response to that statement. Jack was driving her as crazy as Scrooge on Christmas Eve. She was talking to herself, darn it. This had to stop. It will stop. I will make it stop, she repeated her mantra as she clasped the green skirt around her waist and shimmied into the matching vest. If real elves dressed this way, it was no wonder they stayed at the North Pole. She made her way, in her pointy-toed shoes, to the makeup trailer to collect her ears and apply the proper liner swoop. To her complete and total horror, Jack lounged on the couch. His long, jean-clad legs stretched across the floor, and his cowboy hat was on the arm of the sofa. He wore a plaid flannel shirt open at the collar and a white tee underneath. A 2-day beard adorned his jaw, and she closed her hand tightly to keep from brushing her palm across it. Heaven help her weak knees. She had a thing for scruffy cowboys. Yeah, Clean cut was the way to go for Sunday morning church, but by Saturday night, they could look all sorts of rough and tumble. She'd like to tumble with him. "Hi," chirped Camilla. Natasha's head whipped toward the makeup chair where the child star had her eyes tightly close. Bruno dusted her cheeks to make them rosy. Oh, were there other people here? She hadn't noticed. "You gonna let all the hot air out?" Bruno snapped. She lunged through the door and slammed it shut behind her. There was no other way to close a trailer door. They did not shut gracefully. "Hi, everyone," she added lamely, doing her best not to look at Jack. On the other hand, he hadn't taken his eyes off her. She felt him drinking her in like she was the only cup of cocoa in a 10-mile radius, and she had whipped cream on top. And this was while she wore striped tights. Imagine what she could do with a pair of jeans and cowboy boots. "Yeah, baby." A wiggly little doubt crept in that Jack treated all the ladies like they were delicious. There was no reason to believe the rumors true, primarily since they'd come from a woman who used to date him. The doubt wouldn't go away, though. Perhaps because she wasn't anything to write home about, the girl who was too predictable, too dull, and too small-town for her ex-boyfriend. "Jack," Camilla said his name like she'd been trying to get his attention for 10 minutes. Maybe she had been. It wasn't like Natasha could see, hear, or pay attention to anyone else in the room when Jack was there. He took up the whole space, and then turned on the heat. She fanned her face. "It's warm in here." Bruno lifted an eyebrow at her, silently asking if she could get herself under control or if he and Camilla should step out so she could be alone with the Wrangler. Her cheeks blossomed red, and she glanced away. "What's up, Buttercup?" Jack replied. "I will not write Santa a letter," she informed him. He grabbed at his chest as if she delivered a fatal blow. "Say it ain't so, Camilla. Santa thrives on letters. You'll break her heart." Natasha blinked. Had he said her? Camilla giggled. Bruno tapped her shoulder. "You're all done, beautiful." "Thank you, Bruno," she said politely before hopping out of the chair. "I hope I didn't break your heart." "Never." Bruno gave her a fist bump. The door swung open, and Camilla's nanny stepped in, rubbing her arms for warmth. "This place is colder than the far side of hell." Her eyes widened at Jack's presence on the couch. "Hello," she drew the word out as her gaze raked over his body. Natasha rolled her eyes. It wasn't like he sprawled across the leather. Ashley held out her hand. "Come along, little sugarplum." Her eyes darted to Jack to see if he'd noted her Christmas reference. The Wranglers used them all the time. Faith, too, come to think of it. "We need to block out your scene." Camilla took her hand. "I'm ready." Ashley wiggled her fingers over her shoulder at Jack as they left. Jack waved heartily, "Bye, sugarplums." Ashley giggled. Natasha shared a look with Bruno. Poor guy probably didn't get any attention when the Wrangler was here. She filled the seat Camilla had just left. Bruno frowned down at her. "What? Am I too shiny?" Natasha touched her forehead. She hadn't put on any makeup before leaving her trailer. Ashley was decked out from head to high-heeled boot. No wonder Jack had a nickname for her. "Your skin in flawless." Bruno threw the compliment out like it didn't mean a hill of beans. "It's you I'm worried about. They're taking advantage of you with this internship. They should pay you the big bucks." Jack, who had been scrolling through his phone, glanced her way. She did not want to talk about this in front of Jack. Not only because he was her client, but because she didn't want him to think less of her for making a wrong decision. She hadn't. Taking the lower pay to get her foot in the door was a solid strategy. Bruno began brushing bright red lipstick on her lips. "Can we talaboo this later?" she said without moving her mouth. Bruno got her message. "Hold still while I make your eyes look like a cartoon character." He hardly had to focus as he made big sweeps with the eyeliner. An artist with a canvas, that's what he was. As he worked, he chatted with Jack. "Yo man, you're pretty sweet with that little girl. You almost convinced me you believe in Santa Claus." Jack smiled easily. "Oh? I'm a believer for life." Bruno chuckled. "Whatever floats your boat, cowboy." "I believe the official term is wrangler," Natasha threw into the conversation. Jack touched his hat. "The lady is correct." "Oh ho ho, I stand corrected." Bruno smiled between the two of them. "I believe the term is ho ho ho," Jack teased. Bruno smirked before contemplating Natasha's face. "Miss Elf, you are ready to knock their socks off." Natasha hopped out of the chair. "I'd rather put on 3 more layers of socks. It's not like this outfit is all that warm." Jack jumped up to open the door for her and followed her outside, shutting the door behind him. Natasha stared at him for a moment, her heart picking up speed. Had he just waited for her? That was sweet. Also, there wasn't any mistletoe around. "Do you really believe in Santa Claus?" she blurted in an attempt to find something to talk about that didn't include shoving him against the trailer, grabbing his coat in her hands, and seeing if he was as good in real life as he was in her dreams. 100%. And I'm going to convince that little girl that Santa is the real deal." He pointed off into the distance. "Why do you care if she believes in Santa Claus?" He turned his intense focus on her. Man. It was hard to concentrate when he was close enough to smell pine trees on his skin. Also, where was he getting this pine tree scent, because the only trees she'd seen were the fake ones on set? Because she's a child. The magic of Christmas should sing in her soul. He placed a closed fist over his heart as if he could hear the music now. "Wow. That was pretty poetic for a wrangler," she teased. Jack smiled down at her. "You're a woman who inspires poetry." And there he was, the cowboy Casanova she'd been warned about. How did he manage to look so sincere? Whatever, smooth talker. "Go get your reindeer, she's due on set in 15 minutes. Jack touched the brim of his hat, all gallant and handsome, before sauntering off. Why did all the off-limits guys saunter? Natasha presented herself to the director, who looked her up and down before pointing to the corner of the tree lot where she was stationed. Unfortunately for her, the assignment was on the opposite side of the set from the heaters. She was beginning to think Bruno was right, and they were trying to scare her from taking the full-time job. As she stood there, pretending the thin branches of a Charlie Brown Christmas tree were the most exciting part of her world, she thought about what Jack had said about Christmas magic singing in children's souls. That's what they were trying to portray on screen for their viewers. The magic of Christmas and all the childlike wonder and joy a person could take in 90 minutes minus commercial breaks. However, at this moment, when her toes were cold enough to fall off, it all felt so very fake. She wasn't an elf. She wasn't even sure she believed in Santa. Jack said he was a believer for life, like that was an official title or something. Behind her, all conversations and preparations stopped. She spun around to see what had silenced the crew. Sparkle walked on set, her antlers held high, her steps full of grace. Her black nose was just the right amount of shiny, and her hooves were like obsidian. She was beautiful. After a moment, she glanced around as if wondering where to go. Natasha could almost hear her ask, "Where do you want me to stand?" In a blink, she realized she was the person who should show the reindeer and her wrangler the ropes. Rolling her cartoon large eyes, she approached quietly so as not to spook the animal. As she got closer, she heard Jack whisper out of the side of his mouth, "Remember, one hoof out of line, and you're done." Sparkle batted her eyes at him, all innocence. "I wouldn't dream of causing trouble." Natasha shook her head. First, she talked to herself, and now she's making up reindeer conversations. Jack folded his arms and stared at her. "I'm not buying the act, Sparkle. You know what I mean. Don't test me." Natasha stopped and stared. Weird. He spoke as if he'd heard what was in her head. Sparkle rolled her eyes. "Fine. Jack." A young boy threw himself at Jack, who easily caught him, giving the impression that they'd done this several times. Jack tossed him in the air. The boy held tight to a lead rope. At the other end of that rope was a beautiful reindeer. She had a perfect snowflake in the middle of her forehead. "Billy. How's my ranch hand doing?" Jack set him down. Billy grinned as his reindeer and Sparkle eyed one another like two teenage girls in the same dress at prom. "Great. Mom said we could watch the movie today." He motioned to a beautiful woman standing off to the side. She wore a cream-colored coat and black pants and boots. She had a depth to her, the kind that came from life experience, but the joy in her eyes couldn't be ignored. Was that joy because of Jack? One more lady waiting in the wings. Natasha tried not to stare. Mom approached as if she wasn't sure she was allowed on set. "Billy wanted to see how they make movies. I told him we had to be quiet and keep Snowflake on a lead rope." She patted the reindeer's back. The reindeer looked up at her. "I would be fine without the leash." "If Sparkle needs one, you need one," she admonished. Natasha gave up trying to figure out how they all had conversations with the reindeer. Apparently, it was a thing on the ranch, and she was falling down the rabbit hole. Jack turned to Natasha. The way he found her so quickly told her that he'd known she was there all along. So much for sneaky observations. "Is it okay if they stay?" "They won't be a problem. I will take responsibility for them." Stuttering over her instant jealousy of this woman who so brought out Jack's protective side, Natasha nodded. "Of course. Let me show you where you can stand. You'll have to keep your voices down, but whispers are okay." She ushered the two off to the side, where they'd be out of the shot. "Thank you so much. I'm Mitzi, by the way, and this is my son, Billy." Natasha Newberry. They shook hands. Natasha was a little bit brave and a lot nosy and asked, "How do you know Jack?" "He's my second favorite uncle," said Billy as he giggled behind his mitten. "First." Jack called from where he and Sparkle were ready for their shot. "I thought I'd met all the Nichols boys. You mean to tell me there's more of them out here?" She waved her hand around. Mitzi burst out laughing. 5 in total. But only Caleb and Forrest are married. Forrest is just younger than the twins." "I didn't mean." Natasha wasn't sure how to explain that she wasn't asking about anyone's marital status, but was shocked that there were more wranglers. How many people did it take to run a reindeer ranch? "Let's take it from one," called the assistant director. "I have to go. Don't move from this spot." Natasha pointed to her eyes and then back at Billy, teasing a grin out of him. He was missing a tooth and had freckles across his nose. Mitzi made an X over her heart and looked down at her son, who did the same thing. Okay, that was utterly adorable. Natasha hurried off to her sad little Christmas tree and the basket of red bows she was supposed to use to decorate it. The first rule of being an extra in a movie is that you don't pay any attention to the lead actors. They existed in a whole other world. She was basically part of the set. A breathing, moving part, but just background for what was happening in their universe. Not watching Sparkle and Camilla together was tough. The two of them were adorable in every way. They truly delighted in one another, and the chemistry was palpable. But what will Santa do without his reindeer? Camilla asked her on-screen mother. I'm certain that's not one of Santa's reindeer. She read his line with just enough exasperation to show she was frustrated, but not so much that she was considered the bad guy for being short with her little girl. But Mom. Camilla protested at being pulled away from Sparkle. Honey, just wait here while Mommy goes and pays for the tree. Okay. She left her there, digging in her pocket for the wallet she'd left at home, but didn't know it yet. Camilla took a step toward Sparkle. Are you one of Santa's reindeer? She asked with all the innocence of a newborn baby. Sparkle lowered her head as if nodding yes. Can you tell him what I want for Christmas? Sparkle nodded again. Camilla stepped right up to Sparkle. Natasha sucked in a breath. The movement was quick, and any typical deer would have startled, stepping away. Sparkle lowered her head so her ear was nearer Camilla's cupped hand. The image was pure cinematic gold. Miguel's face was so bright it could spotlight the cast. Jennifer was in tears. Tell Santa Claus, Camilla whispered dramatically. I want a new daddy for Christmas. The director lifted his arm to yell cut but hesitated, holding his breath as Sparkle moved. She leaned her forehead against Camilla's, closed her eyes, and gave her a little nudge. Happy sighs echoed across the set. Everything inside of Natasha wanted to sing Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. This was going to be the best made-for-TV Christmas movie in over a decade, and it was all because of her. She was the one who found the Reindeer Ranch. She was the one who convinced Jack to let Sparkle be in the movie. If this didn't get her the promotion, then nothing would. 2 dynamic scenes later, after the crew was emotionally wrung out and yet soaring high on their performance, made infinitely better by the reindeer, Jack said it was time for Sparkle to return to the barn. No one protested. How could they? What they'd gotten on film today was worth more than the year's worth of filming. Natasha made her way over to the heater, where Mitzi and Billy had stood perfectly still to watch everything unfold. Snowflake sniffed, I could have done that. Billy rubbed her jaw. Yeah, but there's no other you, Snowflake. Her name's Snowflake. Natasha asked. She slowly reached out and touched the center of the reindeer's forehead. Yeah. She likes it. Billy rubbed under her chin. She likes carrots too, but I can't give her more than one a day. Mitzi nudged him. She'd talk you out of a bushel if I let her. Snowflake giggled. Mitzi shook her head. She must have imagined it. What do you think about movie making? It was fun, Billy shrugged. You're so nice to let us be a part of this, thank you, added Mitzi. Natasha warmed her hands. I'm glad you enjoyed yourselves. Mitzi's eyes sparkled. What are you doing tonight? Thawing out. Natasha's knees were knocking together as they spoke. Well, as soon as you manage that, come to our cookie decorating party. Natasha's heart leaped. They have a huge cookie decorating party in my hometown. I haven't been in years. Cookie decorating was a must in Harvest Ranch. She had holiday memories of sugar cookies and friends. Sounds like it's about time. Misty gathered her son in front of her and walked away. It'll be in the big house at 7 tonight. Don't be late, or Drake will eat all the frosting. She pointed to the ranch house. The house where Jack lived. The house with mistletoe over the front door. She looked around for the Wrangler but didn't see him. He was probably in the barn with Sparkle. Did he know Mitzi was going to invite her? She drew in a chilly breath and told herself to get it together. If tonight was the night, she'd be ready.
Chapter 12. 2, 3. Jack spun in a slow circle, counting the mistletoe that hung from the ceiling, doorways, and other opportune positions. Though he hadn't hung the decorations, Natasha was coming, and she owed him a kiss. The more chances he had to collect, the better. "What are you doing?" Mitzi asked, as she entered the room with another plate of cookies. She must have baked all day, though you wouldn't know it to look at her in her designer sweater and her hair perfectly done. There were no less than 7 different shapes of sugar cookies. It had taken Mitzi a while to get used to being taken care of. She wasn't used to any of her needs being important. She'd been a single mother before marrying Forrest and joining the family. The kind of single mom who went without new clothes and skipped the salon so her kid could play baseball and have warm boots and a coat each winter. Forrest loved showering her with gifts. He wanted to ensure she knew she was incredible. On the ranch, gift-giving was a love language they all spoke well. Over time, she'd blossomed within Forrest's love and within the protective family circle to this confident, graceful woman who owned a room the moment she walked in. Just counting the mistletoe. "My brother is a smart man." He chuckled because Forrest was quick with the mistletoe. Mitzi smiled knowingly. "Who said it was your brother who hung those?" She winked at him before making her way back into the kitchen. Not only was Forrest smart, but he also was darn lucky. He wasn't the only Nicholas who would put the mistletoe to good use this afternoon. Even though it was only 5:30, the sun was down, and the stars were out. Jack had come early to the cookie decorating party because he didn't know what else to do with himself. Pax was on duty to protect the barn tonight. Drake was in charge of keeping Dad company in the master bedroom, which meant that Jack was the only single Wrangler in attendance. Normally, that wouldn't bother him, but tonight he felt like his single status was on display. Forrest bounded into the room carrying a large bowl of white icing with several plastic knives sticking out the top. Red, green, and blue lined up on the main table. There were also piping bags full of frosting laid out. "The sprinkles have arrived." Mom staggered in under the weight of the box she carried. Jack hurried over to take it from her. "Thanks, honey." Talk about being weighed down by the details. She laughed at herself. Jack groaned. "Are you doing dad jokes now?" Jack teased her. "Call the doctor, we need him up and running stat." She swatted at him, and he danced away. "You just wait, young man. One of these days, you will find the joy of a good pun in your life and won't be able to stop yourself." Ho ho ho! Caleb and Faith arrived with Ryder. Ryder wore a t-shirt that said, "I am the nice list." He reached for Jack. Jack was more than happy to oblige the munchkin, so he tossed him into the air. Having just finished chores with Forrest, Billy bounded into the room, having just finished chores with Forrest, his face all aglow. He threw himself at Mom and hugged her tight. "This is the best." Mom laughed cheerfully, more than happy to be a grandma. She'd been after the boys for years to settle down and give her grandbabies. When Billy and Mitzi arrived, she swooned over the little boy, and he'd had a loyal grandma ever since. You promised to tell me the story of when you met Santa Claus." Billy bounced up and down. Jack and Caleb exchanged a look. They'd heard the story multiple times over the years. Mom liked to tell it to the neighborhood kids during the party. This was Billy's first Christmas with the family, and he was all about jumping into traditions. It was the cutest darn thing. Jack blew a raspberry on Ryder's cheek, eliciting a belly laugh. The kid didn't know how to giggle. Laughing was a full-body experience for him. The doorbell rang, and Doc walked right in. He'd been the veterinarian for the ranch for 20-plus years before a heart attack 2 Christmases ago. While none of them wished the man in poor health if it hadn't been for his hospital stay. Although, she attributes that to Caleb's stubbornness more than anything. Jack gave at least half the credit to Rudy. Once she fell in love with the reindeer who used to be blind, there was no going back. Doc's eyes sparkled with the joy of Christmas. He was one of the few people outside the family who knew the reindeer's secret. He'd lost some weight this year as Faith helped him stick to a heart-healthy diet. He did not, however, buy new pants. Instead, he'd invested in a new pair of red suspenders and punched a tighter hole in his belt. He joked that tucking in his shirt was the easiest part of his day. Right after Doc, the rest of the neighborhood kids piled in. Out here in the country, neighborhood was a loose term. Mom invited just about anyone she could think of because she considered the whole town her neighbors. The house soon filled to bursting, soft music played in the background, and the scent of sugar cookies filled the air while the sound of sprinkles hitting the hardwood floor finished the symphony. Jack checked his watch for the 4th time. Still no sign of Natasha. Maybe she'd decided not to come. The doorbell rang, and he hurried to answer it. Caleb was closer and moved in that direction. Jack grabbed his shirt and pulled him backward. "I got it," he told his twin. Caleb gave him a sad shake of his head, commiserating that his brother was smitten by this woman. Like he was one to talk. He fell all over himself for Faith. "Watch out for the mistletoe over the front door," Caleb warned as he smacked Jack on the back for good luck. Jack ignored him. He had to have thick skin to survive his brothers. Jack glanced up at the mistletoe and then positioned himself under it. The front entry was empty, and welcoming Natasha with a kiss seemed like a great idea. He tugged his sleeve down, took a deep breath, and threw the door open. "Have you come for a kiss or a cookie?" Jack teased in a deep voice. His eyes widened in shock as he stared at Ashley and Camilla standing on his front porch. "Cookies," Camilla giggled and squeezed past him. "I'll take that kiss." Ashley stepped forward before he could step back and planted one on him. Jack held his hands in the air the whole time, too shocked by the strange turn of events to stop her in time. The entire thing lasted less than 5 seconds, during which Jack felt nothing but shock and a small dash of horror. He needed to see who was on the other side of the door before he offered kisses. "See, Camilla," Ashley pronounced as they took off their coats and hung them on the hooks, "I told you it pays to arrive fashionably late." She took her charge by the hand and sashayed into the front room, glancing over her shoulder in a come-hither way. Jack shook himself. That was unpleasant. As he shut the door, he saw Natasha standing at the bottom of the stairs. She folded her arms and looked from him to the mistletoe. "I guess I'm not the only one you made a deal with." Jack's face flushed red. That was an accident. He motioned over his shoulder frantically, words of explanation evaporating like water in the tea kettle. "Yeah, that's what it looked like from here." She glared. He stepped out, closing the door behind him. "If you hit the replay button, you'll notice I didn't kiss her back." She huffed. "Does it matter? You seem to collect hearts and kisses everywhere you go." He went to the top of the stairs. It matters to me. There's only one woman I wanted to meet under the mistletoe tonight. The stars glittered just beyond the lights from Tinseltown, and the moon was bright on the horizon. Yeah, tonight. She stomped up the steps. What about tomorrow? Or yesterday? Who stood here then? No one, he insisted. You know what? We might as well get it over with. She planted her tiptoes on the top step, grabbed his shirt, and pulled him down for a hot, quick kiss. There, kiss complete. She went down a step. Jack couldn't leave it like that. He couldn't let his first kiss with this woman be out of anger. He grabbed her shoulders. I don't think so. Her eyes widened slightly. He closed the distance between their lips, stopping just before they touched to give her a moment to back out or push him away. When she didn't, he took possession of her mouth. Slowly, carefully, he kissed her. It didn't take long for her to respond, and the magic of a fantastic first kiss wrapped around them. Her hands hesitantly touched his face, and then she caressed his scruffy cheek before burying her fingers in the hair at the back of his neck. He wrapped his arms around her and lifted her, never breaking contact. Before he got carried away and deepened the kiss to something more passionate, he pulled back and set her on her feet. I think that about covers it, he said softly, gently tucking a piece of hair behind her ear. Very thorough, she agreed, her lids heavy. Jack grinned. He liked her like this, all pliable and soft. He wanted to nuzzle her neck and hear her sigh. Wanted it so badly his whole being ached with the desire. He held back. Somehow, he knew that pushing her now would be the wrong path. Natasha wasn't a woman to rush through romance. She was the kind that you valued, cherished, and wooed. Startling, as if she'd come to herself, Natasha stepped out of his arms. Well, that's taken care of. Her hand went to her lips, but she dropped it quickly. Time to make cookies. She pushed the door open and strode into his house. Jack followed, doing his best to pretend that nothing out of the ordinary had happened. Even though that kiss was anything but ordinary, it was perfect. Impossible for any other woman to duplicate. Holding Natasha was like holding the other half of his soul, coming home, and all the different ways people described finding their one and only. He followed her into the main room, where his family quickly swallowed her. Faith stood, one hand covered in red frosting and the other holding Ryder on her hip. Help, she said to Natasha, who took the baby and snuggled him under her chin. He snuggled her right back, giving Jack a smug smile. Jack almost laughed out loud. If he hadn't been jealous, he would have. I'll wash my hand and be right back, Faith promised. Take your time. Natasha settled into the overstuffed rocker and soon had Ryder's eyelids dropping. Jack memorized the image. You're a natural. She stroked Ryder's soft hair. I'm an overly qualified aunt. Overly qualified, he asked. 18 nieces and nephews and counting. He let out a low whistle. Jack. Camilla climbed on the chair next to Jack to talk face to face with him. I want to make a sparkle cookie. Jack glanced around to make sure Ashley wasn't nearby. He'd done nothing to encourage her interest and would do even less now. The last thing he needed was the eager nanny hanging all over him, especially with Natasha nearby. Come sit here. Faith pointed at the spot across from where Jack stood. She placed a reindeer cookie on a paper plate. Do you like my Rudy cookie? She held up her red-nosed reindeer. Jack smiled. Rudy had a forever friend in Faith. He'd be sorely missed if he made it to Santa's crew. Remembering his vow to help this little girl find the magic of Christmas, he took the chair closest to Natasha, which allowed him to face the table. He turned it to see Nat and Ryder from the corner of his eye. "I want to make a sparkle cookie," Camilla said. Jack reached for the snow-like crystals. "Then you're going to need these." He shook some sprinkles onto a paper plate. "First, we'll cover her in frosting, and then we'll cover her in sparkles." He spoke as if they were conspiring something great. Camilla giggled. Jack reached across the table and grabbed a plastic knife loaded with frosting. Sparkles was a buckskin, but white was their closest color to her pelt. She looked doubtfully at the knife. "You do it." Jack shook his head. "If I frost it, then it's my cookie." Her face fell. "But it won't look good if I do it." Jack put a finger under her chin and lifted her face so that she looked him in the eye. "If you don't like how it turns out, we'll make another. Besides, it's not about being perfect. It's about having fun." He swiped a dollop of frosting out of the bowl and wiped it on her nose. She gasped, staring at him as if he'd broken several laws. Laughing, Jack took another dollop and put it on his nose to show that it was okay. Faith glanced over and saw the two of them. "Hey, you two." Camilla froze in place, as if she was waiting to be criticized. The look on her face nearly crumbled Jack. "You look just like my cookie." Faith held up her cookie to show them the frosting she'd smeared on the nose. "Let me get a picture of the three of you." She handed the cookie over, and Jack leaned in towards Camilla, putting the cookie between them. Camilla's smile was back in full force. "Let me see it," she exclaimed as soon as that photo was taken. Faith turned the phone around and showed her. "We look silly," she said, disappointed in herself for participating in the fun. Faith grinned. "Sometimes it's fun to be silly." She swiped some frosting out of the bowl and onto her own nose. Jack felt someone watching him, and he turned to find Natasha. Her eyes swam with confusion. He quirked a brow, silently asking her if something was wrong. She shook her head slightly and looked away. Faith caught their interaction and got up to bring the phone around and show Natasha. "Aren't they cute?" Natasha looked closely, her eye dancing as she took in every detail. "That's a good photo. It tells a story in one moment. Nice shot." Faith laughed as she pulled her phone back to look at the screen. "I forgot I was showing a Hollywood producer." "Not hardly," she replied. She tucked her pretty long hair behind her ear. Camilla was busy trying to get a chocolate chip on Cookie Sparkle's hooves. Jack leaned back to better hear Natasha and Faith. "You say that like your opinion means nothing," Faith said. "It doesn't." Natasha flicked her hand. "I'm as replaceable as the next gal." "No." Faith grabbed her hand. "You're putting good things out there in the world and lifting hearts. There's value in that." Natasha pressed her lips together. They were slightly swollen from his attention earlier, though he doubted anyone else would notice. He was the only one in the room who stared at her mouth. "It doesn't feel like I'm doing anything special, especially when I have to wear tights." Faith patted her arm and let go. "I wish I had someone with your skills to help on the ranch." Jack tipped his head. "Doing what?" Caleb appeared with a cup of eggnog, which he handed Faith. "Are you telling them about the video?" She smiled adoringly up at him. "I was just about to. Don't let me interrupt." He dropped a kiss on her hair and then wandered off. Jack looked away. Their happy little moments together were so sweet it made him want to punch his brother. Jealousy had never been a problem, but a wife wasn't something they could share. Jack would have to get his own. His eyes cut to Faith and her gaze jerked quickly away. I've been telling these guys that we need new reindeer blood in the herd. This group has been together for decades with no new genes. Faith took a sip of her drink, leaving an eggnog mustache behind. I believe there are more of these reindeer out there. Maybe tucked away in the mountains or the colder areas of Alaska. If people knew we were looking, they'd help. She swiped her lips. Natasha sat up in her seat, careful of Ryder, who was now snoring softly. And you think a video would help? Jack turned toward Faith, as eager for her answer as Natasha. Though Faith hadn't said it out loud, they needed flyers. Santa's stable was well stocked, but they didn't have any wiggle room. One injury, one sick day, one retiree, and they'd be down to 7 reindeer for Christmas Eve. That just wouldn't do, not only because of tradition, but the sleigh was so heavy 8 reindeer was the minimum needed to haul it around the world. I think education would help. Faith said carefully. The more people are aware of what we do here, the more likely we are to find another reindeer. Faith took another sip of her eggnog. She met Jack's gaze for a second. He nodded quickly. Desperate times called for desperate measures. Natasha's eyes darted back and forth as the wheels in her mind spun. The process was fascinating, and Jack's heart picked up speed. If she put that kind of thought into kissing him, he may never be able to stop. I think you're right. What can I do? Asked Natasha. Billy stopped at their table. Camilla. Come on. Grandma's going to tell her story. Camilla dropped her frosting knife on the table. I'm coming. She darted after his nephew. Come on, Jack. Jack was torn between helping Camilla get into the Christmas spirit and staying with Natasha. Although, the fact that not one muscle of his moved to get up told him it wasn't a contest. Camilla raced back and grabbed his hand. Come on. What if I stay here? No. You have to come with me. I'll give you a sleigh ride. He dangled the proverbial carrot in front of her nose. She paused for only a moment. How about we do story time, and I'll go on the sleigh ride later? She made it sound like she was doing him a favor. Laughing, Jack grumbled to his feet. Okay. He threw an apologetic look over his shoulder, sticking his lower lip out. Natasha and Faith laughed at his dramatics. They had their heads together, whispering frantically before he turned back around. What had he done? Introducing those two might have been a mistake. Or, it could have been the best thing he ever did. After all, Faith was madly in love with his twin brother. She could only have good things to say about him. Camilla tugged him to move faster. I thought you didn't believe in Santa, he said. I don't, Camilla whispered so the other children wouldn't hear. But she does. She pointed at his mom. She certainly does. And for good reason. He bopped her nose. She spun around and sat with her legs crossed like all the other kids on the rug. Mom smiled at him, well aware of his Christmas project. It was a dark and stormy Christmas Eve. She began her story, waving her arms and using a dramatic voice that drew the children into her tale. Jack sat back and listened, content with her Christmas tale from long ago. It was quite the honeymoon on Reindeer Wrangler Ranch that year. The only squirming child in the bunch was his nephew, Billy. Billy, of course, knew that reindeer could fly and that Mom's story wasn't made up but accurate. He all but burst with the knowledge, struggling to get out of him. Jack knew that feeling all too well. The difference was that he'd had a twin to confide in, someone he could lean over and whisper a secret to relieve the pressure. Billy survived by putting his hand over his mouth to hold it all in. Bless his little soul. As soon as Mom finished, Jack called, "Hot chocolate in the kitchen." The kids scrambled to their feet and pounded off to get warm refreshments. Billy stopped next to him, his eyes full of the truth. Jack patted his shoulder. "You did real good," he said in a deep voice, letting him know that he'd been a man among children for a few moments. Billy broke into a grin and ran off with the rest of the kids. Camilla hadn't gone with the herd. She'd stayed and waited for Mom's attention. Is the story true or made up? Mom became as severe as the naughty list. Every word. But Camilla's eyebrows pinched together. "You're grown-ups. I don't understand how you can believe in Santa, he's for kids." Mom cupped her cheek as she explained, "Santa isn't something you grow out of, like shoes or a car seat. He's for everyone, even old geezers like me. All you have to do is believe." Camilla frowned. "I have to think about this." "It's easier to think with Coco," Jack offered, motioning toward the kitchen. She nodded. "That's true." Ashley approached Jack, her hands tucked in her back pockets. "Thank you for being so nice to her. She doesn't have a lot of friends." Jack shifted slightly away from Ashley and her daisy perfume. It smelled wrong this time of year. "It's easy. She's a great kid." She suddenly stepped forward and pecked a kiss on his lips. Jack jerked away. "What was that for?" She pointed above his head. "You need to watch where you're standing." She walked away. Jack reached up and yanked down the sprig. The darn thing was going to get him in trouble. He headed back to the main room, but found Faith in the rocking chair with Ryder instead of Natasha. Faith scowled at him. "What?" he asked. "From where I sit right here, I have a clear view of where you stood under the mistletoe for Ashley." He held up both hands. "I didn't mean to. Mitzi hung the stuff all over. You should be more careful." Jack groaned. "Did Natasha see?" Faith rolled her eyes. "Yeah. You owe her an apology." He held out the offending sprig. "Mistletoe." She gave him an "oh please" look. "Fix it, Jack. I like her a lot." He put his hands on his hips. "So do I." Faith brightened. "Good. Then we agree. Will you check on my dad? He's not supposed to eat more than 3 cookies today." "What about Natasha?" he asked. Only seconds before, she was telling him to fix this. "I'd let that one cool off if I were you." She sniffed as she lifted her chin. He threw both hands in the air and spun on his heel to find document. Why was it so hard to be with Natasha? He felt like he was flying uphill, into a headwind, with an elderly reindeer. And it was all worth it. The work. The struggle. All of it, totally worth it.
Chapter 13. Natasha stood near the heater, wishing she had one for both the front and back of her body because she felt like a rotisserie chicken turning around every 30 seconds to heat the other side of her. "Natasha." Miguel called from behind the camera. "We need you out here. Today, sweetheart." "I'm not your sweetheart," she said as she passed by on her way to the North Pole, where she and the other elves were hard at work making toys. She kept a smile on her face. Miguel dropped his shoulders. "Sorry. I had lunch at the diner in town, and the server called all of us sweetheart multiple times. I think this place is getting to me." He rubbed his forehead. Natasha nodded in acknowledgement of his apology. Jennifer arrived, carrying 2 cups of coffee from the food trailer. She shoved one at Miguel. "What aren't we filming?" "We're all set," he replied. Natasha took her place and pretended to hammer wheels on a train. This was dumb because no one ever hammered wheels on trains, but it was the prop assigned, and she would use it. Her dad would be so proud. As they filmed a frantic head elf, Natasha's mind drifted back to the cookie party at the Nicholases. She hadn't been to a multigenerational party in ages. The sense of family and community was strong enough to get inside her head. She'd been so sure of her goals and dreams when her ex-boyfriend from holidays past dumped her flat on her behind that she'd never looked back. There was no reason to. Her future was bright, and she was free from entanglements and obligations. Perhaps she'd run from them too fast. Or too far. Being with Jack's family was like being with her own, only better because Jack was an excellent kisser. Downright amazing, in fact. Send in the trumpets and the choir because that man could kiss. She was taken aback when he told her that her angry kiss didn't count and they weren't done, that she didn't respond right away. But once she gave herself over to the experience of being, what had he called it? Properly kissed, she was lost. His scruff on her hand and then her cheek was like ambrosia. "They say you fell head over heels." That wasn't true for her. She fell head through heels, as in she melted from the top down. It was good that he'd lifted her up because she would have tumbled down the stairs because her knees were so weak. Not even the ex had gotten that kind of response from her before. How had she gone her whole life and never been kissed into oblivion? It was a darn shame, that's what it was. And then he had to go and ruin everything by letting Ashley kiss him, again. She'd even seen him shift back, so he was under the mistletoe. Fool her once, shame on him. Fool her twice. Shame on her, she almost didn't care. If Jack walked up to her and kissed her again, she'd let him. He kissed that well. No wonder the women around here threw themselves at his feet. "Hey!" The sound of Drake yelling startled Natasha out of her thoughts. "We're filming here." Jennifer yelled at him as he charged through the set. His feet kicked up snow, and his legs churned. "Get him! For heaven's sake!" "Cut!" Miguel threw his hands up in frustration. Natasha was on her feet, racing after Drake. Jack pulled up alongside her a second later. "Where are we going?" he asked, a smile on his face. She pointed ahead. Already the cold had bled through her thin costume, and her teeth chattered. Talking while gulping in frozen air was impossible. Jack looked toward the parking lot. She did the same, gasping in horror. Seth, one of the crew, had Sparkle on a lead rope and was taking her toward his truck. Jack put on a burst of speed and closed the distance between him and Drake. Wow, he could fly. "Let her go!" Jack yelled. Seth glanced over his shoulder to see 2 burly wranglers bearing down on him. He tossed Sparkle's lead rope aside and tried to climb into a prop truck. Drake stopped to grab the reindeer, and Jack ran right into Seth, using the staff member's body to absorb the impact against the truck. Both men grunted. When Jack stepped back, he had Seth by the collar of his coat. "Call the sheriff." Natasha caught up to them, gasping for air. She wrapped her arms around her for warmth. "What's going on?" She pointed the question at Seth. Miguel skidded to a stop. "That's what I'd like to know. Who do you think you are running through our set?" Jack's eyes grew dark and dangerous. "You're out of here. All of you." He handed Seth off to Drake and took the lead rope. Sparkle hung close to him, her head tipped to the side as if she was trying to understand what was happening. Natasha wasn't buying the innocent act. Jack glanced at her and unzipped his coat, shrugging it off and handing it to her. The whole time, he glared down at Miguel. Natasha would have argued, but she was freezing. Slipping her arms in, she breathed the wonderful scent, and Jack's residual body heat helped her stop shaking. We caught him trying to take our reindeer. Jack's voice was deep and threatening. No one touches our reindeer. You have 12 hours to pack up and get out. He thundered. Let's not be so hasty. Jennifer arrived. She jogged over and didn't look out of breath at all. Is there a problem? Her act was worse than Sparkle's. Seth had messed things up, exponentially. He tried to take their reindeer, Natasha bit out. They have every right to kick us off the property. I wasn't. Seth protested. I was going to brush her before filming today. Jack glanced down at Sparkle as if verifying the man's statement with the reindeer. She looked up at him and blinked slowly. He groaned in a way that made it sound like she agreed with Seth, and he was annoyed with her. That's what you told her to lure her out of the barn, but how do we know those were your intentions? Why'd you bring her to the parking lot? I'll show you. He checked with Drake to see if he would let him go. Drake checked with Jack. Jack nodded curtly. Seth walked to his truck and pulled out a bag from the local feed store. He revealed a curry comb and a brush. I'd forgotten to take these in the barn when I went to get her. Jack scowled. Natasha shook her head. There are signs posted. You knew the barn was off limits. Jennifer grabbed her arm and hissed, You're supposed to represent us, not get us kicked off the property. Natasha shook her off. I'm not the one who broke the rule, he is. She jerked a hand at Seth. Why did you think you could go in there? She asked him. He clamped his mouth shut. This was a clear sign that there was more to his story than wanting to make Sparkle shine for her close-up. Jennifer ground her teeth. She was caught, and she knew it. Let's make a deal. Seth leaves, and we stay. She nudged Natasha. That's fair, right? Miguel nodded his head so fast that he got dizzy. Natasha shook her head. I'm not talking them into trusting us when we were the ones who messed up. They have every right to require us to pack up and head home. Miguel looked pained. We don't have enough to patch together something presentable. If we leave now, we have to scrap the project. Jennifer turned pleading eyes on Jack and Drake. The rest of us stay out of the barn. We don't even go near it. Don't ruin all our hard work because of one rotten apple. I will ensure he's on a plane and out of the state before midnight tonight. Back home, horse theft was punishable by up to 10 years in jail. Natasha twisted her hands together as she waited for the verdict. She did not know what the laws were for reindeer in North Dakota, but had a feeling the Nicholas family lobbied for strict punishment. Drake and Jack took a moment to step aside and talk. Natasha wished she was in their inner circle and knew what they were thinking. Someone grabbed her arm. Nice coat, Jennifer smirked knowingly. Natasha's ears burned. Had she seen the front porch kiss? Or was she just insinuating there was something between her and Jack because he'd given her his coat? You can stay, but you will give all of your people a review of the rules outlined in the contract. Jack's grip tightened on the lead rope. This is the only second chance you'll get. Next time, there will be no discussion. And you, Drake pointed at Seth, are out of here. But, this is my job, Seth protested. How will I pay rent? Talk to her, Drake pointed at Jennifer. Jennifer flipped her hair over her shoulder. Get off my set. I never want to see your face near one of my projects again. Seth slunk to the truck. Jennifer stepped up to the open door. Drive yourself to the airport. I'll have someone meet you there with a ticket home and your things. I'm deducting the cost from your last paycheck. He slammed the door in her face and started the vehicle. A gopher ran up, panting hard. I was just in his trailer, it's cleared out. What do you mean? Miguel asked. I mean, all his stuff is gone. He pointed down the lane. My guess is it's in the truck. All of them spun to look at Sparkle as the realization that she'd almost been reindeer napped sank in. Jack put an arm around her neck and rubbed her side. She leaned into him for support. Drake lifted his phone to his ear. I'm calling the sheriff. He can have a police escort to the airport. That should discourage him from coming back. He stepped away to make the call. Jennifer regarded her. I'm not sure how I feel about what you did here. Natasha shrugged. I did the right thing and don't regret it. Not that she'd done much. Jennifer narrowed her eyes. You need to remember whose side you're on. She turned on her heel and headed back to the set, where the actors and crew were out of place, most of them on their phones. Miguel turned to her. Are you coming? Natasha waved him off. You'll have to finish without me. I have some business to take care of here. He glanced from the coat she wore to Jack. Natasha rolled her eyes. Not that kind of business. He shrugged. It's none of my never mind. But that reindeer is on set in an hour. Yeah. She gave him a thumbs up. Hugging herself, she wasn't sure if she should talk to Jack now or not. He'd been pretty upset. Maybe he needed a minute to cool off. She hung back as he and Drake fell into a discussion.
Chapter 14. Jack stood with Drake, glaring at the crew as they made their way back to the set. That Jennifer was something else, wheeling and dealing her way through things as if they all had a price. He didn't let them stay because she'd fired the guy, though that helped. He and Drake decided they couldn't hold the whole crew responsible for one man's actions. Over the last couple of weeks, they'd gotten to know some of them. These people had families. The ones on contract didn't get paid until filming was complete. If they canceled the movie, they'd go home without a paycheck. What kind of Christmas was that? Neither of them wanted that weight on their shoulders, so they'd let the crew stay to give them one more chance. He meant what he'd said. If anyone went near the reindeer again, he'd haul them and their trailers off his property himself. He could do it, too. The tractor was waiting in the barn. He didn't feel bad about Seth getting fired. The guy claimed he was innocent, but there was no way he missed the authorized personnel, only signs on the door to the barn. Nor did he misunderstand the rules. On top of that, the fact that his trailer was cleaned out meant he would disappear. Putting Sparkle in the back of a props van was a great idea. No one would suspect it. Do you think he saw anything in the barn? Drake asked. His question was code for, do you think he saw a flying reindeer? Enough people were milling about that could overhear them, so they had to be cautious. Also, Natasha was within hearing distance, waiting to talk to him. As much as he wanted to go to her, he had to wrap this up first. His responsibilities to the reindeer were ingrained so deeply that he couldn't sleep unless they were all settled down for the night. Jack turned, grabbing Sparkle's lead rope and bringing her into the conversation. Let's ask her. Sparkle? She batted her Liz Taylor eyelashes at them. I was on the ground, ready for you to come to get me. Drake rubbed her forehead. What about the others? Her eyes looked off to the right, Lilial. Jack kicked the snow. What? She wiggled her nose. Rudy was in the rafters. But he stayed still, and the man didn't look up. You're sure? Jack pressed. She opened her mouth slightly, offended that he would question her memory. Jack tickled under her chin. Why did you follow Seth, anyway? She turned, lifting her tail. He promised me a good brushing and a bucket of oats. Jack lifted one side of his mouth in a mischievous smile. Your coat has a natural sheen, sparkle. You don't need brushing to bring it out. She ducked her head under his arm and rubbed against his side like a Persian cat. You're so intelligent. He dropped his arm around her and held her close to his side. As much of a pain as she could be in vain, she was so vain, he loved this little beauty. Drake started laughing. It's good that Dunder didn't get a hold of the guy. He would have been an antler kebab. Jack chuckled. Why don't you go check on him? I'll hang out with Sparkle. Drake shifted his eyes to where Natasha stood, still wearing his coat. You wanting to stay doesn't have anything to do with that cute elf over there, does it? Jack cuffed his shoulder. Wouldn't you like to know? He walked away, leading Sparkle to Natasha. Jack, she said, relieved. I'm so sorry about this. I promise I didn't know Seth was. He held up a hand to stop her apology. I know you didn't. I trust you, Nat. Her mouth formed an "oh, wait." You trust me? Yeah. He ran his hand through his hair. You're probably the only one on set I can trust right now. Natasha cupped both hands behind her neck and huffed. Well, that's an interesting twist from a cowboy Casanova. A cowboy, what now? Jack stared at her. Is that what she thought of him? Sparkle walked forward and nudged Natasha for a scratch behind the ears. Natasha turned all her attention to the reindeer and gave her a thorough scratch down. She started harder behind the ears, right at the perfect spot, and then came forward to her eyes, which she did soft circles around, and then finished with a tickled over her nose. Sparkle sneezed, and Natasha laughed. Jack watched them. They were quite the pair. Both beautiful. Both strong. Both were mysteries in different ways. He wished she'd answered his question, maybe it wasn't the right time. They were standing in his front yard, but basically in public. We need Sparkle on set. Will's bullhorn sounded across the fields. Jack rubbed his ear. The North Pole now knows Sparkle is needed on set. Natasha smiled at him. You and Santa, after your mom's story, I'm thinking you're all friends. They began walking quickly, not wanting to hold up production. Sparkle walked out front like she was on a leash, not a lead rope. She kept glancing back at him, hurry up. Jack ignored her diva attitude and talked to Natasha. We are friends. I grew up playing with his daughters. If you think we're a handful, you should meet them. Natasha shook her head. I can't tell if you're serious or not. Jack lifted his shoulders, silently saying, I don't know how to prove it to you. More often than not, he could tell people the truth about the Kringle family, and they wouldn't believe him. Most of the time, he was okay with that, but he wanted Nat to believe him. Wanted it more than he dared admit. Natasha unzipped his coat and handed it back. Thank you for this. You sure are cute as an elf, he said. She rolled her eyes. If anyone back home sees this movie, I'll never live it down. He laughed as she walked to her place on set. She had a natural grace about her that drew the eye. Jennifer was an idiot for putting Natasha in the background. She stole the show without even trying. He walked over to the spot where Sparkle was supposed to come from off camera. Do you remember what you're supposed to do? Sparkle threw her head, like a woman tossing her hair over her shoulder. Don't insult me. I'm a professional. Right. Sorry. He took off her harness, placing a hand on her back to remind her to keep her hooves on the ground. So far, she'd been the model of an ordinary reindeer, well, as ordinary as Sparkle could be, but he couldn't afford to let his guard down. They started rolling. In this scene, Camilla sneaks through the forest, looking for her reindeer friend. He had given little thought to how movies came together before Tinseltown came to the ranch. One thing that surprised him was that they filmed the scenes out of order. They would set up the cameras and lights around one set and film everything that happened in that location, even if the scenes were days apart in the movie. Camilla cupped her hand around her mouth. Sparkle, she called. Sparkle. They'd used Sparkle's actual name in the movie because she answered quickly to it. Jack didn't bother to tell them she would understand being called a different name for the show. This was not one of those times when telling the truth would get him a light chuckle of disbelief and an elbow nudge. They could think she behaved so well because she was exceptionally well trained and cared for if they wanted to. Sparkle held back just a moment and then poked her head between the two branches. The scene continued to unfold in a miraculously smooth manner. Sparkle was a superstar. She hit all her marks and even spoke to the camera with her eyes, which made the crew melt. They adored her. Even as she stole the show, his thoughts went back to Natasha and her accusation that he was a cowboy Casanova. He wasn't one, was he? Sure, he dated around. He was looking for a wife, so he had to date. And he went on many first dates, but that didn't mean he kissed every girl he drove home. Nor did he lead them on. Yes, he turned on the charm around Natasha, but what man didn't when he liked a lady? Even as he mentally argued his case, the mistletoe debacle played out in the back of his head. None of that was his fault. Mitzi hung the mistletoe. Ashley kissed him twice. And yet, he held some responsibility. He should have been more aware. He could have asked Ashley not to kiss him again. He could have gone after Natasha, assured her he was into her and not Ashley, and asked her out right then. That would have meant throwing all his hopes into one stocking, and he didn't feel ready for that. There were a lot of variables where Natasha was concerned. Variables that made him feel vulnerable. That wasn't a feeling he was used to, and he needed a minute. He needed to show her that he was for real. Hey, Ashley popped up beside him. He jumped and moved away from her, creating as much distance as possible without getting into the shot. Did she have some kind of programming that told her when it was the perfect time to screw up his chances with Natasha? He glanced at his adorable Christmas elf. She had her back to them. Camilla wants to talk to you after filming. I need to stick around with Sparkle, he replied, worried she was trying to get him alone. That was the last thing he needed at this moment, with Natasha right there in those striped tights. Cut, called Miguel. He fell backward in his chair. I'm going to win so many awards for this film. Jennifer laughed like she was in on a grand scheme. You and me both. Sparkle nudged Camilla, good job. Camilla pet her on the neck. The reindeer began to strut, drawing out the girl's laughter. In a fit of honest childhood love, she threw her arms around Sparkle. I love you, she said. Sparkle dropped her chin over Camilla's shoulder and hugged her back in her reindeer way. Jack approached slowly, not wanting to break up the moment. Christmas magic was as thick as pudding around the two of them. If anyone could convince Camilla to believe in Santa, it would be Sparkle. Perhaps Sparkle had it in her to be one of Santa's elite eight, after all. Camilla opened her eyes and saw him. Jack! You promised me a sleigh ride. Ashley came up beside him, standing close enough that their arms brushed. We have the rest of the afternoon off. She nudged him. Jack felt like a reindeer caught on the rooftop. He looked around frantically for an escape hatch. There! Drake! He lifted an arm to signal his brother. Drake was covered in straw and looked like Dunder had put him through the paces in the workout arena. If Jack weren't so happy to see him and grateful, he would have teased him about the oldest reindeer on the ranch getting the better of him. What happened to you? Ashley asked, laughing as she helped Drake brush off his coat. He scowled. A bale of straw fell out of the rafters. Now, how did that get up there? It was Jack's turn to laugh. He knew darn well it was Dunder setting a trap to stop someone else from coming into the barn who wasn't supposed to be there. It's a Christmas mystery, Drake responded dryly. Jack put an arm around his shoulders and pointed at Camilla. This little girl needs her first sleigh ride. Think you have enough Christmas cheer left in you to brighten her day? He did his best to ignore the way Ashley's shoulders slumped. Drake straightened. I always have enough cheer for that. He leaned over and looked Camilla in the face. You mean to tell me you've never ridden in a sleigh before? Camilla shook her head, all seriousness. We need to rectify that immediately. He held out his elbow, and she slipped her little hand inside. Right this way. You can even pick out your reindeer. Sparkle, she exclaimed. Jack shook his head. Sorry. She's too small to pull the sleigh. He tightened his grip on her lead rope in case she followed Camilla. Ashley didn't have a choice and dutifully fell into step behind her charge. Drake listed Camilla's reindeer options, giving the stats on each one. Once Ashley was far enough away, Jack brushed off his palms. He glanced around, hoping Natasha had seen him hand off Ashley to his brother. She was nowhere to be seen. He threw his hands in the air and asked Sparkle, "What's a guy gotta do?" She lifted a shoulder and headed for the barn. You coming? I'm hungry. I'm coming. And before you ask, you can have hay cubes and oats tonight. You earned them. She swished her tail. As he went to the barn, he considered other ways to show Natasha he was serious about her and her alone. Too bad he couldn't take her for a sunset sleigh ride, the flying reindeer kind. That would be romantic. They reserved magical sleigh rides for the ladies the Wranglers would marry. While he may not have a problem marrying her, Natasha seemed to have a huge problem with him. If he was going to make headway, he'd have to start soon. The movie would wrap up by Christmas Eve, and Natasha would be on a jet plane back to California. Time was not on his side.
Chapter 15. Natasha hurried away from the set, intent on getting out of these tights and washing her face. There wasn't much daylight left, and she didn't want to waste even 1 minute. Faith had promised to take her out to the herd to film, and wardrobe changes were inconsequential when she was about to tell a story. Story was in the air on the Reindeer Ranch. She could feel it tugging at her fingertips and in the wind when it lifted her hair. Everything about this place seemed magical, and oddly ordinary. It was like a blinking star. If you looked too closely, it stopped twinkling. But, if you believed and didn't try to explain it, it flickered in your peripheral vision. The thoughts had come to her while watching, while appearing not to watch, Sparkled and Camilla. That reindeer was something else. The way she reacted to Camilla on camera was unnatural. She'd grown up around animals. Horses mostly, but cattle, sheep, goats, and the occasional alpaca were under her care. Even the beloved family border collie, the most intelligent dog breed, wouldn't behave like a person. The biggest problem she could see with this movie is that no one would believe Sparkle wasn't animated. However, a few brief clips about the ranch, filmed with Faith, would bring legitimacy to their film. She hadn't talked about this with Jennifer because she didn't want the woman to make this all about the studio. It wasn't. Not for Natasha. She legitimately wanted to help Faith find another reindeer out there, one that would allow the herd to continue for generations to come. These reindeer. They were special. In no time, she was running up Faith's front steps and across the wraparound porch to knock on the door. It swung open, and her heart stopped in her chest. She quickly looked down. "What are you doing here?" she asked, feeling bashful and more than a bit of chagrin. Her conversation with Jack hadn't gone all that well. She'd called him a cowboy Casanova to his face and evaded his questions. Not exactly a stellar move on her part, especially because she wanted to be honest with him. She just wasn't sure if she could trust her gut. She'd done that once before and been burned, her heart charred. Possibly for life. The dumb thing hadn't fallen for anyone new in a long time, and it was scary to think that she may have found the guy who could heal it. "I live here," he replied. Something in the formality of his tone had her lifting her gaze. Upon further inspection, his hair was a shade lighter than Jack's. "Sorry, Caleb. I thought you were." She trailed off, not sure how to explain her response to his twin. Caleb laughed easily. "Don't worry, I'm used to it." Faith came around the corner of the porch, a vet bag slung over one shoulder and hanging low against her hip. She wore tall boots over her pants with fur cuffs, a sweater, and then a coat hanging open. "You made it." Her face lit up at the sight of Natasha. "Let's go. I just dropped the baby off with Mitzi, and the sun is going down." Caleb shut the door behind him, and Natasha followed the two of them to a truck. Mitzi slid in next to her husband, casually resting her hand on his leg. Natasha tried not to let her gaze linger on the two of them. Caleb looked so much like Jack that her thoughts swirled around him like a blizzard. "How do you like being on the ranch so far?" Caleb asked. "It's great." She looked out the window at the open fields. "Reminds me of home in a lot of ways." "Where are you from?" asked Faith. "Harvest Ranch, Virginia. It's a ranching community. Growing faster than we'd all like, but most people moving in are kids who grew up and decided to return home. They know how to do Christmas right." She hugged herself, thinking about the Christmas tree lighting in the city park and the sing-along and so many more memories that had filled her childhood with joy. The joy Jack was trying to bring to Camilla. Darn it all, even memories of her hometown brought the Wrangler to mind. Would she ever not think about him? Or was she destined to spend the next 70-plus years of her life haunted by his cobalt eyes? They stopped at a gate, and Caleb jumped out to open it. Faith waited until he shut the door behind him before she turned on Natasha. "This is none of my business, and you're welcome to tell me to buzz off." Natasha raised her eyebrows in question, encouraging her to go on. Faith was not the type of person to gossip, but she was a friend. Someone you could confide in who would keep your secrets. "What is going on with you and Jack?" Her eyes were full of eagerness and her mouth curved up in a giant smile. She obviously cared about Jack and liked Natasha enough to hope there was a spark between them. Honestly, marrying into this family would not be a hardship. Natasha pushed that thought away as fast as it came. "Nothing," she replied so insistently it sounded like a false denial, even to her. She rolled her eyes. He likes to flirt with me, but he flirts with everyone, so it's not like that's anything special. She rubbed her lips together. I wish he'd stop. Why? Faith asked, incredulous. Jack is a great guy. And he's good looking, which I'm not just saying because I married his twin. She elbowed Natasha. Natasha grit her teeth. She respected Faith. Being a vet in a rural area was hard work and not glamorous, even if she managed to look gorgeous in flannel and jeans. It wasn't even the fact that Faith was asking her about Jack that brought up Natasha's defenses, it was that she made Natasha look at her feelings, and she didn't want to acknowledge them. If she ignored the way he made her heart sing like Michael Bublé belting out, "All I want for Christmas is you," then she didn't have to do anything about it, and Jack's adorable half-smile wouldn't mean a thing in her life. I'll be gone by Christmas Day. There's no reason to get involved. Oh. Faith faced forward. I hadn't thought of that. Probably because you're not the one going. Natasha elbowed her back, working to keep things light between them. It was natural for Faith to feel protective of her family, and Natasha wouldn't hold it against her one bit. Caleb pulled open the driver's door and a gust of stiff wind drifted snow into the cab. He slid in and gripped the wheel. Did you give her the warning? He drove through the gate. Warning. Natasha's eyes went wide. Was Faith supposed to warn her off, Jack? Was that what this was about? Caleb parked inside the gate and hopped out to shut it behind them. Faith rolled her eyes. He's so nervous about the video. She clutched her vet back to her chest. This is a unique herd of reindeer. There's nothing like them on Earth, I guarantee it. So it wasn't a warning about Jack. Natasha switched mental gears. She clicked back into the part of her brain that had rolled over different ideas for the video. Faith continued, we expose each reindeer to humans right after birth. The mama reindeer will come into the barn to deliver. They like to be near us because they know we can help if something goes wrong. Does it? Natasha opened the camera on her phone. She wanted to get some of this discussion on video. Faith waved the camera off, the universal sign that what they were talking about was off the record. Because they are so comfortable with us, we get a unique glimpse into their personalities. Personalities. Caleb climbed back into the cab. He pinned her with a look. Personalities. He put the truck in drive, and they began bouncing through the field to where the herd gathered at the other end near the tree line. The fence went into the trees, and she guessed that the forest was part of their pasture land. Natasha grabbed the bar over the door and held on. I saw a few of them at reindeer tryouts. Faith held on tighter to Caleb. He laughed like bouncing her into him was all part of the plan. You're about to see a whole lot more, Faith called over the sound of the tires crunching over the snow. They'll want to get to know you. They startle easily. They're gentle giants. Do I need to carry a stick or something? The closer they got to the reindeer, the bigger the animals looked. Sparkle seemed so tame and sweet, and she was about half the size of the massive animals who were aware of their approach and trotted this way as if the truck's bed was full of oats. Not at all. Just move slowly and be kind. Caleb slowed to a stop. They can read people pretty well, so they'll know you're on the good list. Natasha bust out a laugh. Like Santa's list? The very same one, Caleb winked and climbed out. A large bull, without antlers, charged at him. He threw his arms out to the sides and called, Dale, as if he'd just gotten home for Christmas. The reindeer stopped right in front of him. Caleb stepped forward, putting his arms around the behemoth's neck and hugging him. How's my best bud? Dale rested his head on Caleb's shoulder and released a low, pitiful moan. I know, buddy. But all we have is hay and hay cubes right now. He kicked the ground. Nothing is growing until spring. Dale blew a raspberry and stepped back several feet. Caleb motioned to the ladies in the cab. I brought some friends. Think you can behave for a minute? He nodded his head. Natasha watched the exchange in utter amazement. And her heart was lighter for it. She decided not to ask the dozens of questions she'd written and just enjoyed this experience. When would she ever get to play reindeer games again in her life? Faith climbed out, and Natasha slid across the seat to follow her out the driver's side. She wasn't at all sure about the group of animals quickly gathering around the truck and blocking them in. Their eyes were curious, and she didn't want to be bitten in case one of them wondered what she tasted like. She was saddling a horse once, and when she tightened the cinch, it turned its head and nipped her side. She'd bruised badly and cried right there. How big is his rack before he sheds? She asked Caleb as he rubbed the reindeer's forehead. The reindeer narrowed his eyes and glared at her. We don't speak of my antlers. She thought she heard him say. Caleb put his hands over the reindeer's ears. He's touchy about the subject. Tell you later, Faith whispered out of the side of her mouth. They're like pets, Natasha observed as another one approached Faith, rubbing her face around Faith's midsection like a cat. Faith shook her head. They are not pets. They're friendly and amazing and a dream to work with, but they are a hurt to themselves in many ways. We're just privileged enough to be included in their circle. What am I doing standing here talking when I should be filming? She framed the shot and asked, Can you say all that again? Faith laughed, which made Caleb look at her like she'd hung the moon and stars. I'll try. They walked among the animals as Faith talked about the herd and their troubles. Because of the limited gene pool, we're seeing birth defects. Like what? Prompted Natasha. Faith exchanged a look with Caleb before answering. For example, Rudy was born with a condition that blinded him. I was able to reverse that with surgery, but he's kept separate from the herd, so the problem doesn't spread to other babies. Can we get some video of him? This time, when their eyes met, Caleb was the one who answered. I'll talk to my dad. If he gives the okay, we'll make it happen. But don't expect to be allowed in the barn. Right. The barn is off limits. Believe me, I know. She chuckled to show that she wasn't trying to be as sarcastic as her words sounded. I mean, it's well known with the crew. A child's panicked scream pierced the air, sending an icy chill down Natasha's spine. All three of them turned at once towards the sound. A flock of birds flew out of the forest, squawking and screeching. The reindeer herd parted, making it possible to see the tree line. A reindeer harnessed to a sleigh burst into the clearing, going much too fast. The reindeer's eyes were wide with fright. Dale bellowed, and the running reindeer changed direction, lifting the sleigh onto one runner. In the back of the sleigh, Camilla clung to the side and screamed for all she was worth. Camilla! Natasha yelled in fright. The girl was terrified, her hands frozen in place. She couldn't have grabbed at the flapping reins if Natasha had been able to tell her what to do. Whoa! Caleb stepped forward, his arm out. He began running toward the crazed animal. His approach spooked the reindeer even more, and she headed back for the trees. She's out of control, yelled Faith. They were 15 feet from the trees when another reindeer swooped out of the sky. On his back was Jack, his cowboy hat low and his face set in determination. He was prominent in the chest, and his antlers were magnificent. His hoofs touched the snow, and he charged forward, his mighty back feet chewing up the distance and overtaking the sleigh. Natasha gasped, hugging her phone to her chest. She prayed for his safety. He rode as if he and the reindeer were one. Both were part of nature and masters of their movements, entirely in control when the whole world had gone crazy. Jack leaned precariously to the side and grabbed the reins, pulling back to slow the frightened animal. The giant reindeer snorted what sounded like a command to get it together, and the other reindeer slowed and then stopped. Jack dismounted and was at the sleigh, scooping up the sobbing child and holding her close. Caleb and Faith took off, running toward them. Not wanting to miss a moment of this, Natasha did the same. She arrived with her breath puffing out of her like a cloud machine. Nanny scared Coco, and he started running. I told him to stop. Camilla wailed. She'd wrapped her arms and her legs around Jack. It's okay. It's okay. Jack rubbed her back. Natasha stared at him in awe at what he'd just done. He rode a reindeer. Where did you come from? Jack glanced at his twin and grimaced. Dunder and I were just leaving the indoor arena when I heard her scream. Natasha spun in the direction of the arena. It was at least a mile away. But it's way over there. How? She looked at Dunder, who wasn't even breathing hard while she was in a fog machine. He's fast. Caleb patted Dunder's shoulder fondly. Natasha finally looked at the reindeer, really looked. He was Santa's bag of toys and a whole lot more. He's magnificent, she whispered. His eyes were all-knowing, and his presence was commanding. Don't tell him that, he'll get a big head, Faith nudged Dunder affectionately. He playfully nudged her back with his antler, like you're one to talk, Miss Vet School. Jack walked a few feet away and murmured to Camilla. Her tears had stopped, and she snuggled comfortably into his big, strong arms. Natasha approached Dunder. He stood still, as if he didn't want to startle her. He was large enough to trample her, and those antlers could take down an airplane, yet he was gentle and kind, but no nonsense. She reached out a hand and brushed it down his neck. Warmth spread up her arm and throughout her body. He looked at her out of the corner of his eyes. May I? She held a hand up to his antler. He dipped his nose, and she brushed her fingers over the rough surface. So many questions filled her head, but after insulting one reindeer, she'd hold them until they were back at the house. Dunder, she asked if that was his name, speaking to a reindeer for the first time. He leaned into her touch. Yes. That's quite the name. It sounds like thunder. He stomped one back foot, and the ground shivered beneath her feet. Whoa. She rubbed his neck a little harder. He leaned into her affection. That's the spot. I'm going to look for Drake. Caleb glanced at Faith. She blinked and blurted. I'll come too. She readjusted the reins on the sleigh and then took a seat. Caleb handed Jack the keys to his truck. Will you make sure the ladies get back okay? Will you be safe? Natasha nodded her head toward Coco. Her ribs expanded and contracted with every breath, and she was sweaty. Caleb settled into the seat. We'll be fine. Besides, it'll be good for her to go out again. Get back in the saddle and all that. The animal looked much calmer now. All traces of fear had been washed from her eyes. He wants to meet you, Jack said to Camilla as he approached Dunder. Camilla's hands fisted his coat. She leaned her head into the crook of his neck, which was the sweetest thing Natasha had ever seen. It wasn't fair that he had all those good looks and was great with kids, too. No wonder the women fell all over him. Dunder walked ahead, acting curious. How Natasha knew it was an act was beyond her. Perhaps the reindeer interacting with people so much had made them seem more human. Although Dunder wasn't a reindeer who took commands, he was the kind that gave them. How come I haven't seen this guy before? Natasha kept a hand on his back, not wanting to let go of the warm feeling he created inside her, like Christmas morning and warm socks on a cold floor. He stays in deluxe retirement accommodations, Jack said. He turned so Dunder could look Camilla in the eye. Camilla peeked out at him. Snow fell and danced around them, although there was no wind. Dunder pranced his front hooves, making the bells on his harness sing. Camilla sat up and then wiggled to get down. Jack set her on her feet, and soon she was twirling and dancing with a reindeer. Natasha stepped closer to Jack, and they watched the sweet scene unfold. I believe he's charmed her, she whispered. He is the most charming male on the ranch, present company excluded, of course. Jack puffed out his chest. Light-headed with Christmas magic, Natasha watched them play. She had a funny thought. Is this a reindeer game? Jack laughed lightly. I believe it is. Camilla shimmied, and Dunder shook out his fur. The music stopped. Had there been actual music? Natasha wasn't sure, but she noticed its absence. Where had it come from? Camilla bowed, and Dunder inclined his head like a king on his throne. Dunder put his nose low and sniffed Camilla's boots. She giggled and patted his head before falling on his face in a hug. I love you, Dunder. I love you forever and ever and ever. You too, little one. Too late, Natasha realized she hadn't filmed a moment of the reindeer dancing. She had a sinking suspicion he wouldn't shake his groove thing for her. Do you feel better about the reindeer, Camilla? Jack asked. She skipped to him and took his hand. Dunder explained that Coco was scared, too. She didn't mean to run away like that. Natasha raised both eyebrows in question. Exactly when had Dunder explained anything? Jack ignored her. Do you want to ride him back to the barn? He held out his hand to Natasha, keys dangling. Will you drive the truck back? Natasha took them. But she'd wanted to ride with him, to ask him all the questions she couldn't ask in front of a reindeer. To just spend a moment with him. One forbidden, innocent moment where she didn't have to have her guard up. Seemed Dunder had taken down a few of her walls right along with Camilla's. The knowledge was scary. She twisted. I can do it. Thank you, he called after her. She lifted a hand in response. Once inside the truck, she broke out in chills and cranked up the heater. The sun was going down, and the lights automatically came on. She bounced around in her seat, making the seatbelt click. The crazy events rushed back to her, and she started laughing. Christmas music playing in a field. Reindeer talking. She must be going nuts out here. If she weren't careful, she'd begin to think the reindeer could fly. Come to think of it, how did Jack get there so fast? She shook the thought out of her head. That was ridiculous. This place, the movie, the cursed striped tights, all was messing with her better sense. For real, though, had he flown in? Like swooped? Nah. But he came from above the trees. Didn't he? There was one thing she hadn't made up, Jack riding in like a hero on the back of the biggest, baddest reindeer she'd ever seen. That was hot. And something she never wanted to forget. She hit the brake as she contemplated going back and looking for reindeer tracks that would prove Dunder had run from the barn. One glance in her rearview mirror told her that would not give her the answer she wanted. An entire herd of reindeer walked over the snow. She'd just have to ask Jack to clarify how he got there. Tell the story again from his perspective. There had to be a reasonable explanation.
Chapter 16. The runaway sleigh, with Camilla inside, did a number on Jack's nerves, and he didn't sleep well. She was fine. Better than fine, because she counted Dunder as a dear friend. The legendary reindeer had worked Christmas magic with her, and she barely remembered being in the sleigh when Coco took off. She remembered dancing in the snow with a reindeer, a memory that ran so deep it would resurface every Christmas season. He knew because he had a few of those himself. His hope that Camilla would once again capture and hold on to the childlike wonder of Christmas was closer than ever to being a reality. He should feel good about that. So why was he so unsettled? He threw the blankets off and stood up. Some cocoa or reading by the fire would calm him. He crept along the house, not wanting to wake the rest of the family. As he passed his parents' door, he heard a muffled cough. Worried about his dad, he stuck his head inside. "Dad?" "I'm awake," Dad whispered. He had the bedside light on and sat up, reading a book. Mom was asleep, a pillow propped up to block the light. The sight was so familiar to Jack. How often had he come home, barely making curfew, to this exact scene? Gratitude for his parents surged through him, and he stepped inside. "Can I get you a drink or something?" "I was about to make cocoa." Dad's eyes brightened. "I'd love some." Jack hurried out and made them both a mug. He stepped back into the room and noted the cold floors. He set the mugs on the side table and then added a log to the wood-burning stove in the corner. "Your mother will appreciate that when she gets up," Dad lifted his mug in thank you. He sniffed the cocoa. "Peppermint? To help with your cough." Jack brushed his hands on his flannel PJ bottoms before picking up his drink and sitting on the side of the bed. "She does a lot to take care of us." Dad grimaced. "She's working too hard with me laid up." "You sound better tonight." Dad sipped his drink. "It's slow going, but I'm improving. Getting old isn't for the weak." Jack smiled into his cup. "No filming tonight?" Dad asked. Despite the craziness that Tinseltown presented during the day, they all tucked into their trailers or the local band bee at night. When the temperatures went down, no one wanted to be outside. Jack shook his head. "The next night's shoot will be in the barn we contracted. There's one on Main Street on Christmas Eve too. Should be something to see if you're up for it." Dad's color was better, his cheeks cheery. Jack took comfort from seeing him become his robust self little by little. "Maybe I will." He took another sip. "I heard about your big rescue today. Your mom says the whole ranch is buzzing with the news." Jack grimaced. Maybe that's why he was up tonight, too much attention to something he'd rather keep quiet. From what she gathered, Camilla's family is upset with the nanny. They're sending a representative out to keep an eye on things and evaluate Ashley. Jack sighed. She should have been more careful around Coco. I don't think she has any animal sense. Dad leveled him with a look over the top of his mug. She's not the only one who needs to be more careful. Reindeer poop. Caleb saw me fly? His face heated with embarrassment. He should have thought things through before jumping on Dunder's back. He'd taken the reindeer out for a walk, wanting to let him stretch his legs. When Coco cried out and Camilla screamed, the two of them reacted. Dunder jerked his head toward his back, and Forrest jumped on, and they were off. It all happened so fast. Dad finished his cocoa and set the cup aside. "My first instinct is to lecture you on the herd's safety and keeping secrets." Jack hung his head. "I'd have it coming." The fact that you admit it means I don't have to say a word. Dad patted his arm. I'm proud of you for saving that little girl and Coco. A frightened reindeer is unpredictable, and they could have been hurt. Nat could have seen us, she might have. She asked how I got there so fast. What if she knows? He thought of her in those striped tights and grinned to himself. Nat? You mean Miss Newberry? Dad's forehead wrinkled. Jack's face heated as if he were sitting beside the fireplace. Dad broke into a smug grin. Maybe there's a reason you wanted her to see you riding a reindeer? Eh? Jack shook his head. You're too much, old man. What? I like my grandkids, and I want more. Jack almost spit out his hot chocolate. Who said anything about grandchildren? Well, you see, dear boy. First comes love, then comes marriage. Jack stood up and grabbed the empty cup off the nightstand. She'll be on a plane back to California on Christmas Day. Invite her back for New Year's then. Dad leaned forward, insistent. The effort and excitement were too much, and he fell back against the pillows, spent. Jack stopped and put the cups down to help him lie back down. He pulled out a pillow and set it on the floor by the bed while Dad scooted lower. It's not the right time for that. Not yet, anyway. Give me a couple more days to feel things out? Dad sagged into the mattress. We aren't done talking, he protested feebly. Jack smiled down at him. How about I clean the stalls for a week to make up for riding Dunder, and you get some shut-eye? Deal. Dad smiled to himself. You'll find the one for you, Jackie. She's out there, and she's waiting for you. His heart warmed at the nostalgic use of his childhood nickname. Thanks, Dad. He turned off the light and took the cups back to the kitchen, where he washed them and put them in the cupboard. Once in bed, he fell asleep quickly, though he didn't sleep nearly long enough before his alarm went off. Hopping out of bed, he shaved and went out to clean stalls. The sooner he made good on his promise, the better. Besides, he was an outdoor guy. Working in an office would drive him crazy. The early morning light was just enough to see by. Several of the trailers in Tinseltown had lights on, their shades drawn. Probably the crew getting ready for the day. They were up a couple of hours before the talent, which meant Camilla and Ashley were still asleep. It was too bad Ashley was in trouble, but he couldn't blame the family for wanting to check in. Tucking his chin inside his coat, he continued toward the barn. Jack! Natasha called. He turned at the sound of her voice, like a reindeer to a carrot. She slammed the door to her trailer and jogged over to meet him. Dressed in jeans, mud boots, and the feed store coat she'd bought when she first arrived, she was a wonderful sight to behold. Her hair was tucked into a hat with a pom-pom on top that bounced as she ran. Morning, beautiful. He touched the brim of his cowboy hat in greeting. What are you doing up this early? I'm always up early. Natasha rolled her eyes and swiped a stray piece of hair off her cheek. Where are you going? She motioned for him to keep walking, so he did. To clean stalls. He figured that would be enough to scare her off, but she kept stride with him. Cool. She rubbed her lips together and then burrowed deeper into her scarf. How'd you sleep? He glanced down at her. She wasn't one for small talk. What was going on? Poorly. But I had a good talk with my dad last night. Her shoulders straightened. Is he improving? I think he's finally turned a corner. Even as he said the words, he knew they were true, and the tension ball in his shoulder that had formed the day Dad went into the hospital loosened. He rolled his head around. Natasha's cheeks lifted. My great-aunt had pneumonia 2 winters ago, it was hard on her. I'm relieved to hear he's improving. Thanks. Jack could hear the sincerity in her voice, and he appreciated it. She hadn't talked much about her family, and he kept quiet, hoping she would open up. Listen, I'm not sure how to ask this. She tugged her scarf up around her neck. Jack's heart sank at the change of subject and the formal tone in her voice. I must be crazy, she mumbled. Cinnamon sticks. Only one thing around this place would make people think they were crazy, seeing a flying reindeer. And it was highly likely that she'd done just that. And it was his fault. He might as well get used to cleaning stalls. Yeah, he had to force the word out of his throat because it had tightened with worry. She looked up at the dimly lit sky and then back down at the ground. Do your reindeer fly? Jack wasn't much for telling lies and had to get creative over the years to keep the reindeer's magical abilities a secret. What makes you ask that? Been sipping eggnog lately? Usually, teasing the questioner would be enough to make them doubt themselves. His sinking stomach twisted. The last thing he ever wanted to do was make Natasha doubt herself. No matter what he did, he'd lose. Telling anyone from Hollywood that they had flying reindeer in the barn at Santa's reindeer would be disastrous. Not could be, but would be. No eggnog. She coughed the dry cough visitors got sometimes. If she'd been in LA for a while, she wouldn't be used to the lack of humidity here. Seriously. I keep replaying what happened in my head and I swear Dunder swooped in from above. Her ears turned red with embarrassment. He lifted a shoulder. I believe in Santa. Who am I to stop you if you want to believe in flying reindeer? She shoved him. You're hiding something from me. We just met, there's all sorts of things you don't know about me. He winked. But I'm not hiding any of them. Deflection, another great tool to hide the truth. He stopped at the barn door. She lifted her chin. Her eyes darted to the signs on the barn and then back to him. How about I help you clean stalls, and you tell me all the stuff I don't know? Jack rubbed his leather glove across his chin. Now there's a tempting offer. I'd like to see you clean a stall. She cocked her hip out. I have shoveling skills to pay the bills. He debated the pros and cons of letting her into the barn. He'd reacted to the situation yesterday and done something stupid. He needed to keep a clear head this time, despite Natasha being as tempting as Christmas fudge. If he warned the reindeer to behave, this was a bad idea all the way around. All it would take to spill the reindeer beans would be Rudy falling asleep. He levitated when he snored. And Sparkle? She loved prancing across the open rafters. Snowflake would be all right. She was used to hiding her abilities and usually only flew with Forrest and Billy. Flash flew so quickly that he created windstorms. And when he was excited, he had even less control of his speed. Dunder, on the other hand, Dunder was the epitome of good behavior. You can help me clean one stall. He held up a finger. But only because you already know Dunder, and he likes you. After that, you have to leave. A sugar plum fairy-sized warning voice told him not to do this while his racing heart urged him on. Time alone with Natasha was a gift he couldn't refuse. Deal. And stop acting like it's a privilege for me, it's poop. He laughed, scaring away that warning fairy. Let me go in and make sure everyone is decent. Good idea. I wouldn't want to interrupt a reindeer in the bathtub, she winked. You have no idea, he replied with mock seriousness. Ducking into the barn, he shut the door tightly behind him while trying not to make it sound like he was keeping her out. His eyes lifted to the ceiling first. Sure enough, Sparkle was on the rafters, lounging like a princess. "Hey, pretty lady," he called softly. She looked down her nose at him. "What do you want?" "I want to bring Natasha in here. But I can't do that if you're up there." Instead of waiting for her reply, which would only make it easier for her to argue, he headed for Rudy's stall. She trotted along, dropping hay on his head as she went. "Don't ignore me." He looked up. "Just this one favor?" he asked softly. Sparkle floated down and landed next to him. She bumped his hand with her nose. "Yes, I'll bring you a treat. Later, okay? After you behave." She turned and, in one bound, hopped over her closed stall door, landing gracefully on the hay on the other side. "Thanks," he said. Rudy was next. The young male curled up in the corner, the upper right corner of his stall, snoozing away. His nose blinked on and off like an alarm. The Rudolph gene was so rare that they hadn't seen it in over 75 years. Rudy's deepest desire was to be called up on Christmas Eve to light the way through a storm, just like in the old story. However, his blindness had grounded him for years. Flying was dangerous enough when the reindeer could see where they were going. Faith had performed an operation that restored his sight, and his training was almost complete. With any luck, he'd join the North Pole stables next summer. Jack let himself into the stall, reached up, and gently woke the reindeer. "We've got company, bud. Think you can stay on your feet?" Rudy nodded, bleary-eyed. He put down on his black hooves and then stumbled over to get a drink from his trough, his nose reflecting on the water. Jack tapped his nose. Rudy blinked twice, and the light went out. Snowflake poked her head over the stall door. "Don't worry about me. I never do." Jack rubbed her cheek. "I have a carrot in the house with your name on it." Sweet talker. She went back inside her stall. A gust of wind blew past him, and Jack sagged. Flash. Really? The reindeer stopped in front of him like the Tasmanian devil. He panted, "A guest? For real? Never mind. This will never work." Discouraged, Jack turned around. "I'll tell her to go away." Flash ran 3 quick circles around him. "Don't do that." "I'll behave." Jack folded his arms. "I don't think you can." Dunder stuck his head over his stall door and gave Flash a look. "He'll behave." Flash looked back and forth between Jack and Dunder. "You know what? I'm just going to stay in my stall." Jack gave Dunder a look of gratitude. Dunder shook his antlers. "Don't leave her freezing out there." Stopping at Dunder's stall, which was the closest one to the door, he peered over the top. "You decent? We're here to clean your stall." Dunder huffed at him. "Did you bring her to clean stalls?" Hopeless. He pushed open the door and strode to an empty stall next to Flash's. Jack waved Dunder's judgment off. He was a reindeer. What did he know about women? He opened the barn door, a rush of cold blowing in with Natasha. "Welcome to the forbidden barn." He threw out an arm. "Do not tell Faith I let you in here. She'll return my Christmas present." Natasha shook her head. "You guys are Christmas crazy around here. Is that a bad thing?" Jack took 2 shovels from the rack and headed for Dunder's stall. He swept his gaze over the other stalls, but the reindeer were all tucked away inside, doing their best to behave. It wouldn't last long, no matter how big their promises were, they were too curious, too excitable. Natasha followed his lead. He hadn't meant for her to clean a stall, but wanted to see if she had the guts to go through with it. To his delight, she stepped right in and began shoveling. Dunder snorted from his temporary stall. She offered. Jack protested. Natasha stopped and stared at him for a moment. After all the warnings he'd given the reindeer about behaving, he should have given one to himself: no talking to reindeer in front of people. Of course, not everyone could understand them, it took believing for that to happen. So, tell me all your secrets, she finally said. Jack let out the breath he'd been holding. I was born and raised on this ranch. I've worked with reindeer all my life, and it's all I've ever wanted to do. You're a twin? The better-looking one, of course. Of course. He warmed at her agreement. Her crusty elf act was thawing out with every scoop she tossed into the wheelbarrow. He should have put her to work when she first got here. All that wasted time, he joked to himself. I can't think of anything else to tell you. He laughed. I'm a pretty simple guy. She worked her bottom lip between her teeth. You're good with kids. He went back to work. Yeah. It comes with the territory. We have field trips stop in, and the neighbors' kids come by to help in the summer. Mom thinks we're good with children because we're all big kids at heart. Dad was the biggest kid out of all of them. I can see that. Natasha winked. Favorite food? Cinnamon rolls, he blurted. Then, seeing an opportunity, he threw out a question of his own, hoping to turn this into a game. Favorite movie? While you were sleeping. She leaned on the handle of her shovel. Best Christmas gift you ever got? My own land. He nodded toward Caleb's place. Right next door to my brother. Wow. Mine was a 10-speed mountain bike and freedom to tear up the neighborhood. He laughed. We were tromping unsupervised all over this place by the time we were 6. Dunder chortled, you thought unsupervised. Jack ignored him. We were supposed to keep one another out of trouble, but I think we managed to get into more scrapes together than we ever would have alone. Double the trouble. You've been talking to my mom? She laughed. I wish. I like your mom. She ducked her head as if admitting that was admitting more than she wanted to. I like your family. They're real. Except for the fact that they were all hiding a tremendous secret. He took care of the last corner and put his shovel on the wheelbarrow. She did the same. I guess that's it. Let's get you back to Tinseltown. She tucked her hands in her pockets and looked around. This is a nice barn. You Wranglers don't do anything halfway, do you? Nope. He set the wheelbarrow in front of the next stall for when he came back to finish up. Natasha walked slowly, her shoulders hunched. Everything okay? He worried that he'd said something to upset her. It's good. I think this made me a little homesick. He sniffed the air. Really? She laughed and pushed his shoulder. It's been a long time since I cleaned out a barn, okay? You did your family proud, he joked. She grinned. Mind if I take a pic? She pulled out her phone and turned around, so she took a selfie with the clean stall floor. That's a job my dad will brag about for weeks. Why don't you go home for Christmas? He leaned against the door jamb, not quite wanting their moment to be over. As soon as he opened the door, the spell would break. Truthfully, she grimaced. I dated a guy all through high school and into college. Everyone thought we were going to get married, we were that couple. He nodded slowly. I've known a few of those. Including his younger brother, who lost his chance with a great girl. Well, we didn't get married, and every time I'm home, I have to hear about how great my life would have been if I'd been able to hang on to him. She put air quotes around the last 3 words. It's a horrible way to spend the holidays. He nodded. I can see how that would be a problem. Her eyes found his, intense and probing. What about you, Jack? Any ghosts of girlfriends past haunting you? He shook his head. I had a high school sweetheart. She lives 1 county over, married the quarterback who stole the state championship from me. Ouch. She grimaced. I'm good. Small town gossip. No biggie. Except you brought it up. So it might bother you a little. His mouth dropped open. You asked. That's the only reason, he cut off at her grin. You're pushing my buttons. Guilty. Sorry. Sometimes she poked his chest. I like buttons. His gaze dropped to her lips, and he couldn't pull it away. His throat went dry, and his palms warmed. He reached up and ran a finger down her cheek. You know, you sure seem country for a girl from Hollywood. I have deep roots, she rasped. He leaned closer. I can see that. Her eyes drifted shut, and she listed toward him. He took that as a sign and brushed his lips over hers. Hers were velvety soft, and she tasted like cocoa and. You like marshmallows in your cocoa, he mumbled. I like that. She giggled and pulled away from him. With a sigh, she tugged on the front of his coat. What are we doing here, Jack? He cut off, not exactly sure what to say. A glib remark about kissing in the barn would ruin the moment. Baring his soul wasn't an option either. She pressed her hands flat against his chest. I'd better go. But you know who to call if you need any help with stalls. She ducked out the door before he had a chance to answer. He stared at the closed door, amazed at the woman. She'd worked alongside him, made him laugh, and gave kisses he felt through his soul. Her question was valid. What were they doing? Kissing? Hanging out? Dating? Not dating. Not even once. He needed to rectify that. Sparkle floated down to his side and rubbed her head on his belly like a cat. What do you think, girl? Could a Christmas miracle convince her to stay on the ranch? Or even come back? Sparkle fluttered her lashes. I'm proof that miracles exist. That you are. Jack rubbed her neck and then under her jaw. She leaned into his care. He reached for the hope in his heart and held on. If ever there was a time to fall in love, it was Christmas.
Chapter 17. Natasha hurried around the tree lot like an elf on a mission. It wasn't that she had anything to actually do, she just had to look busy because this scene was supposed to be on the day before Christmas. Yikes! The real Christmas Eve was fast approaching. She'd received an email informing her that the gifts she had ordered online had arrived at Harvest Ranch. That was a relief. Mom would love the new set of mixing bowls, and her brothers would groan at the Christmas sweaters. She wished she could be there to see their faces. If only things on set would calm down. The time crunch to finish this movie before the holiday took a toll on everyone, and tempers were short. Sarah, in food services, had deep frown lines etched on her cheeks, and she constantly mumbled to herself as she set up tables, took down tables, made runs to the diner in town, and returned with paper bags full of greasy goodness. The donuts were to die for. No one in California made donuts like they did in small-town diners. Not that they softened anyone's disposition. Chad, who oversaw the lighting, hovered near the bulbs, seeking warmth from any source. He'd exhausted his supply of hand warmers, and his heated vest had a short in it. He wasn't placated when she pointed to her legs and told him to look on the bright side. At least he didn't have to wear tights as thin as a tissue. None of their Scroogey attitudes made a dent in her goodwill toward all men and women, though, not after Jack's kiss in the barn. Few people would think cleaning stalls was romantic, but the experience was fun with Jack. She could fall into life here as easily as falling into her bed at night. Natasha! Miguel bellowed. Have you lost your ever-loving mind? Natasha blinked in surprise. She looked around and realized she was standing on the lead's mark. Sorry. She jumped to the right, making the ornaments in the box she carried clink together. Was that the sound of cracking glass? Hey! Jack motioned for everyone to calm down. Easy mistake. Not for a professional. She should know better. Miguel threw his clipboard on the ground and stomped towards Natasha. She looked around frantically for a place to put the box where it wouldn't be a casualty. Then thought better of it and held it in front of her like a shield. Miguel wouldn't knock over a box of glass ornaments, would he? His forehead pinched, and he breathed through his nose like a dragon. Did someone spit in his coffee this morning, and then tell him after he drank it? From day one, you've only been half into this. I need an elf who cares about all things elfish. Miguel's face was red. Well, redder than usual. Excuse me. Natasha went on the offensive. I've been nothing but a jolly little elf for you, despite your lack of direction to the extras. Oops. Maybe she shouldn't have tossed out the last bit. She was a little sensitive about having to be an elf in the first place, so perhaps her performances lacked luster. Several of the locals muttered their agreement. They watched the breakdown with fascination. As extras, none of them would dare talk to Miguel this way. She shouldn't either, but he was taking his frustration with everything else out on her, and she would not stand here and take it. She deserved some respect. Maybe you should back off. Jack stepped up beside Natasha. Miguel glared back at him. As feared as Miguel was this morning, Jack was higher on the Christmas tree. Miguel wouldn't risk being kicked off the ranch and having Jennifer after him. A light bulb went off in her head. The only thing that made Miguel this angry was a scheduling issue. What went wrong? What do I not know? She asked. Jennifer arrived, her grip on the script Bible was white-knuckle. Yes, something went wrong. I haven't had a chance to talk to you about it. She glared at Miguel, who had the good sense to appear chagrined. I thought she knew. He swiped his clipboard off the ground and slunk away. Natasha did her best not to look at Jack. She didn't want Jennifer to know that things had gone from complicated to wonderfully complicated with a kiss, or two. It was none of her business who Natasha dated, unless whom she dated overlapped with their contractors. Her ears warmed, and she cocked out a hip as if she were as cool as the snow coming off the barn roof. Knew what? Santa can't make it. The one you promised was the best in the business. Jennifer looked like the Grinch, ready to destroy Christmas. Find a new Santa, or you're fired. From which job? Natasha asked sarcastically. Because you can have the tights back right now. Jennifer's blue eyes turned to ice. I could fire you from both right now. Natasha held her ground and bit her cheek to keep from snapping at her so that she could keep the job she wasn't paying her to do. This trial run as a production assistant/studio liaison was wearing on her nerves as she tried to find some balance between the loyalty she was supposed to have for the studio and her growing feelings for Jack. "Hold on," Jack put a hand between them. Jennifer turned her wrath on him. "Stay out of this." Jack's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Jennifer continued, "You're lucky we aren't suing you for endangering our child's star. Do you have permits for sleigh rides?" Jack's jaw hardened. "We have permits for everything we do on the ranch. Sleigh rides, reindeer rides, and more. We'll see about that." Jennifer snapped her fingers at Natasha. "Find another Santa, or you're out," she spat before spinning on her heel and marching away. The extras melted back into the scenery. None of them wanted to get in front of the Polar Express when it was off the tracks. Natasha's hands shook. A part of her wanted to throw these stupid tights in Jennifer's face. The smarter side of her held back. The job she was after was worth getting through this. Wasn't it? Besides, she had a list of backup Santas back at her trailer. No one should be this cranky over losing Santa. Sure, the guy she'd hired was terrific, real whiskers and all. But there were other Santas out there to choose from. Everybody needed to take it down a notch. Jack glared after Jennifer and hummed, "Grandma got ran over by a reindeer." The moment Natasha recognized the tune, she started laughing. Was that a threat, cowboy? They were alone in a sea of people, and she didn't care if they caught her flirting with the Wrangler. If anyone challenged her, she'd say they'd become good friends while working closely together. His eyes softened, and he touched her side. "I believe the word you're looking for is wrangler. Not cowboy." She tugged his Stetson down over his eyes. "You look like a cowboy to me." Using one leather-clad finger, he pushed the brim of his hat back up. The move was hot, hot, hot. "Cowboys ride horses, I ride reindeer. Which, by the way, are much more dangerous than a horse." He put his hands up to look like antlers. "I have a scar on my side that says otherwise." She pointed. "Oh," he lifted his eyebrows and glanced over at her. "What's a guy gotta do to see that?" She shoved him. "Easy there, tiger." He jutted out his chin and bobbed his head. "You can call me Tiger. I'm good with that." "Reset at 2, yelled the assistant director. Natasha glanced over her shoulder. As much as she was enjoying this back and forth, she had work to do. "I have to get going." "Hey, want to go on a sleigh ride later?" Jack asked, clearing his throat quickly after talking as if he was unsure what her answer would be. "With Dunder?" she asked hopefully. The older reindeer was gentle and moved with a beautiful gait. He seemed quite tame, which she rather liked in a reindeer. Jack wagged his finger. "Dunder's off limits. I have another reindeer in mind." She sucked in a breath. She shouldn't. She'd crossed several professional lines that she didn't know how to get back over. On the other hand, she was already across that line. What could it hurt? "Okay. Yeah. Let's do it." His smile could have lit up the movie set. "Great. Be ready at 4:30. Dress warmly. And yeah." She couldn't help but smile back. "Okay then. 4:30. That would give her enough time after filming to put out some feelers to the backup Santa. She'd have another one lined up before midnight tonight. She mentally checked the calendar. This close to Christmas meant that most of the good Santas were taken. She hoped that at least one of them was available. If not, she was sunk.
Chapter 18. Jack loved driving a sleigh. With the wind on his cheeks and the slushing of the runners through the snow, he felt free in a way he didn't feel at any other time in his life. It was like he was meant for this, had been created to be a wrangler. He didn't know if his brothers felt the same way he did. He'd never asked because he didn't want them to tease him about this. The feeling was too close to the center of his being to be trifled with even by his twin. Inviting Natasha on a private sleigh ride after dark for a first date meant something to him. It meant he was sharing a part of his soul with the woman. This also meant this wasn't just any sleigh ride to him. Tonight had to be remarkable. He'd been able to get out of filming early. Camilla had taken the day off and held up with her nanny in the trailer, going over lines and recovering from her fright. Everyone knew she was okay because she'd bounded out of the trailer for breakfast and talked the ear off of a sound tech about the amazing, incredible, awesome dunder. The day off was precautionary for the studio. They wanted to protect themselves against getting sued by Camilla's family. With his extra time, he'd gone out to the lake and set up for a bonfire. The family had a favorite spot where they used to go every February to roast marshmallows, drink hot cocoa, and have a giant snowball fight. When did they stop doing that? Oh yeah, when Pax graduated high school. Somehow, it felt childish, and they'd all grown into their responsibilities, feeling the weight of the ranch in a way they didn't when they were kids. How did Mom and Dad do that on their own when the boys were younger? He'd never know. The herd was smaller back then, but they'd had 5 boys underfoot. He might not have given them enough credit over the years. He brought the sleigh to the front of the house, where he'd arranged to pick up Natasha. Her eyes were clear and bright tonight, and she'd dressed for the weather. He'd set a heater on the porch by the swing in case she got there before he did, and she'd made good use of it. Strange, but he appreciated her good sense in clothing. Out here, being aware of the temperatures and how to protect yourself mattered. I hope you brought some of those heated bricks. Natasha climbed in next to him, her stocking hat pulled low and a scarf muffling her words. She looked downright adorable. Most men wanted to see skin, but Jack enjoyed the look of a woman all layered up with pink cheeks and her eyes reflecting the stars. I packed extra just for you. He'd sat on the inside of his half of the seat, which meant they were as snug as birds in a nest. On Bogart, he called, and the reindeer started off. Bogart? Nat laughed. What kind of name is that for a reindeer? Jack leaned back and eyed her playfully. He's the reindeer the ladies want, and the guys want to be. Look at him. Bogart lifted his head higher, showing off his perfect lines. Had he been able to fly, he would have rivaled Dunder? Alas, he couldn't get more than 2 feet off the ground with a running start. I chose him because I thought you would appreciate the reference to a movie star. He checked her reaction. I do, she said in all seriousness. Scooting closer, she tucked partially behind him and leaned in. Another thing Jack could appreciate about her, she knew how to ride in a sleigh. Some girls would grip the side and hold on for dear life. Other women seized him and made it difficult to manage the reins. Natasha was just right. At first, they watched the scenery scoot by, but once they were away from the lights and the buildings, a hush covered the snow, and the feeling of being alone together in a great big world enveloped them. Soon, the sun had fully set, and they were riding along in a night full of stars. Out here, without the city or barn lights, the stars lit up the night, and he had no trouble seeing where they were going. I really shouldn't be here, she glanced at him out of the corner of her eye, with you. Jack knew what she was getting at. They worked together, sort of, and mixing a professional relationship and a personal one was a bad idea. Yeah, me neither. He scooted an inch away from her. The air rushed between them and gave him goosebumps. Natasha laughed. What? No, baby, it's cold outside routine where you try to talk me into staying just a little bit longer? He shrugged. I've already got you in the sleigh. I thought that would be the hard part. He scooted back over and leaned down toward her ear. You want me to talk you into it, he said, huskily. She fluttered her lashes at him. A woman likes to play coy once in a while. Oh, does she now? In that case, he put his arm around her. I recommend you get in here real close to stay warm. She giggled and pushed against him half-heartedly. Fine. Gosh, you're so persistent. He laughed. I don't think you understand how to play coy. I got your arm around me, didn't I? She lifted an eyebrow in challenge. Touché. They crested a hill, and he pulled up on the reins. Below them lay a frozen pond, the moonlight reflecting off the ice. Trees circled it like nutcrackers in uniform, and off to the right was their makeshift camp for the evening. A fire crackled, the kettle next to it lightly steaming. There was a bench, which he'd covered in blankets and a couple of throw pillows to make it look more comfortable than it was. Under the bench were some heated drinks. More warmed by the fire so he could trade them out for the ones in the sleigh seat for the ride home. He'd left several flashlights pointing upward like candles to show the way and hung Christmas baubles in the trees to reflect the light. Jack, she whispered. Did you do all this? Guilty. He slapped the reins, and they were off at a leisurely clip. The sleigh stopped a few feet from the wooden bench. Jack stepped out and offered Natasha a hand. He grabbed the blankets they'd used on the way here, and they made their way across the snow, crunching loudly because the top had frozen over. Crunch! Crunch! It's beautiful! Natasha yelled over their footsteps. I feel like a real princess out here. Crunch! Crunch! You male pieces of tears, he yelled back. Crunch! 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 Natasha laughed as she leaned back, so she was closer to his ear. The snow doesn't know that it's supposed to be fluffy and romantic right now, she shouted. What? You've never been serenaded by crunching and squeaking before? You've never been truly wooed, then. They made it to the bench. She shook her head, her lengthy hair bouncing on her shoulders. With the strike of a match, he soon had the candles flickering and the blankets tucked around the two of them. A few clouds dotted the starry sky, their outlines traced by silver moonlight. He mixed cocoa into the kettle and handed Natasha a cup. It's so beautiful here. She held it up for him to pour cocoa. He was careful not to splash it onto her gloves. I can't believe this is your life. Why not? Because no one has a view like this. She lifted her cup toward the lake. Not every night. Jack tipped his head back and took in the surrounding majesty. It changes. Every season, even week to week. How often do you come here? Not often enough. He'd like to bring her here. Every season. Even week to week. How many dates have you brought here before? She looked into her cup and then took a drink. She didn't fool him with her casual question. Look, I know you probably heard some rumors about me. He put his arm on the back of the bench, and she leaned against him. What? No. She took a sip of cocoa, looking away from him. He took off his glove and touched her hair. It was soft and silky. Beautiful. I do date more than other guys. The thing is, his stomach tightened with nerves. Speaking openly to a woman on the first date, no less, was difficult. I'm not casually dating. I want to find my partner, my best friend. Best friend? Her eyebrows rose. Don't you have a twin brother? I thought those bonds were lifetime things. He smiled, thinking of Caleb. There are parts of me I don't share with anyone, not even him. Though he gets more than his fair share, as I'm sure he'd tell you. She smiled into her cocoa. Like what? Like those few moments before I fall asleep. I want to share my pillow with soft, silky hair. Oh, she breathed. Poet, she nudged him with her shoulder and then laid her head on him. He drew in a breath. The truth about this place, though? I've brought one date here. He hooked his finger under her chin. One beautiful, stubborn, wonderful striped tights-wearing elf. Her cheeks dusted with color, and she turned away. You had to mention the tights, she muttered into her cup. He chuckled. Yes. Because you look smashing in them. He clinked his mug to hers and then took a drink. She relaxed and then lifted her eyes to meet his gaze. It's too wonderful, Jack. All of this. It feels like a dream. Jack shifted so he could set their drinks aside. He shucked his glove and cupped the side of her face in his warm palm. Her skin was cold and yet so very soft. It's real. So very real to me. He leaned in and kissed her, moving slowly and exploring her mouth. Natasha was the one he'd been waiting for. He knew it as strongly as he knew reindeer could fly. He'd lost his heart to this woman, and he didn't want it back.
Chapter 19. It's December 20th, bellowed the not-so-jolly voice through the phone line. Natasha pulled her cell away from her ear and glanced around the diner to see if the people at the counter had heard Santa's bellow. They continued eating, their eardrums still intact. Lucky them, she'd have to ask Santa for a hearing aid. I know it's late notice, but this is an amazing opportunity. Working with Forever Love Studios is always a boost to a Santa's resume. We're known for being picky. She tried to soothe his frustration at being asked to fly to a small town in North Dakota 4 days before Christmas. I'm booked solid. I'd have to cancel 6 other gigs to fly out there. Are you going to pay me enough to cover them? He demanded. She gulped. The only law in movie making was the budget. I'm maxed out at what I've already offered you. Sorry, sweetheart. No way I can drop my other clients. Better luck next time. And hey, give me a call next year, maybe we can work something out. He hung up. Merry Christmas to you, too, she muttered as she crossed his name off the list. Throwing her pen down, she sank into the vinyl-covered seat. That was it. The last name on the list. Looks like I'm out of a job. She picked up the mug of hot cocoa with more whipped cream than a dairy farm and caramel drizzle and took a sip. It was warm and comforting and probably the last item she'd be able to splurge on. Hey, it's the elf. Nat looked up from her sorrows only to find Chloe, the extra, the woman who told her Jack was a player. She smiled politely. It's good to see you again. She glanced over the tight jeans and tighter shirt. Chloe had highlights in her hair and wore a smoky eye done in plum. You look like $1,000,000. You're so sweet. Chloe went to tuck her hands in her pockets and then pulled them out quickly. Looking like she wasn't sure what to do with them, she rested them at her sides, her shoulders stiff. I signed up for an online acting class. I tell you what, there's so much to remember about body placement. Makes me wonder how I made it through life standing on my own 2 feet. Nat nodded. It's not as easy as people make it out to be. It wasn't as hard as some teachers made it out to be, either. But who was she to pop this woman's bubble? If it made her happy to take a class, then she should go for it. I can't believe y'all have survived on that ranch for so long. It's so boring. She hooked a finger under her hair and smoothed it around her face, a la Jennifer Aniston style on Friends. Boring? I couldn't disagree more. There's always something going on out there. And the reindeer, with their distinct personalities, were like an extended family. She wished she could spend some real time with them. Sparkle was adorable, like a child full of wonder who knew she could steal hearts. And Dunder was an old cowboy on the range, living by his own rules, and no one would tame him. He was a hero through and through. Bogart was a stud. He had all the aloofness of a man of danger. And those were just the reindeer she'd met. There were hundreds more. Well, sure, with Hollywood in town, the place is hopping. As soon as you pack up, it will be quiet as a Christmas mouse. She chortled at her joke. That sounds wonderful, Nat said quietly. Setting her own schedule, working outside, a warm fire to warm up at night, and a wrangler to snuggle, it sounded pretty amazing. The ranch life is one thing, but the whole Santa fanaticism is another. Chloe put a hand on the table and leaned in. Even the adults write Santa letters every year. You can't join the family without catching the bug. Faith and Mitzi are as bad as anyone raised out there. Worse if you ask me, because they choose to be crazy. Nat blinked in shock. They don't really believe. The stories, letters, and encouragement Jack gave Camilla were all in holiday fun. Weren't they? Oh, they do. She stood up, flipped her hair over her shoulder, then quickly pulled it back and smoothed it. I shouldn't even be touching my hair. She laughed at herself. I'm not giving up, though. A star isn't made in a day. She wiggled her fingers goodbye. Nat waved back, her mind on Jack and Santa. A grown man, a wrangler, wrote letters to Santa. They couldn't possibly. Don't you listen to a thing she says. The server refilled her water glass. Nat read her name tag, Jovi. Cute. The Nicholas are good people. Nat put a hand out to stop her from walking away. Is it true, though? Do they believe in Santa Claus, like kids? Jovi hesitated. Her blonde hair fell in her eye, and she blew it back. They do. But it's not crazy. I've known Drake and Pax all my life. All I can say is that they're as normal as can be. She rubbed her forehead. But they put out cookies and all that? She pressed, needing to know. It was one thing for adults to do the fun stuff for kids, but to do them as if the myth was real was crazy. I don't know what they do in their own house. You'd have to ask them about all that. She turned abruptly and went behind the counter. I will ask. She packed up her list of movie Santas that weren't coming to town and made her way back to the ranch in her rental car that was one lug nut away from being stranded in a snowbank. As she drove, she thought over the things she'd heard about Jack. He certainly had enough rumors flying around about him. First, that he was a cowboy Casanova. Maybe he was, and maybe he wasn't. She couldn't verify how many people he'd dated before. From what he'd said the other night at their bonfire, he dated a lot because he was looking for someone special to share his life. He didn't come right out and say that she was the one, but he'd never taken a lady to that patch of starry sky before, and she felt like she was special. The second rumor was this Santa belief. Had it only come from Chloe, she would have brushed it off, but to have the server pop in and confirm that the whole family could be certifiably nuts. Well, that was a little different. She liked the Nicholas. All the ones she'd met, anyway. Caleb and Faith were a darling couple. They worked hard, with Caleb taking on his fair share of parenting duties. They doted on baby Ryder. And the way Faith talked about the herd and her work as a vet seemed normal. Mitzi, Forrest, and Billy were equally normal. Mitzi stayed at home, helping Anna with paperwork and the office duties that kept the ranch running while Billy was at school. She'd hosted the cookie decorating party with flair, and when she'd told Natasha that she was welcome in their home, Nat believed her. Again, nothing stood out as being fanatical or crazy. They all seemed so normal. Was it possible that she couldn't see it because she was infatuated with Jack? Yeah, it was possible. She liked him. She liked him so much that he was the last thing she thought about at night before she fell asleep and dreamed of him all night long. Those sleigh rides while she snoozed were some of the best dreams of her life. In the morning, she hopped out of bed because she knew he was out on the ranch, and she wanted to be near him. She'd scooped reindeer poop just to have some alone time with the guy. If that wasn't a crush, at the least, then she didn't know what was. Jack was sitting on the porch with Camilla when she pulled up to the house. The heater was going. A smudge pot was what they called it. However, this one was much smaller than they'd used in the orchards back home to ward off the frost. Ashley was nowhere to be seen. Thank goodness. That woman had her eye on Jack and didn't take no for an answer. As she parked her car, Ann and Nicholas came outside with a tray of hot chocolate and cinnamon rolls. She settled next to Camilla on the swing, and they sipped, ate, and chatted. The little girl had come out in Camilla since being on the ranch. Some of Natasha's stress evaporated. A pastor back home once said that you'd know people by their fruits. If they made others feel good about themselves, they were good people. They were not good people if they tore you down and sowed doubt. She'd carried that yardstick with her ever since, though she hadn't brought it out in quite a while. Maybe she should. Jack's eyes smoldered as she approached, chasing away the chill that had hit her when she stepped out of the heated vehicle. She climbed the steps, fighting the urge to land on his lap and claim a kiss. Where was that mistletoe when you needed it? Hello there, Anna said as Nat climbed the steps. The porch wrapped all the way around the house. Out front, they had a swing and a rocker, a small table that would be perfect for a drink on a hot summer day, and a small Christmas tree decorated, of course. Good afternoon. She glanced over her shoulder. The crew was filming at the barn site today. They'd booked it from 5 a.m. to 5 a.m., planning to film the entire night through if necessary. Because of child labor laws, Camilla was on set for 4 hours today. They'd scheduled her for this afternoon. Where's Ashley? She asked. Taking a nap, Camilla replied. I wasn't tired, so we're going to color. Anna patted her knee. That's right. In fact, she glanced at her son, who was making shooing motions at her. Nat pressed her lips together to keep from laughing. You're not very subtle, are you? She teased him. Anna pointed at her. You're direct. I like that. She stood up, pulling the plaid blanket off her and Camilla's laps. Come on, we're moving this coloring party in by the fire. Camilla hopped to her feet, making the swing sway precariously. Jack reached out and steadied it. Did you get your letter done? He asked Camilla. She nodded. I left it in the trailer, though. No problem. North Pole mail works right up until Christmas Eve. There's still time to get it to Santa. Natasha stiffened even as she analyzed the easy way he talked about the letters getting to Santa. He had an authoritative way of speaking, like he knew it to be true instead of just believing it. Here, keep this. There's a nip in the air today. Anna handed her the blanket. It was warm to the touch, and she hugged it closer. A nip, huh? She replied. The temps were in the teens. Funny how that didn't seem to bother her as much as it had the first couple of days they were here. Of course, she'd taken to wearing several layers of clothing under her outerwear. When she got back to California, she'd shed them like a horse losing its winter coat. Jack moved over to the swing and motioned for her to join him. His arm was across the back of it, and he was so darn handsome in his black cowboy hat she thought she'd burst. Settling in, she tucked the blanket around her legs. Okay, he started, now that you got me here, what are you going to do with me? She giggled. Interrogate you. He leaned over and nuzzled her cheek. You have strange tactics, but I like them. Laughing, she shoved him away. Be serious for a moment, will you? His eyes danced. You get one moment. She could tell he was about to press his advantage again, and what an advantage it was, so she said, Do you believe in Santa Claus? Yes. His lips landed on the bit of skin beneath her ear that showed. Doing her best to keep from succumbing to the happy fog of being in his arms, she pressed him. And flying reindeer? Yes. He kissed her again, turning his body to draw her to him. She put a hand on his chest and looked into his cobalt eyes. Jack, you raise reindeer. You know they can't fly. Why this was so important, she wasn't sure. She was sure. She was falling in love with this wrangler, with the ranch, and with his kisses. But if he believed all this, then it would break her heart. She couldn't live with a man who was still a child. Jack tucked her hair over her shoulder, his movements confident and caring. Anything is possible at Christmas. The Grinch grows a heart, Scrooge forgets his selfishness, Tiny Tim can walk again. She lurched to her feet, the blanket falling to the wooden boards. Those are movies and books. Not real. He stared up at her from where he remained seated. These books and movies stand the test of time because they speak a truth that people feel in their hearts even if they don't know it in their heads. Him and his poetic words. Jack, you can't tell me you behave like a child at Christmas. That you write a letter and expect a present under the tree. He casually leaned over and picked up the blanket. What if I do? That's insane. There are therapists for that kind of developmental delay. The corners of his eyes drooped. Have you ever wondered if it's real? She threw her arm out to Tinseltown. It's pretend. Made for entertainment, not to educate. Believe me. I know because it's what I do. I know. He took her gloved hand. But what if it's real, all of it? The sleigh. The flying reindeer. Even Santa, she asked carefully, not wanting to know the answer. True love. Cindy Lou loves the Grinch, and it makes him a better who. Scrooge sees the love in his life, and he vows to change himself, to help others just because he can. It's all about love. Wow. Just. Her head spun. All about love. That was a kind of crazy she could get behind. No wonder Faith and Mitzi drank the cocoa on the ranch. To be loved by a man like that would be worth the trade-off. No man had ever talked about love like that before, not to her. Like it was a living, breathing power on this earth that could change a person. She brushed his cheek. You're an incredible man, Jack Nicholas. He put his hands on her hips and pulled her onto his lap. Tell me more, he said, low and husky. She laughed. I'll just show you. Taking his face in her hands, she kissed him in a way she hadn't before, all fire, passion, and need. Breathing hard, she pulled back and then grinned at his mused hair. She must have knocked his hat off during the kiss. He didn't seem to mind, though. Holding her close, he breathed in. I don't think I can ever let you go. It's not that I want to leave. She burrowed into him. But you have a job. He kissed her hair. She didn't answer. She had a job, for now. Who knew what was going to happen in the next couple of days? With a sigh, she sat up straight. Speaking of that job, she needed to find a Santa. There were a few temporary employment offices she hadn't called. And she hadn't searched locally yet. He patted the side of her leg. Go tell your stories. She looked down at his arms wrapped around her. You gotta let me go, big guy. He moaned in protest as he slowly lowered his arms to his sides. She hopped up and then stooped down to gather the blanket, which she folded and handed to him. I'll see you later. You can count on it. He found his hat and settled it on his head. Natasha melted at the sight. She walked on weak knees down the steps and then to her trailer. With each footstep away from Jack, the cold nipped in a little more. By the time she got inside, she was freezing. Well, if that wasn't a sign of where she was supposed to be. Taking a moment to pull out her measuring stick, she thought about how she felt about herself when she was with Jack. She felt strong, capable, attractive, beautiful, and peaceful. Even when scraping her nails through his hair, she felt like she was right where she was supposed to be. Who cared if he believed in Santa when he made her feel like that? A wiggly little doubt raised its hand. You care, it whispered. She ignored it and dove into making phone calls. Jack was wonderful just the way he was, Santa delusion and all.
Chapter 20. Jack and Drake hopped out of the truck at the rented barn. The McMichaels were excited about being a part of the movie. Mrs. McMichaels had a propane stove going, frying fresh donuts for one and all. Mr. McMichaels kept the warm cider coming. The crew seemed happy to be appreciated and gobbled up donuts as quickly as Mrs. McMichaels could sugar them. Jack waved at the older couple as he walked to the back of the truck. They grinned and waved. Natasha had chosen a suitable spot for the crew. They wouldn't have to rush out of here in the morning, although, after filming for 24 hours, they might happily crawl out of here at sunrise. You talked to Dad today? Drake asked as he put on his leather gloves. Yeah. He looks good. Mom says he has his color back. Jack smiled, thinking of the report he gave his father on Natasha. Dad hung on his every word, a testament that the man was bored out of his mind. Which was a very good sign. The sooner they got him up and going, the happier he'd be. Things were looking up around the ranch. Dad was on the mend, and he and Nat were getting along great. The animals were healthy, and Rudy had his best workout yet. Today was a good day. They put down the tailgate. Sparkle was waiting in the special transport packs had welded together a couple of years ago when they had to take Rudy in for his eye surgery. Faith didn't know reindeer could fly, and Caleb had bunked over with the reindeer during recovery. At the time, it was stressful for everyone to have a reindeer off the ranch. However, it all worked out in the end. Faith and Caleb fell in love, and Rudy regained his sight. Drake unhooked the latch and swung the door open. Come on, beautiful. Your adoring fans are waiting. Sparkle's head swooped out of the carrier, her chin held high as she paused. Jack attached the ramp. It's not the red carpet, but it'll have to do. Sparkle stepped out, one slow hoof at a time, swaying her hips as she walked. Jack and Drake exchanged a "can you believe this reindeer" look. Jack took hold of her lead rope. All right, you're a superstar, and we all love you, but knock off the Queen act. There's work to do. She blew a raspberry at him and continued the hip swaying. I'm going to check out food services, Drake called. He pointed to the food truck. Bring me a donut, will you? Jack called back. He'd grabbed a quick lunch before stopping to talk to his dad, but it wasn't enough to hold him over, and his stomach rumbled. Will do, Drake responded. As Jack and Sparkle went through the big double doors, crew members dodged out of the way. They set heaters around the perimeter to take the frost out of the air. Mostly so the actors could talk, and their breath wouldn't be caught on camera puffing out around them. The heaters also meant that cast members crowded in close. It's a good thing they didn't hire Dunder, Jack whispered to Sparkle as he put his hands up around his head, imitating Dunder's large rack. Sparkle chortled. They got closer to the set, and both of them quieted down. By now, Sparkle was well aware of the way movie-making magic unfolded. They tucked themselves to a side where they could watch. Excuse me, said a portly middle-aged man as he brushed rudely past Jack. His eyes dropped disdainfully to Sparkle. Shouldn't you keep the animals outside? Shocked, Jack replied, it's a barn, as if the guy was an idiot. The man smirked and moved on as if Jack wasn't worth his time. He wore a dark suit, white shirt, and red scarf. His shoes were shiny and not what Jack would wear around the ranch. The guy stood right next to the director. When Miguel noticed the guy was there, he patted him on the back in greeting. The scene unfolded in front of them. Camilla's movie mom scolded her for bringing carrots out to the barn because the mice would eat them. She didn't know about the reindeer in the rafters, and Camilla did her best not to look in that direction. After a few minutes, Jack realized he didn't enjoy being on set without Nat nearby. She made everything more fun. Cut to camera 2, said Miguel. Camera 2 pointed to the rafters, where they had a blue cutout of a reindeer lounging. They would superimpose an image of Sparkle over the cutout in post-op. No one had even asked if they could get the real Sparkle up there, which was ironic and funny. Jack pointed. Looks just like you. Sparkle turned to look at her backside, measuring it against the one on screen and frowning. Jack glanced away, so she didn't catch him snickering at her. Cut, yelled Miguel. Conversation broke out as people jumped in to do their jobs. Mom was surrounded by 2 makeup artists who began dabbing and waving brushes on her face. The props department collected the carrots. Camilla caught sight of the man next to the director and broke into a run. Daddy! She launched herself into his open arms. Look at you! He swung her around and then put her on her feet, tugging at her shirt and patting down her hair. We mustn't mess up these fine people's hard work. Camilla's face fell. How long are you staying? I have the rest of production free. Until then, I'm all yours. He patted her head again. What should we do, Pumpkin? Drake sidled up to Jack, holding out 3 donuts. I got you one of each. He grinned mischievously and lifted his other hand to show the same selection. Mrs. McMichaels said I could take all of them if I wanted. She has more dough rising in the kitchen. Jack laughed. You're such a cheapskate. Am not. I'm being smart. You don't turn down free food, bro. He ripped off a large bite with his teeth. Who's the stiff? He pointed his donut at Camilla. Her dad. Jack barely held back the massive amounts of judgment that wanted to spill forth. What did he ever do to you? Drake asked. Nothing. I should be a better man. He gave Sparkle's lead rope a gentle tug. "Let's introduce ourselves to your co-star's dad, Sparkle." She hovered close, her eyes unsure, "If you say so." They approached slowly, stepping carefully over the wires that crisscrossed the floor. "This walking is tedious." Sparkle huffed, "I'd much rather fly over there." "I know." Jack pulled up as a wheelbarrow cut him off. Behind it was a harried stagehand who couldn't see over the straw stacked inside. "Sorry. I want to sit on Santa's lap and give him my letter." Camilla positively bounced as she explained her plans to her father. Her dad looked around like he was trying to make sure no one had overheard her. "Pumpkin, we talked about this." Camilla's feet stilled. "But Santa's real, Dad. A reindeer told me so." His mouth lowered into a severe frown. "Camilla." As fast as Flash could fly around the barn, Camilla switched from the child full of wonder and joy to the actress she'd been trained to be. She put on a false smile. "Dad." Her hand found her hip. "Haven't you ever heard of method acting?" Jack's heart fell, hanging in his chest like the drooping branches of a Christmas tree left too long in the living room. Her dad's laugh boomed through the barn. "That's my girl." "We're ready for scene 7, people," yelled the assistant director. Sparkled head-butted Jack, "That's us." "Right." He walked with her on set and slipped off her halter. "Behave," he whispered into her ear before taking his place just off camera. The scene started, and Sparkle jumped next to Camilla, stumbling a little as if she'd just come out of the rafters. What a ham! The reindeer never stumbled a landing. Camilla's dad glanced at him and then made his way around to Jack. Jack stiffened, not sure how to act around this Scrooge. "It's amazing how you get her to follow so many cues." "What's your secret?" he asked, pointing to Sparkle. "She's intuitive and reacts to your daughter's excellent acting." Jack held out his hand. "Jack Nicholas. Ronnie Wallace. We heard about the runaway sleigh incident. Rest assured, we disciplined the nanny for her behavior." His bald head shone in the lights. Jack couldn't even fathom what that would entail. Also, he did not know how to respond. What she did wasn't okay, and he didn't want to say so. But also, he didn't want to say something that could be interpreted as admitting guilt. "Okay then," he settled on, feeling like a fish out of water. They may be in a barn, but this guy and his three-piece suit were in a whole different lake. They turned back to watch the scene unfold. "I wouldn't be surprised if she won the Golden Heart Award." Dad puffed out his chest. "The two of them together are incredible. I've never seen anything like it." Jack did not know what a Golden Heart Award was, nor did he care. "I couldn't help but overhear she wanted to see Santa." Ronnie scoffed. "She gets into her roles. I can't wait to see what she can do when she's 13. Jack wanted to scream. "Is there something wrong with believing in Santa?" Ronnie lowered his chin like a bull getting ready to charge. "Yes, there is. She works in a grown-up environment. There's no place here for make-believe." Incredulous, Jack threw his arms open. "Look around. It's all make-believe." Ronnie shook his head. "It's work. Craft. Camilla has to prove she has what it takes to run with the A-listers, and she won't do that by writing letters to Santa." Jack's mouth fell open. "Cut. We'll set for scene 11. You have a 15-minute break." Sparkle lifted her head, her ears twitching forward and back. The cameras were still rolling, even though they called cut. She let her personality out after the scene was over, and the camera guys loved it. Someone mentioned using the footage for promos. Someone from food services shoved a bag of carrots into his hand. Sparkle's affinity for them was well known by now. He looked down at it as if it were a rock, and he didn't know what to do with it. Ronnie stepped back as Sparkle approached. He eyed her wearily. Shouldn't you have a leash on her or a muzzle? Sparkle snorted, her eye slits. You're the one who needs a muzzle. Jack shook himself out of the shock and placed a hand on the reindeer's back. She's as tame as a kitten. Ronnie glared. I had a kitten try to scratch my eyes out once. He looked over his shoulder. Excuse me. I have to talk to that guy. He waved wildly toward the right and then cut left. Sparkle looked up at Jack. What's his problem? You scared him, Jack said. Little ol' me? He chuckled. Jack, said a small voice. He peered around Sparkle to see Camilla glancing at her father and then back at him. Here, she shoved a piece of paper in his hand. Don't tell anyone, she whispered. After hugging Sparkle, she ambled off to her chair, waiting for them to change the backdrop and props for the next scene. Jack shoved the paper into his pocket. When Camilla looked at him, he made a cross over his heart and then locked his lips. She dropped her eyes and smiled at her hands in her lap, the picture of a well-behaved child star. Later that night, when Jack was alone in his room, he pulled the paper out of his pocket and unfolded it. Dear Santa. Grinning, he put the sheet in an envelope, wrote, Santa Claus North Pole, and then dropped it into the outgoing mail pile. Mom or Mitzi would make sure it made it to the post office the next day. He may not be able to convince everyone to believe in Santa, but if even one child found the magic within her this year, it would be a great Christmas.
Chapter 21. Nat slammed her phone down on the tiny couch in the small trailer she'd lived in with a roommate for the last 4 weeks. That's it. I'm fired. She hugged herself. It was Christmas Eve, and she'd called every Santa, local and from Puerto Rico to Hawaii, and not one of them could make it for their shoot tonight. They'd filmed the Santa scene before midnight, but it didn't matter, she was out of luck. This was how it would end. She'd be the worst studio representative in history. The one with the shortest work history. 1 month and not even a complete film to show for her trouble. She'd worked so hard, too. Smoothing things over when Jennifer went on one of her tirades, getting permission to use the ranch when Abner fell sick. Reindeer auditions. The list went on. But even after all of that, she was short one Santa. And a Christmas movie without the guy in the red suit was a failure. She'd be banned from the studio, if she was lucky. If Jennifer was in a bad mood, she'd be banned from the business. A black mark on her name. Storming out of the trailer, she ran into Jack, nearly knocking them into the snow. Ho ho ho, you've already knocked me off my feet. You don't have to do it again. She chuckled as he steadied them, dropping a kiss on her cheek in the process. This guy was so smooth. She liked that about him. Liked it a lot. He knew exactly what she needed and delivered it with flair, which was the hottest thing she'd ever known. He dressed warm, with a scarf knotted at his neck. He wore his ever-present black hat over his blonde hair. It had grown a bit this month and curled up under his hat. If she had her way, he'd grow it longer so she could run her fingers through it on the daily. Guess who wrote a letter to Santa? His eyes danced. Camilla, she guessed because she wasn't in the mood to talk about his affinity for all things North Pole. She'd decided she didn't care, but if push came to shove, and she was in a sour mood, she'd say something she'd regret later. The one and only, he confirmed. There's Christmas magic in that little girl, after all. She smiled softly at his enthusiasm. I'm going to miss that. His smile fell like a heavy ornament on a twig of a tree. Miss what? Why? I'm going to miss your exuberance for all things Christmas. She reached up on her tiptoes and pecked a kiss on his cheek. Nat sighed. I'm off to tender my resignation. Really? Jack's eyes lit up. He gave her a cocky grin. You wouldn't want to stick around in Sleigh Bell County, would you? She frowned. I'm going back to California and looking for another job. A day early, apparently. His eyebrows came together. Why? Because I failed to find a suitable Santa Claus. I'm getting fired, Jack. She leaned her forehead on his chest and sighed. Santa is non-negotiable. They're all booked, and I will take the blame. It's my fault anyway. She sniffed. I deserve to be fired. That's what stinks about this. I can't even argue that I deserve to stay. He shook his head. No way. There has to be. He snapped his fingers several times. My dad. Dad makes the best Santa. She didn't dare believe that the answer to her dilemma had been on the ranch this whole time. Are you sure? She searched her memory for pictures of Abner on the website. A hazy image of a man with a snow-white beard floated around. She couldn't remember details about his face, but she remembered thinking he looked kind. He's feeling so much better. He's always willing to play Santa. Even has the beard for it. He mimed a long white beard. That would be incredible. She grabbed both of his arms and planted a kiss on his lips. Do you know what this means? He smiled, slipping his arms around her. You want to kiss me? Well, yes. She pecked a kiss on his lips. It means you saved Christmas. My Christmas, at least. Jack gave her a mischievous half-smile. Why don't you take a minute and tell me how happy you are, deeply, thoroughly, intently happy. Laughing, she kissed him, threading her fingers into his hair and allowing herself to get lost in the moment. Christmas on Reindeer Wrangler Ranch was truly magical.
Chapter 22. It was Christmas Eve, and instead of being by the fire in the living room, singing carols, munching on cookies, and playing games with his family, Jack paced in front of the diner on Main Street. The movie's ending scene, where Santa rides in to claim his reindeer, was all set. In this case, there would be just one instead of 8 reindeer because the studio couldn't afford 8. Bogart would finally live up to his name and play the cool cat in a movie. He was much more chill about the whole thing than Sparkle, who had insisted on being brushed from nose to tail this afternoon. Pax agreed, grateful to be behind the scenes once again. He stood off to the side with Sparkle, speaking soft, encouraging words in her velvet-covered ear. Jack had hardly seen his little brother this season, and he looked forward to Christmas morning with him. Dad's Christmas red Dodge truck came into view at the end of Main Street, where security set up a roadblock. Jack breathed a sigh of relief. He never doubted his father would show up, but he cut it kind of close. Through the front windshield, he could see Dad wearing his Santa costume, sitting in the passenger seat. Mom drove, wearing her thickest coat and a green scarf. A worker motioned for them to go to the block's other side, where they were using the library's parking lot for overflow. Mom shook her head. He walked over to talk to her when she rolled down the window. She waved her hands as she spoke, motioning several times to the movie set and then once to Dad. The guy leaned into the cab, got one look at Dad's suit, and waved them through. Dad wore his Santa suit, custom made by none other than Gail Kringle herself. Dad insisted that if he was going to be famous, he'd become famous wearing the suit Mrs. Santa had stitched for him all those years ago. That suit brought him and Mom together, and it was as much a part of their love story as the ring on her finger. Mom's face pinched with worry, illuminated by the streetlight overhead. Jack ran down the street to her side of the truck. As soon as she rolled down her window, Dad started coughing hard. He hacked, and his body bounced with the force of it. He held a handkerchief over his mouth. Mom's brows came together. He's not doing well, Jack. Just getting dressed wore him out. I'm fine, Dad insisted between coughs. He sipped from a water bottle, but it didn't help much. Jack stepped back and searched for Natasha. They made eye contact, and he crooked his finger. She jogged over, her eyes alight and her smile wide. It's great to see you both, she said as she approached the open window. Dad's coughing answered her greeting. She stopped a foot away from the cab. Is everything all right? No, said Mom. Yes, said Dad. She looked at Jack to give an honest answer. As much as he wanted to do anything for this woman, he couldn't see putting his dad's health at risk for a movie. Cupping her elbow, he led her away from the loud truck so they didn't have to yell to be heard. Dad's not doing well. I'm not sure about getting him out in this weather. Cold air is good for the lungs, Dad yelled. Mom rolled up the window. Natasha stared at the truck for a moment. She gulped and pulled at the scarf around her neck. Jack, this is the last night of filming. There's no happy ending if we don't get this Santa scene. We are known for our happy endings. Jack rubbed the back of his neck. I know. But it's my dad. He spun his hand around in the air, telling Mom to turn around and go home. She nodded. Dad fell back against the seat, looking sad but relieved. Natasha was being torn in two, it was right there in her eyes, and it was killing him. I'll be Santa, he volunteered. She rubbed his smooth cheek. No beard. Her gaze was unfocused and off to the side as she worked through the problem. Is there anyone else in town? Anyone? No, he dropped his chin to his chest. His family was the only Christmas family in North Dakota. The nearest Santa who could help was prepping for the big ride. She grit her teeth. Okay then. I gotta do what I gotta do. She marched away, her shoulders back and her head held high. Nat. He raced after her. There's got to be another way. There's not, Jack. I've tried every avenue and chased every lead. This was my last hope. She shook him off. His mouth fell open in surprise. She stopped and faced him. I'm not mad at you. You've done all you can. I'm disappointed in myself. I'm sorry if it comes across wrong. I just need a couple of minutes to pull myself to. There you are. Jennifer appeared. She had no less than 3 colored pencils stuck in her bun. The script Bible was open and clutched to her chest. Where's our Santa? Mom made a U-turn. She mouthed, sorry to Jack as she pulled away. Is Santa leaving the set? Asked Jennifer, her eyes wide in panic. Go get him. She shoves Natasha toward the truck. Nat dug her feet in. He has pneumonia. Jennifer shrugged. Cold air is good for the lungs. Bring him here. Natasha shook her head. Jack wanted to jump in and defend his dad for going home to get better, but since he was part of the reason they were in this mess, he held his tongue. It's over, Jennifer. Natasha turned around and grabbed Jennifer by the shoulders. There are no Santas available on Christmas Eve. Jack cleared his throat. Unless you're willing to use a fake beard, she added. Jennifer held still for a count of 3, which was 2 counts longer than Jack had seen her hold still the whole time she'd been in town. Her face went from slightly pink with the cold to deep red with anger. Jack touched Natasha's arm, pulling her back 6 inches as one would from a science experiment about to explode. "You said you could do it." Jennifer's voice was eerily low and threatening. Jack shivered. "You're fired. And I'm not paying you for this job. Clear out before I get back to Tinseltown or else." She turned to storm away. "Now, hold on just a minute." Jack grabbed her arm. "This is my fault, not hers. She's worked her tail off. Unhand me." Jennifer screeched, as if he were trying to maul her instead of keeping her from running off. The cast and crew froze in place, like players in a game of tag. They stared at him. He knew what it looked like, and Jack withdrew his hand and held them up in the air. "Don't yell at him," Natasha stepped in front of Jack. "He's bent over backward to make this movie happen, and you act like you're entitled to everything on the ranch. He didn't have to let you film Sparkle, but he did. A fat lot of good it did me." Jennifer cursed. "Get off my set, and don't try to work Christmas movies ever again. I'm blackballing you. Your dream is over." Natasha shrank from her hand over her heart as if she'd shot an arrow right through it. This time, Jack let Jennifer leave. He turned to Natasha, ready to offer his heart, his world, and the whole ranch to her. "We don't need her to make our dreams come true." He reached out to hold his woman, only to have her step away. "Blacklisted," she whispered, as if she couldn't quite believe it. Her eyes hadn't focused on him yet. They stared after Jennifer as if she were the ghost of Christmas future come to haunt her with a bleak reality. "I've been blacklisted." A sound tech walking by moved around her at the word blacklist as if it were a germ he'd pick up if he walked too close. "Nat?" Jack asked. She shook her head. "I'm done. It's over. My dream," she blew her hands up. "It was always a fear, but I didn't think she'd do it." She gasped and tugged at her scarf. Jack hated seeing her defeated, smaller than she should ever be. She was a woman of force. A person who got things done and worked until the sun went down. "I'm sorry, love." "You're sorry?" She parroted him. Her eyes still weren't focused. It was like watching a snow globe swirl. "You think that makes it better?" she asked quietly. Her tone was soft, not accusatory. Nothing he could say would give her back her job, hopes, and career. He could give her another option, a different life. One she might like better. "No, but..." "Jack, I'm ruined. My dream, my life, it's over." She waved a hand through the air as if brushing all that away. "I need to clean out my trailer." She turned away from him. "Natasha. Would you listen for a second?" he called after her. "I can't hear anything." She kept walking. "What about us?" he charged after her, feeling like the snow slipped between his fingers. "Nat." She stopped and turned around. Her gaze finally focused, and she cupped his cheek. "Jack. Dear. Wonderful. Jack. Don't you see? I have to go. I have to find a new dream. Make me your dream." He put his hand over the top of hers. She shook her head. "I did that once before, and it broke me. I can't, I just..." She tore herself away and broke into a run. The cold hit Jack's cheek as if she'd slapped him. "I'm not giving up," he yelled after her. "Not giving up on what?" asked Pax. He had his hand on Bogart's halter and led the reindeer around the side of the building for Santa's grand entrance. "Jack!" "Pax!" yelled Caleb from the barricade, where he waved both hands over his head. Two security guards were glaring at him and Faith with one hand on their tasers. "Wait here," Jack told Pax as he jogged that way. It seemed like everyone in his family had an emergency tonight. So much for a peaceful Christmas Eve. "Do you know this guy?" asked one of the security guards. They weren't locals. Jack tipped his hat back at the same time Caleb did. Both guards did a double take at the twins. Jack smirked at them. "All my life." He turned to Caleb and Faith. "What's up?" Caleb leaned in and pulled his hat off, using it to shield their conversation from the guards. "I just got a call from up north." He paused and then whispered urgently, "They need a reindeer." Jack's mind raced as he contemplated the reindeer they had in the barn. Dunder was retired. Sparkle hadn't trained for a month. Flash was out of control. Snowflake wouldn't leave Billy. When he looked at his brother, he knew they had the same thought. "Rudy," they said in unison. Faith bit her lip. "Do you think he's ready? We haven't harnessed him with another reindeer, let alone 7. A thought hit Jack so hard and with such clarity that he knew it was the right thing to do. "Is Clearance up there?" He pointed north. Clearance was the retired Santa. He still sported the beard, but spent most of his time in Mexico fishing. Caleb rolled his eyes. "It's Christmas Eve," he replied, as if that was enough of an answer. The only thing Clearance loved more than fishing was his grandchildren and great-grandchildren, who lived at the North Pole. Think he could be Santa one more time? Jack jerked his head toward the crew. Caleb grew thoughtful. Faith elbowed her husband. "Stop thinking about it and make the call." She grabbed his arm as he reached for his phone. "We'll bring Rudy here. Meet us behind the library." "Stop pulling on me, woman," Jack said teasingly. Faith laughed. "I can't help it, I'm so excited to save Christmas." They laughed as they ran toward Caleb's truck. Jack flipped around and marched toward Jennifer. He had a few things to say to the woman, one of them being that the movie was back on. That would make her happy. Hopefully happy enough to rehire Natasha and give her back her dream. Then maybe he'd have a chance at her heart.
Chapter 23. Natasha sat in her car, parked in the overflow lot, feeling like a complete failure. She'd lost her job on Christmas Eve. Without a paycheck, she wouldn't be able to pay rent. She couldn't go home for Christmas and face the ghost of her ex-boyfriend, not being a failure. All that was horrible. The worst thing about this Christmas was that she'd walked away from Jack. She knew she'd made a colossal mistake when her backside hit the cold leather seat. That's why she didn't start the car and drive away. Or even turn on the heater. There was something seriously wrong with her if she couldn't accept the love of a good man. The problem was she had nothing to bring to the relationship. Jack had land, a herd, part ownership of a business, and more. Also, it wasn't fair to take Jack because he was the only option. He deserved better than that. The sound of a diesel engine roared through the parking lot. She lifted her head from the steering wheel and watched Caleb's truck pull in. The reindeer transport was in the back of his pickup. She scooted down in the seat so they couldn't see her, but she could see them. Drake and Pax melted out from an alley to her right. How long had they been there? Pax lead Bogart and the sleigh, with Sparkle sauntering behind them. Wait. Neither wrangler held a lead rope. The reindeer were following the two of them. Forrest and Mitzi pulled into the parking lot, too. Billy bounded out of the truck the minute they turned it off and went to pull down the tailgate. He struggled, and Drake stepped forward to help him. Caleb and Faith climbed out. Baby Ryder was fast asleep in his car seat in the back. "Do you think it will be Ginger?" Billy asked excitedly. "I want to see her again." Drake laughed. "She has that effect on guys." He rubbed his nephew's stocking cap, pushing it down over his eyes. "All the Kringle sisters do," added Pax. "It's the Santa gene." Santa gene. Natasha sat up higher in her seat, wanting to hear more. She leaned forward and brushed the condensation off the windshield with her glove. A tapping on her passenger window made her scream. All heads turned her way, and she turned toward the knock. Her chest heaved, and her heart pounded in her chest. Jack was bent over, looking inside. He crooked a finger for her to get out of the car. She loved that move, it was so hot. Mumbling to herself, she climbed out, unsure how to explain that she was here first, not spying on them all in a back parking lot. Come to think of it, why were they all gathering in a parking lot on Christmas Eve, anyway? Jack shuffled over, his hands in his pockets. "Hey. Hey," she folded her arms. "Sorry about walking away earlier. Jack, Hold up." He looked over his shoulder at his family, who were watching them intently. The Nicholases suddenly broke into movement, pretending to be too busy to eavesdrop. They started opening the animal crate, the locks squealing in protest. Huffing, Jack turned back to her. "I've fallen in love with you, Nat." He craned his neck around. "And I don't care who knows it," he shouted at his family. His brothers hooped. Mitzi clapped excitedly, and Faith lifted a hand in the air. Natasha blushed so deeply she could have melted the snow. Jack took her hand in his. "I think we have something special, something worth fighting for, and I want to fight for you." Tears stung her eyes. "I love that, I love you too. I don't want to come into this relationship unevenly. I don't have a career or even a job. I don't have a goal. And I don't want you to think I'm jumping into us because there's no other option." Jack lifted one side of his mouth in a crooked, handsome, cocky smile. "I appreciate that you think so highly of me, but I gotta say, you bring much more to this than I do. Life here is simple, especially compared to Hollywood. What if you get bored with me?" Nat threw herself into his arms. "Never." He grinned down at her. "You sure? Because it's about to get weird around here." What? Natasha allowed him to pull her over to Caleb's truck. All the Nicholases grinned at her like they knew something she didn't. "What's going on?" she asked, weary. Jack turned her to face him and looked deep into her eyes. She met his gaze, wanting him to know that she'd meant it, she loved him with all her heart, and she wasn't going to run from him again. "Do you believe in Santa?" he asked. Natasha laughed. She shoved his arm. "Stop it." Mitzi giggled. "Answer the question," Faith insisted with a wink. Natalie's laughter died off. Pax's face had gone serious, solemn even. Drake nodded in encouragement. Caleb put his arms around Faith from behind and whispered something in her ear. Forrest took Mitzi's hand. Billy had his hands clasped in front of him, his eyes shining with hope. I guess so," she replied. Jack nodded to Caleb. He went over and opened the back of the animal carrier. A stunning reindeer looked out. He had a broad chest tufted with white and a little goatee. He sprang down the ramp as if it wasn't even there. Jack hooked his finger under her chin and turned her back to him. You gotta believe it in your heart, Nat, close your eyes. He took off her glove and held her hand between his. She did. Then opened them a smidge to peek at him. He smiled at her, and she closed them again. He leaned close enough that she could smell his aftershave, cologne, and the leather scent that clung to the Wranglers. A moment later, she felt the soft hair of the reindeer under her hand. Can you feel it? Christmas magic. It's real, Nat. Can you feel it? She breathed in Jack's scent and opened her heart, truly wanting to experience the magic of this moment. Her hand began to tingle. The feeling spread up her arm, warm and sparkly inside of her. I feel it, she whispered back, afraid to scare the feeling off. A red light glowed, she could see it behind her eyelids. Jack kissed her cheek. Open your eyes, love. She stared at the reindeer's nose as it glowed red. Rudolph? She asked in shock. Is this him? She pet his cheek in awe. His name is Rudy. Jack's arm encircled her. Want to show her what else you can do? He asked the reindeer. Rudy took 2 steps forward and then leaped into the sky. Yeah, yelled Billy as he threw his fist into the air. The rest of the group cheered as Rudy pranced his loop around their heads and then landed. He cocked his ear to the sky, and everyone else followed his gaze. A thick blanket of silver clouds blocked out the stars. The group held its breath, the tension building. What are we looking at? Natasha whispered to Jack as she stared at the clouds. Wait for it. He kissed her softly. She grinned at him. As long as he was going to kiss her, she could wait forever. She kissed him, this time holding on a little longer. Are those jingle bells? She asked against his lips. Sleigh bells, he replied before pulling away. There. Pax pointed to the east. Rudy squared his shoulders and lifted his head like a soldier standing at attention. Natasha squinted and could just make out a speck in the sky. It grew quickly, and she couldn't believe her eyes. It's reindeer. It's Santa, yelled Billy. He couldn't hold his feet still. Natasha felt the same way. She rubbed her eyes and then stared as the sleigh stopped in front of them. Ho ho ho. Merry Christmas, called a beautiful woman in a long red dress trimmed with white fur. This was Santa. Natasha knew it all the way down to the toe warmers in her boots. She looked at Jack. It's Santa, she breathed in wonder. He laughed. It's Santa. We call her Ginger. She's a Kringle. But she's here. Why is she here? Ginger turned at the question and zeroed in on Natasha. A moment of recognition hit, and her face lit up. She rushed forward. Natasha Newberry. She threw her arms around Natasha. You're on the good list. Natasha laughed as the scent of Christmas cookies hit her nose. That's good to know. A handsome man in a Santa suit got up from the seat in the sleigh. I hate to rush things. But this is the one night of the year we have a schedule to keep. Right, Joseph? Ginger released Natasha. She turned to Jack. I don't know how you managed to snag this one, but you did good, Jack. With a merry wink, she made her way to Rudy, who hadn't stepped a hoof out of place. Rudy, is it? He nodded, yes, ma'am. The Wranglers gathered around the pair. Natasha took a moment to take in the rest of the reindeer harnessed to the sleigh. They were big, like dunder. A mixture of males and females. Each one had distinct markings and attitudes. The one closest to the sleigh winked playfully. She had a large rack and a tuft of hair dyed pink. Nat grinned. "You're a handful, aren't you?" she said. She stomped his front hooves. "You'd better believe it." "That's Blitz," said Joseph. "Riding single, she's all over the place, but she's a dream back here by the sleigh. Lots of power." Blitz kicked the snow. "Ah, go on." She stopped and gave Joseph a look. "I mean it, go on." Joseph rubbed her side. "You're amazing, and you know it." She leaned into him. "You're pretty cool yourself." Nat turned her attention back to the group. "How's he do at high altitudes?" Ginger asked while giving Rudy the once-over. She picked up one of his hooves and then the other, inspecting them. "We've had him up there alone, and he does fine," replied Drake. "We haven't harnessed him with another reindeer, though. We don't have one who can match his stride." Caleb looked nervous. Rudy glared at him. "Play it cool, bro." "Sorry, bud. I have to be honest. This is the big leagues." Caleb rubbed Rudy's back. "I can do it. I'm ready." "That's good enough for me." Ginger retrieved a pretty red purse from the seat. She went inside and found a set of leather reins. "We'll put him out front tonight. Rudy, will you guide my sleigh tonight?" Rudy's jaw dropped. He recovered quickly, puffing his chest out. It would be an honor. Caleb and Jack made short work of hooking Rudy up to the front of the reindeer. Faith was lifting hooves and checking vitals on the flyers as if this were an impromptu vet clinic. Forrest, Mitzi, and Billy sat in the sleigh. Billy stood at the front, pretending to fly it. Pax talked to Joseph as they checked the sleigh for any loose parts. "Grandpa should be here any minute. And we need to get going." Ginger climbed into the sleigh, and the family climbed out. Everyone seemed to know their place and what to do. Natasha stepped back, feeling like she was in the way. Between the moving bodies, she saw Ginger handing something to Jack. When the crowd parted, and she saw him again, he wasn't holding anything. Maybe she'd imagined it. "Thank you. The Wranglers have saved Christmas once again." Ginger lifted the reins. Joseph stood next to her, one hand bracing on the rail and the other on the small of her back. "On Rudy." She snapped the reins. Rudy lunged forward. The other reindeer moved as one, a second behind him. He tripped as the sleigh moved but quickly recovered. "His gait is off," Drake moaned. Jack cupped his hands around his mouth. "Here comes Santa Claus. Here comes Santa Claus," he sang loudly. The other wranglers joined in, and soon they were all singing. Rudy's feet hit the beat, and he fell in sync with the rest of the reindeer. Natasha cheered, throwing her arms over her head in triumph. "He's doing it." "Merry Christmas," called Ginger as the sleigh disappeared in the clouds, a red light visible in front, and then it was gone. Natasha sighed happily. "Ho ho ho," boomed a Santa voice. They all whipped around in time to see the quintessential Santa land a smaller sleigh with one gray-haired, panting reindeer. "Clearance." Jack hurried over. "Glad you could make it." Clearance chuckled, his belly bouncing like a bowl full of jelly. "I'm ready for my close-up." He smiled widely as he struck a pose. Natasha's brain did a reset, and she bolted to the side of the sleigh. "You're here for the movie." He hooked his thumb at Jack. "This guy called, said you needed a Santa, the real deal." "I do." "We do." She pulled out her cell phone. "Jennifer. Do not send anyone home. I have a Santa. I repeat, I have a Santa." She hung up before Jennifer could protest. let's get you on set. Faith stepped forward and took the harnesses while Clarence stepped out. He'd have to use Bogart and the sleigh the production company provided. We'll stay with Comet. She looked him over. When was the last time you had a checkup? Comet dropped his chin. It's been a while. Uh-huh. Do I detect arthritis in that hip? She continued questioning him as she led him over to the truck where her vet supplies waited. Caleb waved, indicating he'd stay with them. Clarence approached the reindeer at the front of the movie sleigh. Well, aren't you a strong fella? He turned to Sparkle. And you're stunning, my dear. Sparkle blushed, ducking her head like a teenage girl. Natasha wanted to laugh. She wanted to dance and laugh and sing. Hop in, said Clarence as he took a seat in the sleigh. Jack sat down in the two-seater, and she ended up on his lap, not that she minded at all. On Bogart, Clarence called in a baritone voice that boomed off the library's bricks. Goodness, but he was good at this Santa thing. He maneuvered the sleigh into the street behind the library and then onto Main Street, starting at the far end where the security barriers were set. Lifting a white-gloved hand in greeting, Clarence didn't slow the sleigh down as he approached, and security scrambled to get out of the way. Natasha laughed. That wasn't very Santa-like, she called over the rush of the wind. Clarence ho-ho-hoed. I'm retired. She and Jack laughed all the harder. Surprisingly, the feeling of Christmas magic hadn't worn off yet. The slight buzz was akin to the feeling she had when she drank too much coffee, except better because it was warm and made her feel like she wanted to stuff some stockings or wrap 100 presents. Whoa, Clarence called as he pulled back on the reins. They stopped right in the middle of the set where Jennifer was yelling at Miguel. The props crew shoved snowmen at one another as they argued over whose job it was to put them in the trailer, and the lighting guys and gals worked to take down the spotlights, and the techs rolled up extension cords. Ho ho ho. Merry Christmas. Clarence stood up in the sleigh and waved a hand magnanimously. Did someone order a Santa Claus for Christmas? He held his belly and laughed. Camilla ran out from behind the extras, who hovered together in confusion. You came. Her fur-lined Christmas dress bounced over her knees. Clarence stepped out of the sleigh and bent down, his arms out for a hug. She flew into them, her smile brighter than a Christmas tree. Of course I did. You sent a letter, didn't you? Natasha's mouth fell open, and she turned to Jack. Really? He nodded. She asked him to come to the set and meet her dad because he needed some Christmas spirit. Nat's hand went to her heart. Her first letter to Santa, and she asks for a present for someone else. No wonder he couldn't resist. Well, I had a little to do with getting him here, he tickled her side. She kissed him quickly. Of course you did. Nat hopped out of the sleigh to talk to Jennifer, who was staring as if Tim Allen had walked onto her set. We still have 30 minutes until the official shoot is over. Do you want to give it a shot? Jennifer snapped her fingers. Places everyone. You, she pointed to the props guys and gals, you have 2 minutes to reset. They stopped fighting and started tossing items to one another to prepare the set. I need lights, she bellowed. Extension cords unrolled as if they had minds of their own, and soon the street was lit up. The business window lights came on, and their animated displays whirred to a start. Music played over the speakers, hidden behind fake Christmas trees and in wreaths. The extras found their marks, their holiday shopping bags swinging from their hands. In 2 minutes flat, it was Christmas on Main Street. I don't know how you did it, Jennifer beamed at Natasha, but I'm amazed enough to rehire you. Natasha grinned. Thanks, but I quit. You can't quit. You have a bright future ahead of you. Coming in clutch is exactly what I want in a production house liaison. Natasha smiled at Jack. But it's not what I want. I'm over Hollywood. It's the small town life for me. She watched Clarence talk to Camilla's dad and wished she knew what they were saying. But I expect a bonus for this. Fine. Jennifer took up position behind the director. If you want to come back, just call me. Natasha smiled. It was good to be wanted and know she had a place to go. But there was nowhere else she'd rather be than in Jack's arms, his barn, his truck, or any of the dozens of other places that meant they were together.
Chapter 24. Dad! It's Santa! Jack grinned as Camilla pulled her father over to meet Clarence. Christmas magic positively oozed out of him tonight. It must be because he was here to fulfill Camilla's Christmas wish, because normally, he was a lot less buzzy. Ho ho ho! It's good to see you, Ronnie. Clarence held out his hand, and they shook firmly. Have you been a good boy this year? Ronnie tugged at his collar. I wouldn't say good, but not all that bad. Clarence peered over his half-moon wire-rimmed glasses, and Ronnie shrunk. Ah, the weight of the naughty/nice radar. Jack loved every second of this. Maybe I could have been a little better. He glanced down at Camilla, who hugged his leg. I could have had more holiday cheer for my little girl. Clarence lifted his chin and then nodded slowly as he stroked his beard. I think you have it in you to do better. And because of that, I brought you this. He reached into the sleigh and pulled out a pogo stick. Ronnie's face lit up. I wanted one of these. I asked for one every year. Clarence chuckled. You lived on the 4th floor of an apartment building. I couldn't do that to your neighbors. Ronnie was too busy trying to mount the pogo stick to register what Clarence had just said. I'm going to teach Camilla how to ride it. Camilla laughed as his foot slipped off the tread, and he stumbled. I want to try. Camilla, called the director. We're ready for you and Santa to take your Christmas Eve ride. Camilla climbed into the sleigh. Someone from makeup appeared with a brush and made her nose rosy. Another lady straightened out her clothing. Clarence took his spot. No one came near him with a makeup brush, probably because they didn't want to be on the naughty list. Jack chuckled to himself. Natasha came over, smiling at him as if he was the only guy in the world. She slipped her arms around his middle, and he held on to her. If we don't move, we'll be in the shot, he warned her. We'll blend in with the other extras, she said as she tipped her chin up, inviting him to kiss her. Thank you, Jack. Thank you for caring about my dreams and making them all come true. That's what you do when you're in love. Someone yelled action, and Jack took that as his cue to kiss Natasha. He kissed her until the lights turned off on Main Street. He'd found all he'd been looking for this Christmas and so much more.
Chapter 25. Natasha sat on the Nicholas's front porch swing, a mug of hot cocoa in her hand and a thick shawl lying over her shoulders. The shawl was a gift from Mitzi, who was addicted to crocheting and had known the minute she met Natasha that she'd be sticking around for Christmas morning. Jack sat beside her, his arm across the back of the seat. They had a blanket over their lap and the heater humming, though she doubted she'd ever be cold when snuggled next to her Wrangler. Is Christmas always this exciting around here? Natasha asked, covering her mouth as she yawned. The cast was more than ready to get home to their families or off to their vacation destinations. They'd been up late, watching Tinseltown pack up and pull out after shooting last night. Clarence had collected his retired reindeer, along with a bag full of supplements and vitamins for him, thanks to Faith. She wanted Comet back for a checkup in 1 month. Clarence promised he would bring him and his wife to visit with Anna before turning his sleigh toward the North Pole to be with his family. She and Anna were dear friends from long ago. We don't always get to save Christmas, but it happens more often than you think. He winked at her. She rested her head against his chest and snuggled deeper. Images from the night before played in her mind, and she suddenly remembered Ginger giving Jack a small package. What did Ginger give you? What? Jack asked, as if stalling for time. Ginger gave you something, it was small. What was it? She pressed, curious about what was on this Wrangler's Christmas wish list. Was it something you wrote her for? No, he made a face and turned to the side. What? She laughed, poking him in the ribs as she sat up. You're acting funny. What was it? Rolling his eyes, Jack reached into his pocket and pulled out a red velvet box. He cracked the lid to reveal a stunning diamond engagement ring. Natasha gasped. She said I should hold on to it until the time was right, but you're a keeper. He snapped the lid shut. Natasha let out a startled protest. You can't just wave that in front of me and then take it away. He startled, and then a mischievous grin spread across his face. Did you want to wear it or something? She playfully smacked his chest. Jack Nicholas, you are a tease. She folded her arms and glared. He ran a finger down her firmly set jaw. You're adorable when you're angry. She huffed, softening slightly. After a moment, she leaned into his touch. I'm not ready to get married, she admitted. Jack's grin widened. I know. Me neither. She fell back on the seat. So what do we do? Jack shifted closer. Well, I'm ready to do this. He kissed her softly. Her stomach swooped out from under her. And I'm ready to date, exclusively. Me too, she whispered, unsure where this list would end up, but knowing it was where she wanted to go. And he kissed her again. When we're both ready, we'll pull the ring out again. Deal? Deal. She surged toward him and kissed him for all she was worth. Ginger had said she was a keeper, but she knew a good thing when she saw one. Jack was the real deal, the man who would love her for the rest of her life. If that was the case, he was part cowboy, mostly wrangler, a smidge poet, and a drop of joy. Why would she wait if she had all those things sitting right next to her? What could be a better time to get engaged? It was Christmas. And she loved him with all of her heart. Jack, she started slowly, giving herself time to back out. Instead of fear or even nervousness, all she felt was excitement. Yeah. I'm ready. He paused, his hand on her side, and looked deep into her eyes. Are you sure? Because once I put a ring on that finger, I never wanted to come off again. She put both her hands on either side of his face. I already know I want to be with you. Is it crazy? To know already? He nudged her nose with his. No. I mean, I do. You do what? I know. I want you. Forever. Her heart lifted. Are we doing this? We're doing it. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the ring. Natasha Newberry, will you be my best friend, my partner in stall cleaning, my lakeside date, my love, and my wife? Yes. She giggled as he slipped the ring on her finger. She buzzed all over, Christmas magic and true love swirled inside her. I'm so happy. Me too. He kissed her until the Christmas magic surrounded the two of them, sparkling and tingling. She didn't know it when she came to Reindeer Wrangler Ranch, but she'd found everything she'd ever wanted right here. A home. A family, including reindeer. And a love that would only grow stronger with time. So this was Christmas on Reindeer Ranch. She couldn't wait for next year.
Epilogue. February. Clove, come look at this. Clove put down the knife and wiped her hands on her apron as she entered the living room, where Grandma was scanning YouTube from her recliner. Though she was in her 80s, she could outwork most 20-year-olds. Clove sat on the arm of her chair. On the screen was a pretty woman in a beanie with a furry pom-pom on top. She smiled at the camera. We have over 300 reindeer on the property. As you can see, they enjoy wide open spaces. The image changed to an aerial view of the land. There were forests and fields. They used some fields for crops, as evidenced by rows of irrigation sprinklers. The woman was back, holding a lead rope. One of our stars is Sparkle. She played the part of Santa's lost reindeer in a recent holiday movie filmed here on the ranch. Grandma hit the pause button. Clove, she gave her granddaughter a level look. You have to take him there. Clove hopped to her feet and paced. No. Felix belongs with us. She and Grandma were the only ones who knew about the reindeer and his talents. He lived on the mountain, free to roam. However, he'd claimed Grandma as his family a few years ago when he wandered into her yard during a blizzard and she fed him. He'd hate it there. Right now, the large reindeer lounged on the front porch of their large family cabin. He would often look through the window to check on Grandma. If she allowed him, he'd walk inside and curl up by the fireplace, but Grandma had a strict no reindeer in the house policy. Grandma grabbed her hand tight. Promise me. I won't rest, I can't until I know he'll be cared for and watched over. She pointed the remote at the TV. Look at her. Look at how she loves the reindeer. I love him. Clove knelt by the chair. I will take care of him. Always. Grandma smiled softly. They need him, Spice Girl. Her eyes fluttered as they did when she was tired. She'd go and then nap for 20 minutes. Watch the video, she whispered before falling asleep. Clove slipped the remote out of Grandma's grasp and pushed play. They need him, she grumbled. The images flipped by, and Clove leaned forward, her interest growing by the second. With a gasp, she paused the video and stared at the background. Just behind the veterinarian was an open door to an indoor arena. There was a hoop hanging from the ceiling. A hoop! It was too high for a reindeer to jump through, which meant one thing. They can fly, she exclaimed, starting the video again. Santa's looking for a special reindeer, and we're looking for other reindeer who can enlarge the gene pool. She exaggerated her wink. How often had Clove done the same thing to cover up the truth? Enough that she understood they wanted a flying reindeer. Felix's antler tapped the glass. She stared at her beloved friend and then at her grandma. I can't do it. She clicked off the television. I can't lose you. Not even for Santa Claus. Felix huffed, fogging up the window. Who said anything about Santa? He stared pointedly at the screen. Bring back the pretty one with the enormous eyes. Clove chuckled. You're such a guy. She motioned to Grandma. Watch her for a bit, will you? She asked. I have dishes to wash. Clove put the remote aside and returned to the kitchen, where the elf on the shelf stared at her accusingly. It was New Year's Day and time to put the elf away. Groaning under his judgment, she pulled out her phone and looked up Reindeer Wrangler Ranch's website. There was a link to the video Grandma watched and a place to sign up for a newsletter. She continued to scroll, finally clicking on Meet the Family. The men were handsome. There was one dark hair and blue eyes and wearing jeans and a coat that made him look strong and solid. She glanced up to ensure Felix wasn't looking through the kitchen window, catching her drooling over a reindeer wrangler. The ranch looked like paradise, and the animals were healthy and happy. Did they all fly? How did they keep track of them? Ugh. I'm not doing this. She set her phone aside. How would I even get him there? She went back to her phone to look at that wrangler again. He was pretty cute. She checked his surroundings and noted a pickup truck with a reindeer-sized panel in the back. I guess that answers that question. She glared at the man in the picture. You can't have my reindeer, she told him. She looked away from the screen and his delicious gaze and stared at the elf. Her thoughts drifted to all the beautiful Christmases she'd shared with her grandmother, especially Christmas mornings. The tree burst with gifts from Santa. Grinding her teeth, she called the number listed on the website. Reindeer Wrangler Ranch, this is Mitzi speaking. Hi, Clove cleared her throat. I don't know how to go about this. She threw her free hand up, exasperated. Can I help you? She asked politely. No. Clove gulped. But I might be able to help you. Find out what happens next in One Frosty Christmas Road Trip.
You've been listening to One Spicy Christmas Elf, a Reindeer Wrangler Ranch Christmas romance book. Written by Lucy McConnell.
Welcome back from the Reindeer Wrangler Ranch. I hope you enjoyed your time and that you fell in love with Sparkle. If you did, let me know in the comments. I'd love to see your reactions to her as a reindeer. I'm so excited for Natasha to join the ranch. She kind of sparks things. So join me for Clove and Drake's story. I have to give you a little bit of a warning. This story is actually still in edits, almost done edits, but still in edits. So it may be a couple weeks before it's out. In the meantime, I will, of course, provide you with wonderful audiobooks. And then another thing I have to let you know, and I'm just cringing to say this, I only write one Reindeer Wrangler romance per year. That means that the next one, the fifth book in the story, will not come out until 2024. I know I'm probably going to get a million comments of people who are just so upset about this. You guys, I know. I started with the Marrying Miss Kringle series, and I released one Marrying Miss Kringle a year, which then fed into the Reindeer Wrangler Ranch series, which was one a year, and it will continue for years to come. I'm continuing that tradition. Let me know if you're excited about this or if you'd rather have me write them all year long, and that's all you get is Reindeer Wrangler Ranch and Marrying Miss Kringle books. I'd love to hear what you think in the comments. Okay, so I will see you next week. Please like, comment, subscribe, and do all those things that help other people find this channel so that they too can listen to sweet Christmas romance books and other romance novels throughout the year, including billionaires and cowboys in small towns and football players and baseball players, all of our favorite things. I will see you next week. I can't wait. Bye.